Section 1 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 1. The Children of Desire. The morning of the 24th of December, a quarter of a century ago, opened upon a vast plateau of central Kentucky as a brilliant but bitter day, with a wind like the gales of March. Out in a neighborhood of one of the wealthiest and most thickly settled counties, toward the middle of the forenoon, two stumpy figures with movements full of health and glee appeared on a hilltop of the treeless landscape. They were the children of the neighborhood physician, a man of the highest consequence in his part of the world, and they had come from their home, a white and lemon-colored 18th-century manor-house a mile in the rear. Through the crystalline air, the chimneys of this low structure, rising out of a green girdle of cedar trees, could be seen emptying unusual smoke which the wind in its gambolling pounced upon and jerked away level with the chimney-tops. But if you had stood on the hill where the two children climbed into view, and if your eye could have swept round the horizon with adequate radius of vision, it would everywhere have been greeted by the same wondrous harmonious spectacle. Out of the chimneys of all dwellings scattered in comfort and permanence over that rich domestic land, a land of Anglo-Saxon American homes, more than daily winter smoke was pouring. One spirit of preparation, one mood of goodwill warmed houses and hearts. The whole visible heaven was receiving the incense of Kentucky Christmas fires. The whole visible earth was a panorama of the common peace. The two dauntless, frost-defying wayfarers, what Emerson, meeting them in the depths of a New England winter, might have called two scraps of valor, were following across fields and meadows and pastures one of the footpaths which children who are friendly neighbors naturally make in order to get to each other, as the young of wild creatures trace for themselves upon the earth some new map of old hereditary traits and cravings. For the goal of their journey they were hurrying toward a house not yet in sight, but hardly more than a mile ahead, where they were to spend Christmas Day and share in an old people's and children's Christmas tree party on Christmas night, and where also they were to put into execution a plot of their own, about which a good deal is to be narrated. They were thus transferring the nation's yearly festival of the home from their own roof-tree to that of another family, as the place where it could be enacted and enjoyed. The tragical meaning of this arrangement was but too well understood by their parents. To them the abandonment of their own fireside at the season when its bonds should have been freshened and deepened scarcely seemed an unnatural occurrence. The other house had always been to them as a secondary home. It was the residence of their father's friend, a professor in the State University situated some miles off across fine country. His two surviving children, a boy and a girl of about their own ages, had always been their intimate associates. And the woman of that household, the wife, the mother, all their lives they had been mysteriously impelled toward this gentlewoman by a power of which they were unconscious, but by which they had been swayed. The little girl wore a crimson hood and a brown cloak, and the boy a crimson skull-cap and a brown overcoat, and both wore crimson mittens. And both were red-legged and red-footed, for stockings had been drawn over their boots to ensure warmth, and to provide safeguard against slipping when they should cross the frozen Elkhorn, or venture too friskily on silvery pools in the valley bottoms. The chestnut braids of the girl, falling heavily from under her hood, met in a loop in the middle of her broad fat back, and were tied there with a snip of ribbon that looked like a feather out of the wig of a blue jay. Her bulging hips overreached the borders of the narrow path, so that the boy was crowded out upon the rough ground as he struggled forward close beside her. She would not allow him to walk in front of her, and he disdained to walk behind. "Then walk beside me or go back," she had said to him, laughing carelessly. She looked so tight inside her wrappings, so like a jolly ambulatory small barrel, well hooped and mischievously daubed here and there with vermilion, that you might have had misgivings as to the fate of the barrel, were it to receive a violent jolt and be rolled over. No thought of such mishap troubled her as she trotted forward, balancing herself as lightly on her cushioned feet as though she were wind-carried thistledown. Nor was she disturbed by her selfishness in monopolizing the path and forcing her brother to encounter whatsoever the winter earth obtruded: stumps of forest trees, brambles of blackberry, sprouts of cane, or stalks of burdock and of Spanish needle. His footing was especially troublesome when he tried to straddle wide corn-rows with his short legs, or when they crossed a hemp-field where the butt-ends of the stalks serried the frost-gray soil like bayonet-points. Altogether his exertions put him out of breath somewhat, for his companion was fleet, and she made no allowance for his delays and difficulties. Her hands, deep in the fleece-lined mittens, were comfortably warm, but she moreover kept them thrust into a muff of white fur, which also looked overfed and seemed of a gay harmony with its owner. This muff she now and then struck against her flexed knees in a vixenish playfulness, as one beats a tambourine on a bent elbow, and at a certain point of the journey, having glanced sideways at him and remarked his breath on the icy air, she lifted it to her mouth and spoke guardedly from behind it. "Remember the last thing papa told us at the window, Herbert. We were to keep our mouths closed and to breathe through our noses. And remember also, my child, that we were to rely upon, especially to rely upon, the ribs and the diaphragm. I wonder why he thought it necessary to tell us that. Did he suppose that as soon as we got by ourselves, or arrived at the Owsleys, we'd begin to rely on something else, and perhaps try to breathe with our spines and elbows?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her laughter had the audacity of a child's satire, often more terrible in its small world than a sage's in his larger one. The instant she spoke, you recognized the pertness and precocity of an American child, which, when seen at its best or at its worst, is without precedent or parallel among the world's children. She was the image of a hard, bold, crisp newness. Her speech was new, her ideas were new, her impertinence was new, except in this country. She appeared to have gathered newness during her short life, to be newer than the day she was born. The air was full of frost-spangles that zigzagged about her as she danced along. They rather seemed like particles of salt, especially provided to escort her character. If it had been granted Lot's wife with tears of repentance to dissolve away the crystals of her curiosity and resume the duties of motherhood, though possibly permeated by a mild saline solution as a warning, that salt-cured matron might admirably have adapted herself to the decrees of Providence by producing Elsie. The boy, as she administered her caution, stopped, and shutting his own red mouth, which was like hers, though more generous, he drew a long breath through his nostrils, then, throwing back his head, he blew this out with an open-mouthed puff, and a column of white steam shot up through the blue ether and was whirled away by the wind. He stood studying it a while as it disappeared, for he was a close observer always, a perpetual watcher of the thing that is, sometimes an observer fearful to confront. Then he sprang forward to catch up with his sharp-tongued monitress, who had hurried on. As he came alongside, he turned to face toward her and made his reply, which was certainly deliberate enough in arriving. "We have to be taught the best way to breathe, Elsie, as anything else." The defense only brought on a fresh attack. "I wonder who teaches the young of other animals how to breathe? I should like to know who teaches kittens and puppies and calves and lambs how to breathe. How do they ever manage to get along without country doctors among them? Imagine a middle-aged sheep, old Dr. Buck, assembling a flock of lambs and trying to show them how to breathe." Judging from Elsie's expression, the lambs in the case should not have thought very highly of this queer and genial Dr. Buck. "But They are all four-legged creatures, Elsie, and they breathe backward and forward. If you are a two-legged animal and stand up straight, you breathe up and down. It's quite different. It's easier." "Then I suppose the fewer legs a thing has, the harder it is to get its breath, and I suppose if we ventured to stand on one leg, we'd all soon suffocate. Dear me, why don't all one-legged people die at once?" The lad looked over the field of war, on which it would seem that he was being mowed down by a small gunfire before he could get his father's heavy artillery into action. He decided to terminate the wordy engagement, a prudential maneuver of the wiser head but slower tongue. "Father is right," he declared. His manner of speaking was sturdy and decisive. It was meant to remind her first that he had enough gallantry as a male to permit her to crowd him out of the path, but that the moment a struggle for mental footing arose between them, he reserved the whole road. The female could take to the weeds. He notified her, also, that he stood with his father not only in this puzzling question of legs and parlous types of respiration, but that the men in the family were regularly combined against the women, like good organized against evil. But now something further had transpired. Had there been present on the winter fields that morning an ear trained to separate our complex human tones into simpler ones, to disengage one from another the different fibers of meaning which always make up even the slenderest tendril of sound, as there is a cluster of grapes to a solitary stem, it might, as it noted one thing, have discovered another. While the boy asserted his father to be right in the matter they were debating, there escaped from him an accent of admission that his father was wrong in some far graver affair, which was his discovery and his present trouble. Therefore his voice, which should have been buoyant, for the instant was depressed, and his face, which should have been a healthy boy's happy face, was overcast as by a foreign interference. You might have likened it to a small luminary upon a shining disk of which a larger body, traversing its darkened orbit, had just begun to project a wavering shadow. And thus some patient astronomer of our interorbited lives, sweeping the spiritual heavens for signs of its pendant mysteries, here might have arrested his telescope to watch the portent of a celestial event. Was there to take place the eclipse of a son by a father? Certainly at least this weight of responsibility on the voice must have caused it to strike only the more winningly upon any hearer. It was such a devoted, loyal voice when he thus spoke of his father, with a curious, quavering huskiness of its own, as though the bass note of his distant manhood were already beginning to clamour to be heard. The voice of the little girl, contrariwise, was a shrill treble. Had you first become aware of it at your back, you must instantly have wheeled to investigate the small creature it came from, as a wild animal quickly turns to face any sound that startles its instincts. Voltaire might have had such a voice if he had been a little girl. Yet, to look at her, you would never have imagined that anything but the honey of speech could have dripped from so perfect a little rose. Many surprises await mankind behind round, amiable female faces. Shrews are not all thin. Instead of being silenced by her brother's ultimatum, she did not deign to notice it, but continued to direct her voluble satire at her father, quite with the air of saying that a girl who can satirize a parent is not to be silenced by a son. Forever telling us that American children must have the newest and best way of doing everything. My, the working of our jaws, and the drinking, and the breathing, and the stretching, and the bending, developing everything we have and everything we haven't. I am even trying now to find an original American way to go to sleep at night and to wake up in the morning. Dear me, but old people can be silly without knowing it." She laughed with much self-approval. For Elsie had already entered into one of mankind's most dependable recreations, the joy of listening to our own words, into that economic arrangement of nature whereby whatsoever a human being might lose through the vocal cords is returned to the owner along the auditory nerve. so that a woman can eat her colloquial cake times over, and each time, having devoured it, can return it to the storeroom, and have it brought out as whole and fresh as ever, sometimes actually increased in size, and a man can send his vocal Niagara through his whirlpool rapids and catch it again above the falls. The more gold the delver unearths, the more he can empty back into the thinking mine. One can sit in his own cranial theatre and produce his own play. He can be stage and orchestra, audience and critic, and he can see that the clack does not get drowsy and slack. It never does in this case. The child now threw back her round winter rose of a face and started along the path with a fresh outburst of speed and pride. Access of impertinence seemed to have released in her access of vitality. Perhaps it had. Perhaps it always does. Perhaps life itself at the full is sheer audacity. The lad scrambled roughly along and merely repeated the words that sufficed for him. Father knows. Suddenly he gave a laughing outcry and stood still. "Look!" he called out, with amusement at his plight. He had run into some burdock, and the nettles had stuck to his yarn stockings like stinging bees, a cluster of them about his knees and calves. He drew off his gloves, showing the strong, overgrown hands of boyhood. They, like his voice, seemed impatiently reaching out for maturity. When he overtook his companion, who had not stopped, he had transferred a few of the burrs to his skull-cap. He had done this with crude artistry, for some faint surviving impulse of primitive man to decorate his body with things around him in nature, especially his head. Possibly he foresaw that his head would be most struck at. The lad was pleased with his caper, and, smiling, thrust his head across her path, expecting her to take sympathetic notice. He had reason to expect this, because on dull, rainy days at home he often amused her with the things he did and the things he made, for he was a natural carpenter and toy-maker. But now she only took the contemptuous notice of disapproval. This morning her mind was intent on playthings of positive value. She was a little travelling 10-toed pagoda of holiday greed. Every Christmas she prepared for its celebration with a balancing eye to what it would cost her and what it would bring in. She always calculated to receive more than she gave. For Elsie, the nativity must be made to pay. He resented her refusal to approve his playfulness by so much as a smile, and he came back at her by doing worse. "Why didn't I think to bring all the burrs along and make a Christmas basket for Elizabeth? Now what will I give her?" This drew out a caustic comment quickly enough. Poor Elizabeth! A child resents injustice with a blow or rage or tears. The old have learned to endure without a sign, waiting for God's day of judgment or their first good opportunity. He was furious at the way she said "poor Elizabeth," as though Elizabeth's hands would be empty of gifts from him. "You know I have bought my presents for Elizabeth, Elsie," he exclaimed. "But Elizabeth thinks more of what I make than of what I buy," he continued hotly, "and the less it is worth, the more she values it. But you can't understand that, Elsie, and you needn't try." The little minx laughed with triumph that she had incensed him. "I don't expect to try," she retorted blithely. "I don't see that I'd gain anything if I did understand. You and Elizabeth are a great deal too—" He interrupted overbearingly. "Leave Elizabeth out. Confine your remarks to me." "My remarks will be wholly unconfined," said Elsie, as she trotted forward. He scrambled alongside in silent rage. Perhaps he was thinking of his inability to reach protected female license. He may obscurely have felt that life's Department of Justice was being balked at the moment by its Department of Natural History, a not uncommon interference in this too crowded world. At least he put himself on record about it. "If you were a boy, Elsie, you'd get taken down a buttonhole." "Don't you worry about my buttonholes," chirped Elsie. "My buttonholes are where they ought to be." It was not the first time that he had made something of this sort for Elizabeth. One morning of the May preceding he had pulled apart the boughs of a blooming lilac bush in the yard, and had seen a nest with 4 pale green eggs. That autumn, during a ramble in the woods and fields, he had taken burrs and made a nest and deposited in it 4 pale green half-ripe horse-chestnuts. Elizabeth, who did not amount to much in this world but breath, and a soft cloud of hair and sentiment, had loyally carried it off to her cabinet of nests. These were duly arranged on shelves, and labelled according to species and life and love. The meadow-larks, the bluebirds, the orchard orioles, the brown thrashers, on and on along the shelves. At the end of a row she placed this treasured curiosity, and inscribed it, "An imitation by a young animal." Elizabeth's humour was a mild beam. Do country children in that part of the world make such playthings now? Do they still look to wild life, and not wholly to the shops of cities for the satisfying of their instincts for toys and games and fancies? Do older storks still race down dusty country lanes as thoroughbred colts, afterwards to be tied in their stalls in fence corners with halters and green hemp? Does any little rustic instrument maker now draw melodies from a home-grown cornstalk, across rattling window-panes of old farmhouses, between withered sashes? During long winter nights does there sound Aeolian harp made with a hair from a horse-tail? Do boys still squeeze the red juice of pokeberries on the plumage of white barnyard roosters, thus, whenever they wish, bringing in a cock-fight between old far-squandered cockins, who long previously had entered into a treaty as to their spheres of influence in a Manchuria of hens? Do the older boys some wet night lead the youngest around the corner of the house in the darkness, and show him, there, rising out of the ground, the long-expected devil come at last, as a pumpkin carved and candle-lighted, for his own particular urchin? When in autumn the great annual ceremony of the slaughter of the swine takes place on the farms at the approach of the winter solstice, a festival running back to aboriginal German tribes before the beginning of agriculture, when the stock had been fattened to the mast and pasturage of the mountains, was driven down into the villages and perforce killed to keep it from starving; when this carnival of flesh recurs on Kentucky farms, do boys with turkey quills or goose quills blow the bladders up, tie the necks and hang them in smoke-houses or garrets to dry, and then at daybreak of Christmas morning, having warmed and expanded them before the fire, do they jump on them and explode them, a primitive folk-rite for making a magnificent noise ages older than the use of crackers and cannon? Do children contrive their picture-frames by gluing October acorns and pine-cones to ovals of boards, and giving the mass a thick coat of varnish? On winter nights do little girls count the seeds of the apples they are eating, and pronounce over them the incantation of their destinies, thus in another guise going through the same charm of words that Marguerite used as she scattered earthward the petals of trust and ruin? Do they, sitting face to face bareheaded on sun-hued meadows, pluck the dandelion when the seed are clustered at the top like a ball of gauze, and with one breath try to blow these off? For the number of seed that remain will tell the too many years before they should be asked in marriage. Do they slip the stems and cast them in the near brook, and watch them form into ringlets and floating hair, as of a water-spirit? Do they hold buttercups under each other's chins to see who likes butter? That is, mind you, good butter. Romping little Juliets of nature, proud courtyards, with young Montagues watching from afar. Sane little Ophelias of the garland at the water's brink, secure for many years yet from all sad hamlets. Do country children do such things and have such notions now? Perhaps once in a lifetime, on some summer day when the sky was filled with effulgence and white clouds, you may have seen a large low-flying bird cross the landscape straight away from you, so exactly poised under the edge of a cloud that one of the wings beat in shadow while the other waved in light. Thus these two children, following their path over the fields that morning, ran along the dividing line between the darkness and the light of their world. On one side of them lay the thinning shadow of a man's ancient romance with nature, which is everywhere most rapidly dying out in this civilization, the shadow of that romance which for days was the earliest ray of his religion. In later centuries came the splendor of his art, then loomed as the historic background of his titanic myths and fables, and now only in obscure valleys is found lingering in the play of superstitious children at twilights before darkness engulfs them, the latest of the infants in the dusk of the oldest gods. On the other side blazed the hard clear light of that realism of human life which is the unfolding brightness of the new world, that light of reason and of reasonableness which seems to take from man both his mornings and his evenings, with all their half-lights and their mysteries, and to leave him only a perpetual noonday of the actual in which everything loses its shadow. So the two ran that morning, but so children ever run, between the fresh light and the old darkness of ever advancing humanity, between the world's new birth and a forgetting. On the brother and sister skipped and bounded, wild with health and Christmas joy. Their quarrel was in a moment forgotten, happy children. The nature of the little girl was not deep enough to remember a quarrel. The boy's nature was too deep to remember one. Crimson-tipped, madcap winter spirits, the blue dome vaulting infinitely above them with all its clouds pushed aside, the wind throwing itself upon them at every step like some huge young animal force unchained for exercise and rude in its good-natured play. As they crossed a woodland pasture, the hoary fields rocked and roared, strewing in their path bits of bark and rotten twigs and shattered sprigs of mistletoe. In an open meadow a yellow-breasted lark sprang reluctantly from its cuddling place and drifting far behind them on the rushing air. In a cornfield, out of a dried bunch of partridge grass, a rabbit started softly and went bobbing away over the corn rows, with its white flag run up at the rear end of the fortifications as a notice, please not to shoot or otherwise trespass. Alas, that so palpable and polite a request should be treated as so plain a target. Once the little girl changed her trotting gait to a walk nearly as fast, so that her skirts swished from side to side of her plump hips with wren-like energy and briskness. Her mind was still harping on her father, and having satirized him and adoring him, she now would fain approve him. "My, but it's cold, Herbert! Papa says it is not sickness that plays havoc with you, it's not being ready for sickness. And being ready depends upon how you have lived. It depends upon what you are. And that's where your virtue comes in, my child, if you have any virtue. We have been taught to stay out of doors when it is cold, and now we can come out when it is colder. We are ready for the crisis." And Elsie pushed her nose into the air with smallish amusement. The boy gravely pondered her words without crisis, and pondered his own before replying. "I wonder what kind of children we'd have been if we'd had some other father, or some other mother," he added with a change of tone as he uttered that last word, and he looked askance at his sister to see whether she would glance at him. She kept her face set straight forward, but she impatiently exclaimed, "Others, others, others! You are always thinking of others, Herbert." "I am one of the others myself," cried the boy, relieved that his secret was his own, and bounding suddenly on the earth also as if with a sense of his kinship to its unseen host. The question he had asked marked him, for he was one of the children who from the outset begin to ask of life what it means and who are surprised when there is no one to tell them. For him there was no rest until he solved some mystery, or had at least found out where some mystery stood abandoned on the road, a mystery still. Her intelligence stopped short at what she perfectly knew. She saw with amazing clearness, but she beheld very little. Hers was that order of intelligence which is gifted with vision of almost terrifying accuracy, at short range. Life is a thin painted curtain, and its depths are the painted curtain's depths. Once they came to a pair of bars which led into a meadow. The bars were of green timber, and were very heavy. As he strained and tugged at them, she waited close behind him, dancing to the right and to the left so that there was a sound of mud crystals being crushed under her tyrannical little fat feet. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" she exclaimed with impatience. "We may run in the cold, but we must not stand still in the cold." And she kicked him on the heels and pummelled him between the shoulders with her muff. "I am doing my best," he said, laughing heartily. "Your best is not good enough," she urged, laughing heartily likewise. "This bar is wedged tight. It's the sap that's frozen to the post. Look out there behind." He stepped back, and with a short run lifted his leg and kicked the bar with his full strength. The recoil threw him backward to the ground, but he was quickly on his feet again, and as the bar was now loosened, he let it down for her. She stepped serenely through, and without looking back or waiting, trotted on. He put the bars up, and with a spurt soon overtook her, for the meadow they were now crossing had been closely grazed in the autumn, and there was better walking. They went up rising ground and reached one of those dome-like elevations which were a feature of the blue grass country. Straight ahead of them, half a mile away, stood the house toward which they were hastening, a 2-story brick house, lifted a little above its surroundings of yard and gardens and shrubbery and vines, an oak tree over its roof, cedar trees near its windows, ivy covering one of its walls, a lawn sloping from it to a thicket of evergreens where its Christmas tree each year was cut. The children greeted with fresh enthusiasm the sight of this charming, this ideal place to which they were transferring their Christmas plans and pleasures, abandoning their own hearthstone. There lived their father's friend. Here lived Harold and Elizabeth, their friends, and there lived the wife and mother of the household, the woman toward whom, from their infancy, they had been herded as by a driving hand. The telltale Christmas smoke of the land was pouring from its chimneys, showing that it was being warmed through and through for coming guests and coming festivities. At one end of the building, in an L, was the kitchen. It sent forth a volume of smoke, the hospitable invitations of which there was no misunderstanding. At the opposite end was the parlor. It stood for the spirit, as the kitchen for the honest flesh. The wee travellers on the distant hilltop thought of the flesh first. They had no idea of the origin of the American Christmas. They did not know that this vast rolling festival had migrated to the New World, drawing with it things gathered from many lands and centuries, that the cooking and the feasting crossed from pagan England, that the Evergreen with its lights and gifts came from pagan Germany, that the mystical fireside with its stockings was introduced from Holland, that the Evergreen now awaiting them in the shut and darkened parlor of this Kentucky farmhouse represented the sacred tree which had been found in nearly every ancient land and is older than the tree of life in the literature of Eden. As far as they thought of the antiquity of the Christmas festival at all, it had descended straight from the Holy Land and the manger of Bethlehem. This error now led to complications. The boy's crimson skull-cap had a peak which curled forward, and attached to this peak by several inches of crewel hung a round crimson ball the size of a seed-ball of a sycamore. The shifting wind blew it hither and thither so that it buffeted him in the face and eyes. On this exposed height, especially, the wind raced free, and he ducked his head and turned his face sideways toward her, an imp of winter joy, as he shouted across the gale, "If people are still baking such quantities of cake in memory of Christmas after all these hundreds of years, don't you suppose, Elsie, that the apostles must have been fearful cake-eaters, to have left such an impression on the world? Cake is a kind of sacred thing at home even yet, isn't it? A fine cake looks still as if it was baked for an apostle, doesn't it? Now, doesn't it?" Elsie did not reply at once. Her younger brother was growing into the habit of saying unexpected things. Once, after he had left the breakfast table, she had heard her father say to her mother that he had genius. Elsie was not positive as to all that genius comprised, but she at once decided that if she did not possess genius she did not wish genius. However, she packed herself off to her room and thought further about this unpleasant parental discrimination. "If he has genius," she said finally, "at least he did not get it from them." And there was triumph in her eye. "I see not the slightest sign of genius in either of them. He must have gotten it from our grandparents, never from them." From that moment she had begun to oppose her mind to his mind as a superior working instrument in a practical world. Whenever he put forth a fancy, she put forth a fact, and the fact was meant to extinguish the fancy as a muffler puts out a candle. After a moment she now replied, with a mind that had repudiated genius: "Nothing is said in the New Testament, my child, about cake. The only thing mentioned is loaves and fishes, but they do seem to have done an unconscionable amount of dining on bread and fish." And Elsie had her own satirical laugh at the table customs of ancient Palestine as viewed from the Kentucky standard of the 19th century. The boy, before replying, deliberated as always. "They may not have had cake, but they had meat, because they said he sat with sinners at meat. I wonder why it was always the sinners who got the meat." Elsie could offer no personal objection to this. Providence had ordained her to dwell in the tents of flesh herself. How could they feed 5,000 people on 5 loaves and 2 fishes? How could they, at one of those fish dinners? "They did it," said Elsie flatly. She saw the whole transaction with brilliant clearness, saw to the depths of the painted curtain. It was as naturally fact as the family 4 of them at breakfast that morning, fed on home-smoked sausages and perfectly digestible buckwheat cakes. And 12 baskets of crumbs, that makes it worse. With bread for thousands everywhere, why pick up crumbs? "Nothing is said about crumbs. They were fragments." "But if I've got to believe it, I've got to think how they did it. I've got to. I can't think of it as it is. I must think of it as it isn't. But I can't do anything with the loaves. I give up the bread. However, I think those 2 fish might have been leviathans. That would have been 2,500 people to each leviathan. Many of them might not have liked leviathan. I wouldn't have wanted any. They could have skipped me. They could have had my slice. And the babies, they didn't want much. Anyhow, that's the best I can do for the fish." And he had his laugh also, not an incessant ripple like hers, but a music issuing from the depths of him through joy in the things he saw. Elsie made the reply which of late was becoming habitual in her talks with him: "Don't begin to be peculiar, Herbert. You are too young to be peculiar. Leave that to old people." And Elsie's mind glided off from the loaves and the fishes of Galilee to certain old people in her neighborhood, from whose eccentricities she extracted acrid amusement. The boy's words were not irreverent. Irreverence had never been taught him. He did not know what irreverence was. They merely expressed the primary action of his mind in dealing with what to him was a wonder story of nature. And yet with this same mind which asked of wonder that it be reasonable, he was on his way to the celebration of Christmas Eve, and to the story of the Nativity, the most joyous, the most sad, the most sublime nature story of mankind. His unconscious requirement was that this also must be reasonable. If it were not, he would not accept the portions that were reasonable and reject the others as now too childish for his 4-handed American brain. They were nearing the end of their bitter walk. The little girl, as she hurried forward, now and then strained her eyes toward the opposite ends of the house ahead: at the kitchen, smoke which promised such gifts to the flesh; at the window shutters of the darkened parlor where the Christmas tree stood, soon to be decorated with presents, some for her, the little fat mercenary now approaching, who was positive that during these days of preparation she had struck a shrewd bargain with the immortal. The boy, too, looked at these windows, but especially he looked at another between them, from which perhaps Elizabeth was watching for him. Once he turned and, walking backward, directed his gaze from this high point far across the country. Somewhere back there his father might now be stopping at a farmhouse. A malignant disease was raging among the children of the neighborhood, some of whom were his schoolmates and friends. The holidays would bring no merry Christmas for them. Wherever his father might be, there an influence started and came rushing across the landscape like the shadow of a cloud. It fell upon him, and travelled on toward the house he was approaching. It disappeared within the house, and fell upon the woman who so wonderfully moved about in it. A chilling mysterious shadow that bound the three of them, his father and himself and this gentle woman, together in a band of darkness. Then he faced about and ran on, longing the more ardently for Elizabeth. The path between him and Elizabeth lay before his nimble feet like a band of light. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 2. When a Boy Finds Out About His Father. Part 1. On the day preceding that 24th of December, when his two weather-proof, untrammelled children were rioting over the frozen earth, Dr. Burney met with an event which may here be set down as casting the first direct light upon him. Some reflected radiance may already have gone glancing in his direction from the luminous prattle of his offspring. Some obscure glimpses must therein have bodied him forth. And the portraits that children unconsciously paint of people, what trained hand ever drew such living lines? A short stretch across the country from his comfortable manor house there towered in stateliness one of the finest homesteads in this region. And in the great bedroom of this house, in the mother's bed, there had lain for days one of his patients critically ill, the only child of an intense mother who was herself no longer young. Early that morning, upon setting out, he had driven rapidly to this house, gotten quickly out, and been quickly received through the front door, thrown open to admit him. After examining the child, he had turned to the mother and spoken the words that are probably the happiest ever to fall from any tongue upon any ear. He is out of danger. He is getting well. At this intelligence the mother forgot the presence of another mother older than herself, who had come to be with her during these vigils and anxieties. As the doctor, having spoken a few words to the nurse, passed out into the hall toward the hat-rack, she led him into the parlours. She pulled him down into a chair beside the one she took. She caught his hand in hers and drew it into her lap. She forgot that after all she was a woman and he was a man. She remembered only that she was a mother and he a physician, and unnerved by the relief from days and nights of tension, she poured out her quivering gratitude. The doctor, with a warm light in his eyes, listened, and he was flushed with pleasure also at his skill in bringing his case through. But she had scarcely begun before his expression showed embarrassment. Gratitude rendered him ill at ease. Who can thank science? Who can thank a man for doing his duty and his best? With a smile of deprecation he interrupted. A great surgeon of France centuries ago was accustomed to say of a convalescent patient, God cured him, I dressed him. I do not know whether, if I dared speak for the science of medicine near the close of the 19th century, I could say that. That is not the language of science now. If science thanks anything, it thanks other sciences and respects itself. But I will say that I might not have been able to save the life of your son if he had not been a healthy child, and a happy one. For happiness in a child is, of course, one of its signs of health. In his case I did not have to treat a patient with a disease. I had merely to treat a disease in a patient, and there is a great difference. The patient kept out of the case altogether, or in so far as he entered it as my assistant. But if he had not been healthy and happy, the result might have been, well, different. The mother's face became more radiant. If his health and happiness helped him through, she exclaimed, then his mother enters into the case. For his health was his birthright from his parents, and his happiness, on account of the absence of his father during most of his life when he has been awake, has been a gift from his mother. He has lived with happiness. Happiness has been before his eyes. Happiness has filled his ears. Happiness has held him in its arms. Happiness has danced for his feet. Happiness has rocked him to sleep. Happiness has smiled over him when he awoke. He has not known anything but happiness, because happiness has been his mother. And so, if he owes the preservation of his life to happiness, he owes it to the instinct of maternal imitation. The doctor had heard this carolling of maternity with full approval, this heaven-rising skylark song of motherhood. But at the last sentence he pricked up his ears with disfavor and stopped smiling. With him these were marks that he had withdrawn his intellectual fellowship. The trouble was that he esteemed her a charming and irreproachable woman and wife and mother, but that he could accord her no rank as a scientist, no standing whatsoever, and therefore he must part company with her when she spoke for instincts. The instinct of maternal imitation, the vanity of it, that her sex could believe a child to be sent into this world by the great mother of all wisdom, and given so poor a start as to be placed under the tyranny of an instinct to imitate any other imperfect human being, man or woman. Perhaps it was one of his weaknesses, when he came upon a case of folly, to wish to perform an operation in mental surgery at once, and without anesthetics, in order that the wide-awake intelligence of the sufferer might be enlisted against the recurrence of such a necessity. In a tone of affectionate forbearance he now said, if only there were any such thing in nature as the instinct of maternal imitation. Children have enough instincts to battle with and fight their way through as it is. Let me beg of you not to teach your child anything as criminally wrong as that. And don't you be so criminally wrong as to believe it." The mother's countenance fell. She released the doctor's hand and pushed her chair back, and she brushed out her lap with both hands, as though her words might somehow have fallen into it, and she did not wish them to remain there. She spoke caustically. "No intimate sacred bond between mother and child which guides it to imitate her?" She felt as though he had attacked the very citadel of motherhood, as though he had overthrown the tested and adopted standards of universal thinking, the very basic idea of existence, and she recoiled from this as a taint of eccentricity in him, that early death-knell of a physician's usefulness. But the doctor swept her words away with gay warmth. "Oh, there is an intimate sacred bond, of course, no doubt the most intimate, the most sacred in this world. Believe in that all you can, the more the better. But we are not speaking of that. That has nothing to do with this imagined instinct of maternal imitation. Don't you know that a foundling in a foundling asylum as instinctively imitates its nurse? Don't you know that a child as instinctively imitates its stepmother, if it loves her? Don't you know that a child as instinctively imitates its grandmother?" The mother lay back in her chair and looked at him without a word. But then Dr. Burney could be rude, curt, brutal. In proof of which he now leaned over toward her and continued with more gentleness. "Do you not know that every child in this world begins its advance into life by one path only, the path of least resistance, and its path of least resistance is paved and lined with what it likes? As soon as it can do anything for itself, it tries to do what it likes, and it never tries to do anything else. When, later on, a time comes when it can be persuaded to do a thing that it has already desired not to do, then its will comes into the case. It ceases to be simply a little animal and becomes a little human being. It begins to be moral and heroic instead of unmoral and unheroic. But we are not talking about that. The best we can do is to call those earliest movements of its life the reaching out of its instincts and its taking hold of things that are like its own leading traits. The parallel is in nature, where the tendril of a vine takes hold of the matured branch of the same vine and pulls itself up by this. Thus one generation knits itself to another through the binding of like to like. And that is the whole bond between mother and child, of father and child. It is like attaching itself to like under the influence of love. In this world every subject has two doors. You open one and the good things come out. You open the other and the evil things come out. This subject has its two doors, and I open the first door of mother of pearl. For you two pearls of mothers. Out of it comes all the exquisite, radiant traits that bind mothers and children. How many great men in history have begun their growth by attaching themselves to the great traits of their mothers? Then there is the other door. I am sorry to open it, but whether I open it or not, opened it will be. The door of ebony, behind which are imprisoned all the dark things that bind parents and children. I am afraid I shall have to illustrate. If a child is born mendacious, and its mother has mendacity as one of her leading traits, its little mendacity will flourish on her large mendacity. If it is born deceitful, and hypocrisy is one of her traits, hypocrisy in it will pull itself up by taking hold of hypocrisy in her. If it is born quick-tempered, and if ungovernable temper is one of her failings, every exhibition of this in her will foster its impatience and lack of self-control. These are some few of the dreadful things that come out, and if it is dreadful even to speak of them, think how much more dreadful to see them alive and to see them at work. Now, let's shut the dark door, and let us hope that some day Nature herself may not be able to open it ever again. Hitherto the older of the two mothers, the mother of many children, had remained silent with that peculiar expression of patience and sweetness which lies like a halo on the faces of good women who have brought many children into the world. She now spoke as if to release many thoughts weighing heavily upon her. It has always been my trouble, not that my children would not imitate me, but that they would imitate me. I have many faults, for I am human, and I can endure them as long as they remain mine. They have ceased to give me much concern. I suppose in a way I have grown attached to them, just as I like people whom I do not entirely approve. But as soon as I see the children reproducing my faults, these become responsibilities. They keep me awake at night. Sometimes they distress me almost beyond endurance. I know I have spent many anxious years with this problem, and I know also that the only times when their father has been over anxious about his failings has been when the boys have imitated him. He is always ready to leave a splendid attack on his faults, and they march at him from the direction of the boys. And so, said the doctor, laughing, this instinct of parental imitation is an instrument safe to take by the handle and dangerous to grasp by the blade. He knew fathers in the neighborhood who were dreading the time when their sons might begin to imitate them too far, and other fathers dreading the hour when their sons might cease to imitate their sires and wander away, preferably to imitate persons outside the family connection, possibly an instinct of non-parental imitation. He rose to go in a mood of great good nature, and looked from one to the other of the two mothers. Perhaps nature protected children from the dangers of imitating by not making it their duty to imitate, and perhaps, as all parents are imperfect human beings, she may have thought it simple justice to children to confer upon them the right to be disobedient. At least, if there is an instinct to obey, it is backed up with an equal instinct not to obey, and the two seem to have been left to fight it out between themselves. And that perhaps is the great battlefield where incessant fighting goes on between parents and children. And at least disobedience has been of equal value with obedience in the making of human history, in the development of the race. For if children had simply obeyed their parents, if the young had been born merely to ape the old, there never would have been any human young and old. We should all still be apes, even if we had developed as far as that. You two ladies, of course, with greatly modified features, might be throwing cocoanuts at each other on the tops of two rival palm trees, or, as the dutiful daughters of dutiful mothers, you might be taking afternoon naps in an oasis of dates, all because of that instinct of maternal imitation. He hurried out to the hat rack, making his retreat at the top of his own high spirits, they following, and with one glove on he held out his hand to the mother of the sick boy. "I'll come in the morning to see how he is, and to see how his mother is. Now shake hands and say I have been a good doctor to you both." The mother's reply showed that bitterness rankled in her as she yielded her hand coldly. "Even if you have tried to destroy for me the intimate sacred bond between a mother and her child, I don't think you will be able to deny that my boy is a healthy and happy child because he is a child of a perfect marriage." And she looked with secret and shaded import at the other mother. As the doctor drove out of the yard her last words lingered: "The healthy children of a perfect marriage." And the look the two mothers had exchanged, it was as though each had a sword in her eye and touched him with the point of it, hinting that he merited being run through. How often during these years he had encountered that same look from other mothers of the neighborhood. But if a wound like that could have been fatal, he reflected, if a wound like that could have finished me, I should not have been here to save the life of her boy. He would have been dead this morning. Then his mind, under the rigor of long training, passed to happier subjects. His success in the case of this child was one more triumph in the long list. It renewed his grip on power within him. But for the necessity to provide for a people the services of general practitioner, Dr. Burney would have made a specialty of children's diseases. The happiest moment he experienced in his profession was a day such as this, when he could announce the triumph of his skill and the saving of a young life. There was no sadder one than any day on which he walked out of the sick chamber and at the threshold met the gaunt ancient presence waiting to stalk in and take the final charge of the case given up by the vanquished physician. And when, a few days later, he sat in his buggy on the turnpike at the end of a procession, his healthy little patient stretched prostrate at the other end, he driving there as the public representative of a science that was ages old and that had gathered from all lands the wisdom of the best minds, but was still impotent. On such a day he went down to his lowest defeat. He had such a faith in the future of his science that he looked forward to the time when there would be no such monstrous tragedy on this planet as infant mortality. No healthy child would ever be allowed to die of disease. Disease would never be permitted to reach it, or, reaching it, would be arrested as it arrived. The vast multitude of physicians and surgeons now camped around the morning of life, waiting to receive the incoming generations on the rosy mountain tops of its dawn. Nearly all these would be withdrawn. They would move across the landscape of the world and pitch their tents on the plains of waning daylight, there to receive the ragged and broken army that came staggering from the battlefield, every soldier more or less wounded, every soldier more or less weary. There to give them a twilight of least suffering, their sundown of peace, and there to arrange that the great dark gates closed on them softly. The conversation that morning disclosed among other facts the secret dread of Dr. Burney's life, that the time would come when his children, especially his boy, might begin to imitate him more than he desired. For a long time now he had kept under closest observation the working out in each of them of the law of like attaching itself to like, for already this had borne fruit for both on the vine of his own profession. A physician in a city may practice his profession with complete segregation from the members of his family. His office may be miles away. If he sees his patients at his house, his children are kept in another part of it. But out in the country the whole house is open. The children rove everywhere. If their father is a physician, they know when he starts and when he returns, and there is displayed in full view the entire drama of his life. And his life is twofold. For the physician must demonstrate, as no member of any other profession is required to, that whoever would best serve mankind must first best serve himself. In this service he must reach a solution of the selfish and the unselfish. He must reconcile the world's two warring philosophies of egoism and altruism. The outside world has its attention fixed solely upon the drama of the physician's public service to it. For the members of his own family is reserved acquaintance, and the drama of his devotion to himself. Well for him, and well for them, if they do not misunderstand. Each of Dr. Burney's children responded to the attraction of a phase of his life, the phase that appealed to a leading trait in each. From the time of the little girl's beginning to observe her father, she was influenced by what looked to her like his self-love, his care about what he ate and drank, his changing of his clothes whenever he came home, whether they were drenched or were dry, his constant washing of his hands. All this pageant of self-adulation mirrored itself in her consciousness. When he was away from home, she could still follow him by her mother's solicitude for his comfort and safety. To Elsie's mother the ill were not so much a source of anxiety as a husband who was perfectly well, and thus there had been built up in Elsie herself the domineering idea that her father was the all-important personage in the neighbourhood, as a consequence of thinking chiefly of himself. Selfishness in her reached out and twined itself like a tendril about selfishness in him, and she proceeded to lift herself up and grow by this vital bond. Too young to transmit this resemblance, she did what she could to pass it on to the next generation. She handed it down and disseminated it in her doll-house. There was something terrifying and grim and awful in the fatalistic accuracy with which Elsie reproduced her father's selfishness among her dolls, because it was on a mimic scale what is going on all over the world. The weaving by children's fingers of parental designs long perpetuated in the tapestry of nature, the same old looms, the same old threads, the same old designs, but new fingers. One of the dolls was known as the Doctor, the others were members of his family and his domestics. This puppet was a perfect child image of the god of self-idolatry, as set up in the person of a certain Dr. Downs Birney, and as observed by his very loyal and most affectionate and highly amused daughter Elsie. One day the doctor, quietly passing the open door of the nursery, saw Elsie on the floor with her back turned to him, faithfully copying and dramatizing some of the daily scenes of his professional life. His eyes shone with humor as he looked on, but there was sadness in them as he turned silently away. With the boy it was otherwise. The earliest notion of his father the boy had grasped was that of always traveling toward the sick, to a world that needed him. All the roads of the neighborhood, turnpikes, lanes, carriage tracks, wagon tracks, footpaths, met at his father's house. If you followed any one of them long enough, sooner or later you would reach someone who was sick. When he was quite young, his father began to take him in his buggy on his circuits, and at every house where they stopped he witnessed this never-ending drama of need and aid. Such countenances people had as they followed his father out to the buggy where he was holding the reins. Such happy faces, or so sad, so sad. Souls hanging on his father's word as though life went on with it or went to pieces with it. Actually his father had no business of his own. He merely drove about and enabled other people to attend to their business. He one day asked him why he did not sometimes do something for himself and the family. Thus a leading trait in him gripped that branch of his father's life where hung his service to others, and by this vital bond it lifted itself up and began to flourish in its long travel toward maturity. He literally took hold of his father as a social implement by the well-worn handle of common use. His presence in the buggy with his father was not incidental. It was the doctor's design. He wished to have the boy along during these formative years in order that he might get the right start toward the great things of life as these one by one begin to break in upon the attention of a growing boy. The doctor wanted to be the first to talk with him, the first to sow the right suggestions. It was one of his sayings that the earliest suggestions rooted in the mind of the child will be the final things to drop from the dying man's brain. What goes in first comes out last. And so there began to be many conversations, incredible questions, answers not always forthcoming, and a series of revelations ensued. The boy revealing his growth to a watchful father, and the father revealing his life to a very watchful son. These revelations began to look like milestones on life's road, marked with further understandings. Thus, one day when the boy was a good deal younger than now, his father had come home and had gotten ready to go away again and was sitting before the fire, looking gravely into it, and taking solitary counsel about some desperate case, as the country doctor must often do. Being a very little fellow then, he had straddled one of his father's mighty legs, and had balanced himself by resting his hands on his father's mighty shoulders. "Is somebody very sick?" The head under the weather-roughened hat nodded silently. "I wonder how it happens that all the sick are in our neighborhood." A smile flitted across the doctor's mouth. "The sick are in all neighborhoods, little wanderer." He said this cheerfully. It was his idea, and he tried to enforce it at home, that young children must never, if possible, make the acquaintance of the words bad and sad, nor of the realities that are masked behind them. He especially believed that what the old are familiar with as life's tragic laws ought never to be told to children as tragic. What is inevitable should never be presented to them as misfortunes. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 3. When a Boy Finds Out About His Father, Part 2. Therefore he now declared that the sick are in all neighborhoods, as he might have stated that there are wings on all birds, or leaves on all growing apple-trees. "Not all over the world?" asked the boy, enlarging his vision in space. "All over the world," admitted the doctor with entire cheerfulness. The fact was a matter of no consequence. "Not all the time?" asked the boy, enlarging his outlook in time. "All the time. All over the world and all the time," conceded the doctor, as though this made not the slightest difference to a human being. "Isn't there a single minute when everybody is well everywhere?" "Not a single solitary minute." "Then somebody must always be suffering." The doctor nodded again. The matter was not worth speaking of. "Then somebody else must always be sorry." The doctor bowed encouragingly. "Then I am sorry too." This time the doctor did not move his head, and he did not open his lips. He saw that a new moment had arrived in the boy's growth, a consciousness of the universal tragedy and personal share and sorrow in it. He knew that many people never feel this. Some feel it late, a few feel it early. He had always said that children should never feel it. He knew also that when once it has begun, it never ends. Nothing ever banishes it or stills it, that perception of the human tragedy and one's share and sorrow in it. He did not welcome its appearance now, in his son least of all. For an instant he charged himself with having made a mistake in taking the child along on his visits to the sick, thus making known too early the dark side of happy neighborhood life. Then he went further back, and traced this premature seriousness to its home and its beginning, in prenatal depression, in a mother's anguish and a wife's despair. It was a bitter retrospect. It kept him brooding. The chatter was persistent. A hand was stretched up, and it took hold of his chin and shook it. "There ought to be a country where nobody suffers, and there ought to be a time, a large country, and a long time." "There is such a country, and there is such a time, Herbert," said the doctor, now with some sadness. "Then I'll warrant you it's part of the United States," cried the boy, getting his idea of mortality slightly mixed with his early Americanism. "Texas would hold them, wouldn't it? Don't you think Texas could contain them all and contain them forever?" The doctor laughed, and seemed to think enough had been said on the subject of large enough graveyards for the race. "Why don't you doctors send your patients to that country?" "Perhaps we do sometimes." The doctor laughed again. "Do you ever send yours?" "Possibly." "And how many do you send?" "I don't know," exclaimed the doctor, laughing this time without being wholly amused. "I don't know, and I never intend to try to find out. When I grow up, We'll practise together and send twice as many," the boy said, looking into his father's eyes with the flattery of professional imitation. "So we will. There'll be no trouble about that. Twice as many, perhaps 3 times. No trouble whatever." He took the hands from his shoulders and laid them in the palm of his and studied them. Those masculine, boyish hands that had never touched any of the world's suffering. And then he looked at his own hands, which had handled so much of the world's suffering, but had never reached happiness, happiness which for years had dwelt just at his fingertips, but beyond arm's reach. Not very long afterwards another conversation lettered another milestone in the progress of mutual understanding. It was a beautiful drowsy May morning near noon, and the two were driving slowly homeward along the turnpike. When the lazily trotting horse reached the front gate of a certain homestead, he stopped and threw one ear backward as a living interrogation point. As his answer, he got an unexpected cut in the flank with the tip of the lash that was like the sting of a hornet, a reminder that the driver was not alone in the buggy, that the horse should have known he was not alone, and that what he did when alone was a matter of confidence between master and beast. The boy, who had been thrown backward, heels high, laughed as he settled himself again on his cushion. "He thought you wanted to turn in." "He thinks too much sometimes." "Don't they ever get sick there?" "I suppose they do." "Then you turn in." "Then I don't turn in." "Aren't you their doctor?" "I was the doctor once." "Where was I?" "I don't know where you were. You were not born." "So many things happened before I was born. I wish they hadn't." "It is a pity. I had the same experience." The buggy rolled slowly along homeward. On one side of the road were fields of young Indian corn, the sword-like blades flashing in the sun. On the other side fields of red clover blooming. The fragrance was wafted over the fence to the buggy. Further, in a soft grassy lawn, on a little knoll shaded by a white ash, a group of sleek cattle stood content in their blameless world. Over the prostrate cows one lordly head, its incurved horns deep hidden by its curls, kept guard. The scene was a living Kentucky replica of Paul Potter's bull. "Drive," murmured the doctor, handing over the reins, and he drew his hat low over his eyes and set his shoulder against the corner of the buggy. He often caught up with sleep while on the road, and he often tried to catch up with thinking. The horse always knew when the reins changed hands. He disregarded the proxy, kept his own gait, picked the best of the road, and turned out for passing vehicles. The boy now grasped the lines with unexpected positiveness, and he leaned over and looked up under the rim of his father's hat. "I hope the doctor they employ will give them the wrong medicines," he confided. "I hope the last one of them will have many a rattling good bellyache for their meanness to you." Then more years for father and son, each finding the other out. And now, finally, on the morning of that 24th day of December, the father was to witness a scene in the drama of his life as amazingly performed by his son, illustrating what a little actor can do when he undertakes to imitate an old actor to whom he is most loyal. That morning after breakfast the apt pupil in life's school had been sent for, and when he had entered the library his father was sitting before the fire, idle. The buggy was not waiting outside, the hat and overcoat and gloves were nowhere in sight, and he had not gotten ready his satchel, which took the place of the saddle–bags of earlier generations, when the country doctor travelled around on horseback, and carried the honey of physic packed at his thighs, like a wingless, befattened bumble–bee. This morning it looked as though all the sick were well at last. It was a sound if wicked world, and nothing was left for a physician but to be happy in it, without a profession and without wickedness. He threw himself into his father's impulsively opened arms, and was heaved high into his lap. Though he was growing rather mature for laps now, he was beginning to speculate about having something of a lap of his own, quite a good deal of a lap. "How is the children's epidemic to–day?" "Never you mind about the children's epidemic. I'll take care of the children's epidemic," repeated the doctor. pulling the long-faced, autumn-faced prodigy of all questions between his knees and looking him over with secret solicitude. "We'll not talk about sick children, but about two well children. Thanked be the Father of all children. So you and Elsie are going away to help celebrate a Christmas tree." "Yes, but when are you going to have a Christmas tree of our own?" Now that subject had two prongs, and the doctor seized the prong that did not pierce family affairs, did not pierce him. He settled down to the subject with the splendid warmth and heartiness. "Well, let me see. You may have your first Christmas tree as soon as you are old enough to commence to do things for other people, as soon as you can receive into your head the smallest hard pill of an idea about your duty to millions and millions and millions of your fellow medicine-takers. Can you understand that?" "Gracious, that would be a big pill, larger than my head. I don't see what it has to do with one miserable little dead pine-tree." The doctor roared. "It has this to do with one miserable dead pine-tree. Don't you know yet that Christmas trees are in memory of a boy who was once exactly your age and height, and perhaps with your appetite, and with just as many eyes, and possibly even more questions? The boy grew up to be a man. The man became a teacher. The teacher became a neighborhood doctor. The neighborhood doctor became the greatest physician of the world, and he never took a fee." "Ah, yes, but he wasn't a better doctor than you are, was he? If he'd come into this neighborhood and tried to practice, you'd soon have ousted him, wouldn't you, with your doses and soups and jellies?" "Hm," grunted the doctor, with a wry twist of the mouth. "I suppose I would. Yes, undoubtedly I'd have ousted him. He could never have competed with me in my practice. Never. But we won't try that hard little pill of an idea any more. We'll drop the subject of Christmas trees for one more year. Perhaps by that time you can take the pill as a powder. So, I hear you are going to attend a dancing party. We'll talk about the party. And you are going over there to stay all night. I wish I were going." "I wish I were going over there to stay all night," reiterated the man, with an outrush of solemn tenderness that reached back through vain years, through so many parched, unfilled years. "I wish so too," cried the boy, instantly burying his face on his father's coat-sleeve, then lifting it again and looking at him with a guilty flush which the doctor did not observe. "Oh, do you? We won't say anything more about that, though I'm glad you'd like to have me along. Now then, go and have a good time, and take long steps and large mouthfuls. And you might do well to remember that a boy's stomach is not a bird-nest to be lined with candy eggs." "I think candy eggs would make a very good lining, better than real eggs, and about half the time you're trying to line me with them, aren't you? With all the sulphur in them, and I do hate sulphur, and I have always hated it since the boy at my desk in school wore a bag of it around his neck under his shirt to keep off diseases. My, how he smelt! Worse than contagion. Candy eggs would make a very good lining. Even the regular soldiers get candy in their rations now. And they don't have to eat new-laid eggs of mornings. Think of an army having to win a hard-fought battle on soft-boiled eggs. They don't have to do that, do they?" "They do not," said the doctor. "They positively do not. But we won't say anything more about eggs, saccharine or sulphurous. What are you going to do at the party?" "I am going to dance." "Alone?" "Oh, dear, all alone? You'd better go skate on the ice. Not all alone?" "I should say not. With my girl, of course." "That's better, much better. And then what?" "I am going to promenade, with my girl on my arm." "On both arms, did you say?" "No, on one arm." "Which?" "Either." "That sounds natural. Heart action regular, brain unclouded, temperature normal." "And then? What next?" "I'm going to take the darling in to supper." "Hold on, not so fast. Suppose there isn't any supper for the darling?" "Don't say that. It would nearly kill me. Don't you suppose there'll be any supper?" "I'm afraid there will be. Well, after the darling has had her fatal supper, of course you won't want any. What then?" "What else is there to do?" "You don't look as innocent as you imagine." You don't have to confess what you'd like to do you? Would you have told your father?" "I don't think I would." "Then I won't tell you." "Then you needn't. I don't wish to know. Only it must not be on the cheek. Remember, you are no son of mine if it's on the cheek." "I thought I heard you say that got people into trouble." "Maybe I did. I ought to have said it if I didn't. And it seems to be the kind of trouble that you are trying to get into. Temperature rising, but still normal. Respiration deeper. All symptoms favorable. No further bulletins deemed necessary. Well then, where were we? Anyhow, I'd never thought of cheeks when I thought of that. I thought cheeks were for chewing." "Guardian powers of our erring reason, where did you get that idea, if sanity can call it an idea?" "Watching our cows." The doctor laughed till tears ran down his face. "You can't learn much about kissing by watching anybody's cows, governor," he said, wiping the tears away. "Not about human kissing. You must begin to direct your attention to an animal not so meek and drivable. You must learn to consider, my son, that hornless wonder and terror of the world who forever grazes but never ruminates." For years, in talking with a mind too young wholly to understand, he had enjoyed the play of his own mind. He knew only too well that there are few or none with whom a physician may dare have his sportive fling at his fellow creatures, at life in general. From a listener who never sat in harsh judgment, and who would never miscarry his random words, he had upon occasion derived incalculable relief. "Anyhow, I have learned that cows have the new American way of chewing, so they never get indigestion, do they?" "If they do, they cannot voice their symptoms in my mummied ears," said the doctor, who often seemed to himself to have been listening to hue and cry for medicine since the days of Topmes. "However, we won't say anything further about that. What else are you going to do over there? This can't possibly be all." "Tonight we children are going to sit up until midnight, to see whether the animals bellow and roar and make all kinds of noise on Christmas Eve. We know they don't, but we're going to prove they don't." "Where did you pick up that notion?" "Where did you pick it up when you were a boy?" "I fail to remember," admitted the doctor with mock dignity, damaged in his logic, but recalling the child legend that on the night of the Nativity universal nature was in sympathy with the miracle. All sentient creatures were wakeful and stirring, and sent forth the chorus of their cries in stables and barns, paying their tribute to the divine in the manger, and proclaiming their brotherhood with him who was to bring into the world a new gospel for them also. "I don't know where I got that," he repeated. "Well, after all the animals bellow and roar and make all kinds of noise, then what?" "There isn't but one thing more, and that is best of all." "You don't say! Out with it!" "That is our secret." The new decision of tone demonstrated that another stage had been reached in their intercourse. The boy had withdrawn his confidence. He had entered the ranks of his own generation, and had taken his confidence with him. Personally also he had shut the gate of his mind, and the gate was guarded by a will. Henceforth it was to be opened by permission of the guard. Something in their lives was abruptly ended. The father felt like ending the talk. "Very well, then. We won't say anything more about the secret. And now you had better run along." "But I don't want to run along just yet. It will be a long time before I see you again. Have you thought of that?" He reversed his position so as to face the fire, and he crossed his feet out beyond the promontory of the doctor's knees and folded his arms on the rampart of those enfolding arms. For a few moments there was intimate silence. Then he inquired, "How old must a boy be to ask a girl?" A flame more tender and humorous burned in the doctor's eyes. "Ask her what?" "Ask her nothing. Ask her." "You mean tell her, don't you? Not ask her, my friend and relative. Tell her." "Well, ask her and tell her too. They go together." "Is it possible? I'm always glad to learn." "Then how old must he be?" "Well, if you stand in need of the opinion of an experienced physician, as soon as he learns to speak would be about the right period. That would be the safest age. The patient would then have leisure to consider his case before being affected by the disease. You could have time to get singed and step away gradually instead of being roasted alive all at once. Does that sound hard?" "Not very. Do you love a girl longer if you tell her or if you don't tell her?" "I'm afraid nobody has ever tried both ways. Suppose you try both, and let us have the benefit of your experience." "Well, then, if you love, do you love forever?" The doctor laughed nervously, and tightened his arms around the innocent. "Nobody has lived forever yet. Nobody knows." "But forever, while you live, do you love as long as that?" "You wouldn't know until you were dead, and then it would be too late to report. But aren't you doing a good deal of hard fighting this morning, on soft–boiled eggs? Though I think the victory is yours, General, the victory is truly and honestly yours." "I can't stop thinking, can I?" "You don't expect me to stop thinking, do you, when I'm just beginning really to think?" "Very well, then, we won't say anything more about thinking." "Then do you, or don't you?" "Now what are you trying to talk about?" demanded the doctor angrily, and as if on instant guard. He knew hatred seemed coming to life in him. There was a burning flash of it in his eyes. "Just between ourselves, suppose that when I am a man, and after I have been married to Elizabeth a while, I get tired of her and want a little change, and I fell in love with another man's wife, and dared not tell her, because if I did I might get a bullet through me. Would I love the other man's wife more because I could not tell her, or would I love her more because I told her and risked the bullet?" Pall–like silence draped the room, thick, awful silence. The father lifted his son from his lap to the floor, and turned him squarely around, and looked him in the eyes imperiously. Many a time with some such screened but piercing power, he, as a doctor, had scrutinized the faces of children, to see whether they were aware that some vast tragedy of life was in the room with them. To keep them from knowing had often been his main care. Seeing them know had been life's last pity. Young children finding out the tragedies of their parents with one another, so many kinds of tragedies. "You had better go now," he urged gently. Then an idea clamped his brain in its vice. "And remember, while you are over there, you must try to behave with your best manners, because you are going to stay in the house of a great lady. All the questions that you want to ask me when you come back. Ask me." The boy, standing before his father, said with a strange quietness and stubbornness, probing him deeply through the eyes, "You haven't answered my last question yet, have you?" "Not yet," said the doctor with strange quietness also. The boy had never before heard that tone from his father. "It's sad being a doctor, isn't it?" he suggested, studying his father's expression. "What do you know about sad? Who told you anything about sad?" muttered the doctor with new sadness now added to old sadness. "Nobody had to tell me. I knew without being told." "Run along now." "Now I'll walk along, but I won't run along. I'll walk away from you, but I won't run away from you." He wandered across the room, and stood with his hand reluctantly turning the knob. Then, with a long, silent look at his father, he closed the door between them. Section 4 of the Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 4. The Books of the Year, Part 1. Dr. Burney stood motionless in the middle of the room with his gaze riveted on the door through which his son had lingeringly disappeared. Some one of the world's greatest painters, chancing to enter, might worthily have desired to paint him, putting no questions as to who the man was, or what he was, or what darkening or brightening history stretched behind him, or what entanglement of right and wrong lay around and within, painting only the unmistakable human signs he witnessed, and leaving his portrait for thousands of people to look at afterwards and make out of it what they could, through kinship, with the good and evil in themselves. Velasquez, with his brush moving upon those areas of lonely struggle which sometimes lie within the wrecks at the bottom of the sea of human eyes; Frans Hals, fixing the cares which hover too long around our mouths; Van Dyck, sitting in the shadow of the mystery that slants across all mortal shoulders; Rembrandt drawn apart into the dignity that invests colossal disappointment; any merciless, masterful limner of them, all in a mood to portray those secret passions which drive men, especially men of middle age, towards safer deeps upon the rocks. He had a well set, soldierly figure, and the swarthy, roughened face that results from years of exposure to weather; a face looking as if inwardly scarred by the tempests of his character, but unwrinkled by the outer years. Both face and figure breathed the silent impassiveness of the regular who has been through campaigns enough already, but is enlisted for life and for whatsoever duty may bring. He standing there in some wise palpably draped in the ideals of his profession, as the soldier keeps his standard waving high somewhere near his tent, to remind him of the greatness that he guards, and of the greatness that guards him. Not a tall man as men grow on that Kentucky plateau, and looking less than his stature by reason of being so strongly built, square standing, ponderous; his muscles here and there perceivable under his loosely fitting sack suit of dark grey tweeds, so that out of respect for strength, which is both manhood and manliness, your eye travelled approvingly over his proportions, measuring the heavy legs down to the boots, the heavy arms out to the wrists, the heavy, square, thick, muscular, warm hands, and the heavy torso up to the short neck rising full out of a low turned down collar. In this neck an animal wildness and virile ferocity, not subdued, not stamped out, partly tamed by a will. Overtopping this neck a tremendous head covered with short glossy black hair, curling blue black hair. In this head a powerful blunt nose, set like the muzzle of a big gun pointing to fire a heavy projectile at a distant target, the nose of a never releasing tenacity. Above this nose, right and left, thick black brows, the bars of nature's iron purpose. Under these brows wonderful greyish eyes with glints of Scotch blue in them, or of Irish blue, or of Saxon blue, for the blood of three races ran thick in his veins and mingled in the confusions of his character. Blue that was in the eyes of earlier Scottish men, exulting in heather and Highland stag, or the blue of other eyes that had looked meltingly on golden-haired minstrel and gold-framed harp, eyes that might have poured their love into Isolde's, or have faded out in the death of Tristan. Or the blue of still other eyes, archers who had shot their last arrows and dying drew themselves to the feet of Harold, their blue-eyed king, fighting for Saxon England's right and might. They were eyes that could look you to the core with intelligence, and then rest upon you from the outside with sympathy for all that he had seen to be human in you, whether of strength or of weakness, but never of meanness. Under the blunt nose a thick stubby moustache trimmed short, leaving exposed the whole red mouth, the mouth of great passions, no paltry passions, none despicable or contemptible. On the whole, a man who advances upon you with all there is in him, and without waiting for you to advance upon him. No stepping aside for people in this world by this man, nor stepping timidly over things. Even as he stood there, a motionless figure, he diffused an influence most warm and human, gay and tragic, irresistible. A man loved secretly or openly by many women, a man that men were glad to come to confide in, when they crossed the frontiers of what Balzac, speaking of the soldiers of Napoleon, called their miserable joys and joyous miseries. But assuredly not a man to be put together by piecemeal description such as this. The very secret of his immense influence being some charm of mystery, as there is mystery in all the people that win us and rule us and hold us, for though we pressed our ear against this mystery, and caught there the sound of a meaning vaster than ourselves, not meant for us but flowing away from us along the unbroken channels of the universe, still to be flowing there long after we ourselves are stilled. Thus he stood in his library that morning, when his son left him, brought to a stop in the road of life, as by a straw fallen at his feet borne on a rising wind, another harbinger of a coming storm. By and by, not far away, a door on that side of the house was slammed. The sound of muffled feet was heard on the porch, and then the laughter of children as they bounded across the yard. As his ear caught the noises, he hurried to the window and looked out, and then he threw up the sash and hailed them loudly. "Ho there, you winter snowbirds without wings!" As the children wheeled and paused, he smiled and shook his forefinger. "Remember to keep those two red mouths closed, and to breathe through those two red noses." And then, as he recalled some exercises which he had lately been putting them through, he added, with ironic emphasis, laughing the while, "And when you breathe, remember to bring into play those two invaluable little American diaphragms and those two priceless pairs of American ribs." The little girl nodded repeatedly to indicate that she could understand if she would, and would obey if she cared, and putting her red mittened fingertips to her lips, she threw him a good-bye with a wide sweeping gesture of the arms to right and left, and the boy made a soldierly salute, touching a hand to his skull-cap with the uncouth rigour of a veteran in the raw. Then they bounded off again. The doctor drew down the sash and watched them. 100 yards from the house the ground sloped to a limestone spring at the foot of the hill, a characteristic Kentucky formation. From this spring issued a brook, on the banks of which stood a clump of forest trees, bathing their roots in the moisture. Upon reaching the brow of this hill, the boy lagged behind his sister as though to elude her observation. Then, turning, looked back at his father, looked but made no sign, a little upright pillar of life on the brow of that declivity. Then he dropped out of sight. A few moments later, up over the hill where he was last seen, a little cloud of autumn leaves came scurrying. As they neared the wall of the house, where the wind by pressure veered skyward to clear the roof, some of the leaves were caught up and dashed against the window panes, behind which the doctor was standing. Had the sash been raised, they would have thrown themselves into his arms, and have clung to his neck and breast. He did not know why, but they caused him a pang, those little brown parchments torn from the finished volume of the year. They caused him a subtle pang. He turned from the window, goaded by more than resolution, and crossed to his writing desk on the opposite side. There lay the work mapped out for the morning. No interruptions were to be expected from his patients, though of course there might be new patients, since accidents and illnesses befall unheralded. There would be no visitors, not to-day. In a country of the warmest social customs, and of family ties so widely interknit that whole communities are bound together as with vine-like closeness, no one visits on the day before Christmas. In every little town the world of people crowd the streets and shops, or busy themselves in preparations at home. Out in the country, those who have not flocked to the towns are as joyously occupied. No visitors, then, and the children were gone, no disturbances from their romping. The servants had put his rooms in order, and were too discreetly trained to return upon their paths. After breakfast, at the stable, he had given orders to his man for the day while he was having a look at his horses. Well stalled, well groomed, docile, intelligent. At his gaited saddle horse, at the nag for his buggy, at the perfectly matched pair for his carriage. As he appeared in the doorway of the stalls, each beast, turning his head, had sent to him its affectionate greeting out of eyes that looked like wells of soft blue smoke. Each said, "Take me to-day." He was a little vain of being weather-wise, as is apt to be the case with country-bred folk, and at the last stable door, having studied the wind and the sky and the temperature, he had said to his man that the weather was changing, it would be snowing by afternoon. Usually in that latitude the first flurry of snow gladdens the eye near Thanksgiving, but sleighs are not often flying until late December. There had been no snow as yet. It was due, and the weather showed signs of its multitudinous onset. He felt so sure in his forecast that he had instructed his man to put the sleigh in readiness. He himself went into the saddle–house, and from a peg amid the gear and harness he took down the sleigh–bells. Then he shook them roughly. He smiled as above the cascade of mellow winter sounds there settled a little cloud of summer dust. He observed that the leather needed mending, what he called "a few surgical stitches," and he had brought the bells with him to the house, and they now lay on the floor of his office in the adjoining room. He thought that if it should snow heavily enough, he would use the sleigh when he started out in the afternoon. There were several sick children to visit on opposite horizons of his neighborhood. The sound of the bells as he drove in at their front gates might have value. It would not only mean the coming of his sleigh, but it would suggest to them the approach of that mysterious sleigh of the world which that night they were expecting. Afterwards he was to go to a distant county seat for a consultation. His road home was a straight turnpike. It would be late when he returned, perhaps far in the night, and he would have the sound of the bells to himself. The bells and his thoughts and Christmas Eve. This plan of Dr. Burney's regarding the children laid bare one of his ideas as a physician. For years he had employed increasingly in his practice the power of suggestion. For years life, as he sometimes surmised, had employed the power of suggestion on him. He felt assured that in treating the sick there are cases where every suggestion of happiness that can reach a patient draws him back toward life. Every suggestion of unhappiness lowers his vitality and helps to roll him over the precipice. The final push need be a very slight one. The melody of sleigh–bells falling on the ears of the sick children that afternoon might have the weight of a sunbeam on delicate scales, and tip the balances as he wished. He believed that many a time the weight of a mental sunbeam was all that was needed to decide the issue. He looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock, and dinner was served at 1, and he had a tranquil outlook for 3 hours of work. The only remaining source from which an interruption could have reached him was his wife. His wife! His wife never intruded. Not 3 hours, but 2 hours and a half to be exact, for the dining–room adjoined his library, and every day at 12:30 o'clock his wife entered the dining–room to superintend final preparations for dinner. From the instant of her entrance, concentration of mind ended for him. He occupied himself with things less important, and with odds and ends for mind and body. She would draw the shades of the windows delicately to temper the light according as the day was cloudy or cloudless. She would bring fresh flowers for the table. She would inspect the clearness of the cut glass, the brightness of the silver, the snowiness of the napkins. She would prepare at the sideboard a salad, a sauce. She would give a final push to the chairs, last of all a straightening push to his. All the lower drudgery of the servants, and all the higher domestic triumphs of her skill led to this chair, as to a kind of throne where the function of feeding reigned. With that final adjustment of the piece of furniture in which his body was to be at ease while he gorged himself, with that act of grade, the doors were opened, dinner was announced, he walked in, and faced his wife, and dined with Nemesis. This pride of hers in housekeeping was part of her inheritance, of the civilization of her land and people. It was a little separate dynasty of itself. Often, as the years had gone by, he had been thankful that she could thus far find compensation for larger disappointment. It helped to keep her a healthy woman, if it could not render her a happy wife. Near the sugar and the flour she could perhaps 3 times a day realize small perfections. She could mould little ideals and turn them out on the shelf and verify them with a silver spoon. An ideal life in the pantry for a woman who had expected an ideal life with him in library and parlour and bedroom and out in the world. It was all as if she sat at the base of love's ruined pyramids and tried to divert her desolation by configuring ant–hills. And he was well aware that this pride of housekeeping was the least of all the prides that grouped themselves around that central humiliation of wifehood. He had sometimes thought that if, after her death, over her were planted a weeping willow, Mere nutritive pride in her dust would force the boughs to reverse their natural direction and shoot upward, as stiff as a spruce. The dining room, in the old fashioned Kentucky way, was richly carpeted, but the moment she set foot within it, he could trace her steps as unerringly as though she had been shod with explosives. Likewise she sang to herself a good deal. He had long ago diagnosed that symptom of nervous self-consciousness. When he had married her, voice and piano had been one of the resources he thought he would hold in reserve for the emptying years. Music would fill so much rational silence. It was one of his semi-serious declarations that only two people, more or less out of their senses, could keep on talking to each other till death forced them to hold their tongues. But with tragic swiftness and sureness, a few years after their marriage the music stopped. The piano was shut. More than that terminated. After 2 children were born, there were no more. That profound living music came to an end also, and perhaps one of the deepest desires of his nature was for that kind of long union with his wife, and for many children. Perhaps the only austerity in him was an austere patriarchal authority to people the earth and to bequeath the inheritance of it to his seed. When she had ceased singing to him soon after marriage, she had begun to sing to herself, habitually during this half hour of proximity. The sound took up a fixed abode in his ear, as there is a roaring in a seashell. He could hear it miles across the country. It was the loudest sound to him in this world, that barely audible self-conscious singing of his wife. During this interval also she addressed her commands to the maid in tones lowered not to disturb him. He could not hear the words, but there was no mistaking the tones. What beautiful, eager, victorious, thrilling tones, over a dish of steaming vegetables, over a savoury toast. They forced him to be reminded that the nature of his wife was not a brook run dry. Its leaping waters were merely turned away into another channel. Only when she spoke with him did the cadence of her tones sag. Then all the modulations ran downhill, as into some inner pit of emptiness. It was impossible for him to believe that the occasional chuckle and cackle of the maid during these whispered colloquies grew out of aspersions winged at him, at the hungry ogre, middle-aged, almost corpulent, on the other side of the wall, at the species of advanced gorilla, poorly disguised in collar and necktie and midway garments, and with wool and leather drawn over his lower pair of modernized walking-hands. Yet the truth was undeniable that when dinner was announced and he went in, the maid, standing behind her mistress's chair, fixed her gaze on him with fresh daily delight in understanding or misunderstanding the wretchedness of the household. The first time he had ever seen this maid was one evening upon going in to supper. They were expecting guests, and his wife wore an evening gown. As he seated himself he became aware, almost without glancing across the table, that something novel had arrived upon the scene, something youthful yet as immemorial as Erebus. Behind the glistening whiteness of his wife's bust and its cold proud dignity there was something sable, bird-like, all beak and eyes, with a small head on which grew a kind of ruffled indignant feathers. He tried to take no further notice of the apparition, but could not escape the experience that several times during the meal he rescued his biscuit as from between the claws of a competing raven. In the course of time, as this combination of black and white refused to dissolve and rather coalesced into a duality holding good for meal hours, he felt impelled to characterize the alliance, to envisage for his own relief the totality of its comic gloom. So he called it his bust of Pallas and his Nevermore. And his Nevermore, perched behind his bust of Pallas at every function, fixed her dull stupid eyes on him in unceasing judgment. He was never quite persuaded of the human reality of her, never fully believed that she reached to the carpet, and he never got up from the table to see whether she cast a shadow on the floor. But he knew that it was the fowl's intention to cast whatsoever shadow it carried about with it upon him. She had become a critic of his domestic relations. This servant, this malarrangement of beak and eyes, with bare brain enough not to let plates fall, and not to dangle her fingers in scalding water, nor singe her head feathers in the oven, this servant of his arraigned him in his humanity. And if this servant, then all his servants, and if all his servants, then all the servants of the neighborhood. The whole Plutonian shore croaked its black damnation of him, the leading citizen of his community, its central vital character, who held in his keeping the destiny of a people. He had a vision of the august assemblage of them, uplifted into the heavenliness of an African Valhalla, such as is disclosed in the last act of the tetralogy, all gazing down upon him as a profaning Alberic who had raked the virgin gold of marital love. On a near peak of especial moral grandeur his Nevermore stood in her supernal resentment of his wife's wrong. For whatever Nevermore was not, at least she was woman. And what woman fails to espouse any wife's dignity except the woman who supplants the wife? Not even she, for if ever in turn her hour comes, her first outcry is, "I might have known." Dr. Burney did not have 3 hours for this morning's business then, but 2 hours and a half, and forthwith beginning, he took from his breast pocket a small book and transferred from it to a large diary his notes of visits to patients on the day preceding. This soon done, he was ready for the main work. It was now the closing week of the year when according to custom he posted the year's books, for he was his own secretary. By New Year's Day his accounts were about ready and new books were opened. He always took up with repugnance this valuation of his services. It was to him one of life's ironies that in order to live he must take toll of death. He must harvest his bread from the fields of tears. He must catch his annual treasure from those rainbows of hope that spanned weary pillows. He must fill his wine-jar by dipping his cup into the waves of Lethe. He must equip his very stable with the ferriage he had collected on the banks of the Styx. His heart was never in his bookkeeping. This morning he could barely fix upon it his thoughts, so that before commencing he allowed himself to turn the leaves, getting a distasteful bird's-eye view of this panorama of neighborhood suffering and mortality there outspread on the table. 2 infants in January had had scarlet fever. So much for the infants and the fever. A boy had had measles, an assessment for measles. A girl had had mumps, the price of mumps. An old lady, going one bitter February afternoon to her hen house to see whether the hens had begun to lay, had slipped on the ice-covered step and had fractured her hip-bone. Damages for the friable hip-bone of the senile. A negro man, stationed in an ice-house to knock to pieces with an axe the blocks of ice as they were hauled from the pond, had had his feet frost-bitten. In April a stable-boy had been kicked in the groin and bitten in the shoulder by a stallion. This stallion, in whom survived the fighting traits of the wild horse and defiance of man as an enemy who had no use for him but to enslave him and work him to death, had already killed 2 stablemen. Too valuable for the stud to be himself killed, and too dangerous to be approached or handled, it was decided to destroy his eyesight, and the doctor had been called in to treat both stable-boy and stallion. There was a bill for his services to the boy, none for the stallion. He was not a veterinary. But it was his hand that had jabbed the long needle into those virile, unconquerable eyes, leaving that Samson Agonistes of the herd, whose only crime had been to reject civilization, as was his right. There was no one to put out the doctor's eyes, who also had rejected civilization, which was not his right. In June a lad climbing a cherry-tree with the ambition to capture the earliest cherries dangling scarlet, had fallen flat upon his back when the limb had split from the half-rotten trunk, thus jarring his spine. It was a bad case. He must now make out a good bill for it. Otherwise the father would feel resentful. In harvest time one of his friends, a young farmer, overheated, went bathing too soon in a fresh-water pond, made cooler by a recent hailstorm. Between the leaves lay a note from his widow, with its deep black border and its morning perfume. She had asked for the account, had asked punctiliously to pay for a beloved young husband's fatal chill. In autumn 2 barefoot half-grown brothers were cutting ironweeds in a pasture with hemp-hooks. The elder by too heavy a stroke had sent his blade clean through a clump of weeds into the ankle of the younger, slashing it to the bone. Thus the record ran on as the doctor turned the pages as a preliminary survey of his chart of suffering. And then there were the cases of those coming into the world, and the cases of those going out, birth rates, death rates. He must exact of nature his fee for continuing the existence of the human race, and he must go about among his friends and neighbours and wring money out of them because those they loved best had merely paid their own decent debt to mortality. He dipped his pen into the ink, drew before him some blanks, and began to make out the bills. The rooms were very quiet and comfortable. Winter sunshine entered through the windows. The Christmas wind frolicked outside the walls. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 5. The Books of the Year, Part 2. To be forced to sit there and say to the world, "My feelings have nothing to do with it. You must pay what you owe. Because all life is payment. Everything is a settlement. There is but one that is exempt, nature. It is only she who never fails to collect a debt, but who never pays one. Who that has ever lived our common human life, borne its burdens, felt its cares, fought against its wrongs, but who knows that nature is in debt to him? But what son of hers has ever been able to tear his due from her? More may be learned about the doctor by an inspection of his rooms. Of these there were 3, with a small 4th chamber as an ell in the house. In this ell there was a single bed, and here he sometimes slept, as nearly outside the house as it was possible to lie and still be within it. The room in which he now worked was his library. Communicating through an open door was his office. Beyond the office, through another open door, was a 3rd room, in which were stored many personal articles of indoor and outdoor use. Beginning with his office, you derived the knowledge which any physician's and surgeon's office, if modern and complete, should afford. On one wall hung his diploma from a New York medical college, on another a diploma from Vienna for postgraduate study in hospital work. The rooms taken together bore testimony, in their entire equipment, to a general outside truth, that the physician who lived in them was not a country doctor because he had been crowded by abler members of the profession out of the cities where there are many into the country where there are none. And this fact in turn had its larger historic significance. Almost within a generation a radical change has taken place in the relation of town and country as regards the profession of medicine. The old barriers which half a century ago separated the sick in the streets from the sick in the fields and forests have been swept away. The city physician, now 25 miles away, can often arrive more quickly than a country doctor who lives 5, and a surgeon can come in an hour who formerly needed half a day. But many now living with long memories can well remember the time when the country doctor ruled in his neighbourhood as the priest in medieval Europe swayed his parish. However remote, he was always sent for. His form was the very image of rescue. His face was the light of healing. As a consequence, the country often developed leaders in the profession. Instead of its being dependent upon the cities, these looked to the rural districts for many of the most skilful practitioners. This was strikingly true from the earliest settlement of the West on that immense plateau of forest and grassland which has long since drawn to itself the notice of the world as the loveliness of Kentucky. It was on the southern boundary of this plateau, living in a pioneer hamlet and practicing far and wide through a wilderness, that a country doctor became the father of ovarian surgery in the United States and won the reverence of the world of science and the gratitude of humanity. In another pioneer settlement one of the greatest American lithotomists spread the luster of his name and the goodness of his deeds over the whole country west of the Allegheny Mountains, and these were but two of the many country doctors who there for well nigh a century were the reliance of their people: physicians, surgeons, diagnosticians, nurses, pharmacists, friends, all in one. This powerful and brilliant tradition had descended to Dr. Burney, and he had worthily upheld it. In some respects he had solidly advanced it, notably in his treatment of children's diseases. A second room, in which the articles of his personal life were kept, gave further knowledge of him as a man. Outside the windows there was a tennis court. He played tennis with his children and with young people of the neighborhood. You saw his racket on the wall, and if you had opened a closet you would have found the flannels and the shoes. Elsewhere on the wall you saw his reel. In season he liked to fish, when his patients also could go fishing, or at least were well enough to feel like going. And in the same closet you might have noted the residue of a fisherman's outfit. He fished not only for black bass, but for that mild pond and creek fish prized as a delicacy on Kentucky tables, a variety of the calico bass, known in the local vocabulary as new light. Still elsewhere you saw his game bag and bird gun. He liked to call it by the older word, fowling piece. He hunted quail, doves, wild duck. In another closet you would have been interested to discover his regalia as a member of the Order of Masons, and well placed beside it his uniform as a member of the State Guard, the two well placed there. When years before his neighbors had enrolled him in the Guard, they had saluted him as one more Kentucky colonel. "I will submit to no official degradation," he had said. "I am already the commander of the whole army of you on the field of your human Waterloo. Salute your general." His library added its testimony as to other humanities. Scattered about on tables and mantelpiece were fine old pipes and boxes of cigars and playing cards. There were poker chips, showing that the doctor had poker neighbors. Where else if not there? Though whist was his game. You realized that he was a man at home among a people who loved play, must have play. On his sideboard were temperate decanters. He had sideboard neighbors. Altogether a human-looking room for much that is human, easy to enter, comfortable to stay in, hard to quit. But our closest friends can come so close to us and no closer. They surround us, but none of them enters us. Nature forbids that any but our own feet should cross the bridge spanning the distance between other people and the fortress of the individual. Across that bridge we can take with us no companions except those that keep silent amid its silences, that can speak to us but that cannot see us, those great voices without eyes, those great listeners without ears, great counselors without criticism, great hands that guide and refuse to smite, great judges that embody law and refuse to sit in judgment on us. Books. Some of the doctor's books held for him life's indispensable laughter. And no one of us ever tells all the things in this world that we laugh at. Some held for him life's tears, and no one of us ever tells the things that secretly start our own. Some held neither laughter nor tears, but what is above both, life's calm. And what one of us but at times feels the need to ascend to some inner mountain-top of our own spirits, far above the whole darkened or radiant cloud-rack of emotion, and look futureward into the promised peace, the end of our wandering. Joys, sorrows, and calm, these three for him too. Such books stayed with the doctor year after year. He could wake in the night and find them through the darkness. In the darkness they knew how to find him. They were not part of his medical library, of course, which was another matter. but they filled 3 sides of a large low revolving bookcase in the middle of the room beside his easy-chair, and his lamp and table. The 4th side of his bookcase held the books that came and went as a stream, entering and passing on. He drank from them as they flowed by. Always they were books of fiction or biography which held in solution the truth of the human matter about some life that had fought or was fighting its path through to victory. Always he would have books of victory. By preference it must be a story real or imagined of some boy, youth, young man, middle-aged man who was in the struggle for existence and who was on the side of survival. He kept in mind the words of a great Frenchman that the way to make an impression upon the world is to plough through humanity like a cannonball, or to creep through it like a pestilence. But he knew that in this world there are very few human cannonballs, though of such pestilence there is always more than enough. Rather every common man's life, and every uncommon man's life, is a drawn sword that has to cut its way through all other drawn swords. Here were the books which disclosed the mettle of a character, the last magnificent refusal to be ruined by evil, which is the very breath of a man, and the slow reassurance of the world's advance, so that, while much is always failing in everybody, all is never failing. Out of the blackest abyss there arises in the wounded and prostrate some white peak of unmelting innocence, at the base of which life's battle rages. Many a long time after midnight he would read to a finish some such triumphant story, and with a murmur of "Well done!" he would close the book, turn out his lamp, and go to sleep in his chair with his clothes on, with that scene of victory emptying its echoes into his ear and his dreams. Here, then, was some discreet knowledge of the doctor as a doctor and as a man. But there was one thing in his library that blended these 2 separate aspects, showing how the man felt as a physician, and how the physician felt as a man. This was a series of pictures running around the walls and connecting great epochs in the progress of medicine. He had a liking, as the world has, for some brief series of climaxes that will depict a subject at a glance. Very memorable to him was Shakespeare's 7 Ages, because they were 7, and were thus easily grasped by poetry and reason. But he knew that Shakespeare might as truly have substituted another 7, with as good poetry and reason, or he might have made the ages 14, or 49, or 4900. For actually the ages of a man's life are infinite, but being reduced to 7, we all recognize them. And memorable to him likewise had been Hogarth's Progress of the Rake, with its few pictures, and his Progress of the Harlot, with its few, and his Progress of Marriage à la Mode, with its few, and the Progress of Cruelty, with its fewest of all, only 4, but more than enough. And yet the stages in the Progress of the Rake, and of the Harlot, and of Marriage à la Mode, and of Cruelty are infinite, and at no single stage in the progress of any one of them could you actually find either rake, or harlot, or infidelity, or cruelty. Being portrayed as few, the world understands and finds its own account in them. So around the walls of his library were hung a series of pictures showing the progress of medicine across the ages. The first picture represented a scene in the life of primitive man, during the period when he had long enough been man to form into hostile tribes, but not long enough to have advanced far from the boundaries of the brute. It is a battle picture. The battle is over. The survivors are gone. The dead and wounded lie about. Medicine as a human science has not yet been born. Surgery has not yet separated itself from the movements of instinct. Yet there was activity among the wounded. In some of the warriors you saw such attempts in their care of their wounds as one may witness to-day in wounded birds and animals. If one is fortunate enough to be so placed as to be able to watch, there were the instinctive devices to cleanse, to protect, to alleviate, those low beginnings of the great science which you may observe to-day in your dog when he has come home after a fight with lacerated ears and slashed thighs, when he crawled under the porch to the darkest corner to keep away other dogs and light and flies, whose sole instrument of cleansing is his tongue, and whose only bathing fluid is saliva. On that battlefield you saw such beginnings of surgery as today is practiced by a bird treating its broken wing or broken leg. Thus the wounded warriors concerned themselves with their hurts, all mother naked. Along one edge of the battlefield was a stream of running water. Some had started to draw themselves toward this and had died on the way. One was stretched full alongside, a young chief of magnificent proportions and a face of higher intelligence. And out of that intelligence, as a marvelous advance in the development of man, you saw one action. He was dipping up water in the palm of his hand and pouring it upon his wound. At some moment in the history of the race there must somewhere have been that first movement of the developing animal to substitute water for saliva. That great historic moment was depicted there. It was still the Azoic age of medicine. Near by hung a second picture. Ages have passed, no one knows how many. The brute has become Prometheus. He has learned the use of fire, and he has learned the most heroic application of flame, to touch it to himself where he is in greatest agony. That is, he has learned to cauterize his wounds. More than fire can he now handle. He has learned to bring together fat and flame, and he has discovered how from flame to produce oil, and he has learned to pour boiling oil into the holes in his body made by the implements of war. It is the long ages of medicine for the cautery and burning oil. The third picture hung next. More ages have passed, no one knows how many, and the scene is another battlefield far down toward modern times. It is France. It is the second half of the 16th century. It is warfare in Piedmont. Troops are sweeping up the hill, and in the background is a walled city with turrets and towers, and in the foreground wounded soldiers are arriving or are lying about on the ground. There is a rude mass of masonry used as an operating table, and on the operating table is a soldier, one of whose legs has just been amputated above the knee. An attendant holds the saw with which the leg has just been sawed off, and the stump of it has dropped below. Beside the wounded man stand two figures, one the figure of the past, and the other a figure of the future, a poor barber's apprentice, father of modern surgery, named to be massacred on St. Bartholomew's Eve, but spared because no one but a despised Huguenot could be found in all France skilful enough to safeguard the royal orthodox blood. There beside the soldier they stand, these two, and in them ages meet. For the figure of the past holds in his hand one of the cauteries that are kept red hot in a brazier near his feet, and the other holds in his a new thing in the world, a simple ligature. A great scene, a great epoch, the beginning of new surgery when the flowing of blood from amputations of the great arteries could be stopped by a mere bandage. That man, Ambroise Paré. More centuries have passed. We know exactly how many now from year to year. It is the 19th, and it is the New World. The next picture on the library wall portrayed a scene on the western frontier of a new civilization. It is the backwoods of Kentucky. It is a pioneer settlement of 300 or 400 souls, nearly 1,000 miles from any hospital or dissecting room. In the front room of his rude pioneer house stands a Kentucky country doctor, Ephraim McDowell. His patient is before him, a woman on horseback in a side saddle. She has just arrived, having ridden some 70 miles through the wilderness. He is assisting her to alight, and he is soon to perform, without consultation, without precedent in the ages of surgery, but not without a prayer for himself and her, by strength of his own will and nerve, and by the light of the solitary candle of his own genius, an operation which made Kentucky the mother of ovarian surgery for all coming time. A new epoch of life and mercy. He is going his own way to immortality as Shakespeare went his, as the greatest always go there, by a new path untrumpeted and alone. Another picture represented a scene in Boston in 1846, less than half a century later, for the lonely mountain peaks of progress stretching across the ages are beginning to crowd each other now. They are beginning to run together into a range of continuous discovery. That picture also shows an operating room, and there stood the American Morton, making for the world the first merciful use of anesthetics, with which the silence of painlessness fell upon humanity's old outcry of torture under treatment. There the doctor's pictures ended. In our own time he might have added one more for the epoch of the Roentgen ray, and another for the Finsen light, and another for transfusion of blood, and still others crowning other mountain tops in the new surgery and new medicine. Thus he had before his eyes in his library some few ages of his science, as it went forward and slipped back, and missed the road and forgot the road, yet somehow steadily advanced across the centuries like an erring unconquerable man across his years. Not progressing, however, as a man grows from infancy to decrepitude, but moving from its old age to its youth, always toward its youth, as Swedenborg's angels fly forever toward their spring. It ran around his walls like a great roadway, connecting the last discoveries of his science with the surgery of the wolf who gnaws off his imprisoned leg, and with the medicine of the sick dog that eats grass. He called it his world's path of lessening pain. It was the last refuge and solace of his often tired and often wounded mind. Even after friends were gone at night, and the poker chips were stacked or the whist counters folded, after the sideboard had been visited and temperately forsaken, after the abiding books had done for him what they could, in the still house far into the night, he would sometimes lie back in his chair and survey those battle pictures of a science on which he was spending his loyalty and his strength. Once, in younger days, outside the Eternal City, he had gone to study those fragments of the old Roman aqueduct that today are slowly crumbling on the Campagna, and standing alone before it, had he in imagination searched for the figure of some young workman who had helped to mold those bricks or to finish those columns, the figure of some obscure vanished peasant. So the great wall of his science, being built onward across the centuries into the future, would be revisited by men of the future in places where it stood in ruins. He would be as one whose life with its mistakes was yet linked to indestructible good. He would vanish from beside the wall himself, but his work upon it would have helped to uphold humanity, and many a night he went asleep in his chair, committing himself to his science, as the forgotten Roman labourer of old may have fallen asleep under his own arch. But in that same Italy, northward, are the Apennines, and sometimes in travelling through these, or through the Swiss glaciers where nature measures all things on the scale of the sublime, sometimes as your eye is passing from snow peak to snow peak, suddenly, way up, on some mountain-side, you will see a human hut, and standing in the door of that hut, a single human being, and the thought may come to you that there, in the heart of that pygmy, may dwell sorrow that dwarfs the Alps. The doctor's library had such a picture. It completed the story of the room, and it effaced everything else in it. In a somewhat darkened corner hung a framed photograph of his wife in her bridal dress, made not long after their wedding. Once his photograph had hung beside it. The plaster where the nail had been driven in had either fallen out or had been torn out. He never knew. He knew enough not to ask. As for the photograph, there stood a young bride, looking into her future and trying to conceal from herself what she saw soon awaiting her, the life of a woman wedded but not loved. And there was a recollection in the eyes, too, that the man who had married her, perhaps in the very breath of his wooing, had wished she were another, that at the altar he had perhaps wished he was putting his ring upon another's hand, and that if there were to be children, he would always be wishing for them another mother. The doctor sat there that morning trying to work at the books of the year. The rooms were comfortable. The children were away at the fireside of another man's wife. The servants did not dare disturb him. His horses waited in their stalls. It was the day on which he could begin to reap his golden harvest. A pleasant day for most men, but he could not see the blanks before him, nor remember the names he filled in, nor the figures that were for value received. Because there lay open before him the book of the years. And coming down toward him on the track of memory through this book was his life from boyhood to middle age. First, the playing feet of the child that have no path as yet. Then the straight path of the boy. Then the winding road of youth. Then the quickly widened road, so smooth, so easy, of a young man. And then the fixed, deepening rut of middle age. And now the rut of middle age had come to its forks, North Fork and South Fork, or East Fork and West Fork. He must choose. Whoso cares to know where and how the doctor's life path started, and across what kind of country it had run until now, a middle-aged man, he sat there this day at the tragedy of its forking, may, if he so choose, follow the road by the chart of a narrative. But let him remember that this narrative goes back into a society unlike that of today, and into a Kentucky that has vanished. Back there are other manners, other customs, other types of men, a different light on the world altogether. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 6. The Book of the Years, Part 1. More than half a century ago, or during the decade of 1850 and 1860, when American life on the fertile plain of Kentucky attained its ripest flavor, there was living with great ease to himself and others, on a large estate in one of the bluegrass counties, a country gentleman and farmer who was nothing more because that was enough. Being farmer took up much of his time, and being a gentleman took up the rest. He one day observed that his prolific heels were beginning to be trodden upon by a group of stalwart sons nearing manhood, or, in the idiom of that picturesque soil, all thickly bunched in their race for the grandstand. According to the robust family life of that era and people, a year or less was often the interval between births, and a father, slanting his eyes upward to his oldest, who had just reached 21, might catch a glimpse of a fourth son smiling loyally at him from the top of the rank stalk of 18. This juvenescent and prodigal sire, clearly foreseeing, as many of his neighbors foresaw, the emancipation of the negroes and the downfall of the Southern feudal system, and thus the downfall of the Kentucky gentlemen of the feudal soil, could see no further. When those grapes, then ripening, went into the wine press of destiny, there would be no more like them. The stock would be cut down, a new vineyard would be planted, and what might become of his sons as laborers in that vineyard he knew not, though looking wistfully forth. Therefore he determined to store them away for their own safeguard among those ancestral professions, alike of the old and new world, that are exempt from political vicissitude and dynastic changes. Now it happened that among his friends he counted the great Dr. Benjamin Dudley, the illustrious Kentucky lithotomist at Lexington, and taking counsel of that learned and kindly man, he chose for his firstborn stalwart, since the stalwart when invited to do so declined to choose it for himself, the profession of medicine, and having politely packed his trunk, he politely packed him, with a polite body servant and a polite good-bye, off to a medical school, the best in the Southern States, then boasted, and the Southern States knew how to boast in those days. But the colt that has been dragged to the water cannot be forced to drink, and the semi-docile son could not be made to introduce into his system his father's professional prescription. His presence at the medical school was evidence in its way that he had swallowed the prescription, but his conduct as a student showed that by his own will he had inhibited its action upon his vital parts. In the year of finishing his course of lectures his father died, and upon returning home, certificated as a doctor, he returned also as a young blood of independent fortune, independent future, and independent feelings, the last of which, the feelings, he regarded as by far the most important of the three. At the bottom of his trunk, against the lining, was his diploma, on the principle that we pack first what we shall need last. The immediate use this golden youth made of his liberty and his feelings was to take over into his control a share of the ancestral estate that fell to him under our American laws of partible inheritance, to build on it a low rambling manor house, and into this convey his portion of the polished family silver and the polished family blacks. Soon afterward, with no exertion on his part, he married him a wife in the neighborhood, tore up his diploma as if to annihilate in his establishment the very recognition of disease, laid off a training tract, and proceeded to employ his languid energies in a fashion which his father had not favored for any of his sons, the breeding of Kentucky thoroughbreds. Years passed. History came and went its thundering way, leaving the nation like a forest blasted with lightning and drenched with rain. The Kentucky gentleman of the feudal sort was gone, having disappeared in the clouds of that history which had swept him from the landscape. The mild young Kentucky breeder mellowed to his middle years, winning and losing on the road as we all must, but with never a word about it one way or the other from him, early losing his wife, and winning the makeshifts of widowerhood, entering, so to speak, upon its restrictions, losing his little daughter, and winning a nephew whom he adopted and idolized, letting him run wild over the house, and then about the yard, and then about the farm, and then across boundary fences into other farms, and then into the towns, and then out into the world. There were parts of his farm that looked like English downs, and on these fed Southdown sheep, for the Kentucky country gentleman of that period killed his own mutton. He killed pretty much his own everything, even his own neighbors. No saddle of mutton out of a public market house for him, and for his groaning mahogany. And so it seemed well nigh a romantic coincidence that the fatherless, motherless boy who came to play on these downs should have arrived there with the name of Downs Birney. The Kentucky turfman, with his Southdown sheep and Durham cattle, and white Berkshire hogs, and thoroughbred horses, and blue Dorking chickens, was born, as may already have been observed, with that southern indolence which occasionally equals the Oriental's, and as more time passed he settled into the deeper imperturbability of men who commit their destiny to fast horses. Apparently they early become so inoculated with hazard as to end in being immune to all excitement. As he could stroll over his farm without having to climb a hill, he had perhaps preferred to build him a low manor house, so he could lounge over it without having to take the trouble to go upstairs. In the chosen business of his life, it would appear that he had wished to avail himself of a principle of old Roman law, that he who does a thing through another does it himself, and thus he could sit perfectly still on his veranda with 2 legs, and run nearly a mile a minute on a track with 4. A rural Kentucky gentleman of dead-ripe, local, pre-bellum flavor, exhaling a kind of Falernian bouquet as he dwelt under the serene blue sky on a beautiful bluegrass Sabine farm. A warm-visaged, soft-handed, bland-voiced man, so bland that when he strolled up to you and accosted you, you were uncertain whether he was going to offer to bet with you or to baptize you. Season after season this tranquil, happy Kentuckian dwelt there, intent upon making nothing of himself, and upon making the horse an adequate citizen of a state that likes to go its own gait, and to make him a leading citizen of the world. Measurably he succeeded in doing both. As he receded from view, his horses advanced into notice. He was probably never better satisfied with his stable lot and with his human lot than when at one of his annual sales he could hear the auctioneer, that high-gingered pinder of the black walnut stump, arouse the enthusiasm of the buyers by announcing that a certain 3-year-old had as its sire the immortal Concator, and that its dam was the peerless Swift Perdition. Year after year he dwelt there, contented in drinking the limestone water of his hillside spring with his foals and his fillies, drinking at his table the unskimmed milk of his Durham dairy, and drinking indoors and outdoors the waterproof beverage of a 4 Seasons philosophic decanter. The decanter resembled the limestone spring in this at least, that it could never rise higher than being full, and could never be baled dry. In the vernal season, as sole proprietor of all this teeming rural bliss, he sat on the top rail of a fence and witnessed the manufacture of the hippic generations. In summer sat upon the top rail of another fence and saw his colts train. In autumn, in the judges' stand, sat with a finger on his watch and saw them win. In winter, passing into a state of partial hibernation over the study of pedigrees, his fingers plunged deep in his beard, with comfortable mumblings and fumblings that bore their analogy to a bear's brumal licking of its paws. A veritable Roman poet Horace of a man, with yearlings as his odes, and with a few mules for satires. Surely possessed of some excellent Epicurean philosophy of his own, in that he could live so long in a wretched world and escape all wretchedness. If storms broke over his head, he insisted that the weather just then was especially fine. If trouble knocked at the door, he announced with regret from the inside that the door was locked. Is there any wonder that, nobody though he insisted upon being, his appearance in public always attracted a crowd? For the inhabitants of this world are always looking for one happy inhabitant. His acquaintances hurried to him as they would break into a playful run for a barrel of lemonade at a woodland picnic when they needed to be cooled, or as they waited around a kettle of burgoo at a barbecue in autumn when they wished to be warmed. Hot or cold, they felt their need to be sprayed as to their unquiet passions by his streaming benevolence. Always that benevolence. On 2 distinct occasions he had placidly reduced by 1 the entire meritorious population of central Kentucky, and then with a clear countenance had presented himself at the bar of justice to be cleared. Upon his technical acquittal the judge had casually said that no matter how guilty he was, it would have been a much fouler crime to hang a citizen with so innocent an expression, and the habitual look of innocence was of more value in a homicidal community than a verdict of guilty for 2 fits of distemper. If the world should last until Kentucky passes out of history into the classic and the mythological, if Daniel Boone and the Wilderness Road should become Orion and the Milky Way, if the capture of Betsy Calloway should become the rape of Lucrece, if the 2 gigantic Indian fighters, the Poe brothers, should establish their claim to the authorship of those poems and tales which even in our own time are beginning to fall away from a mythical personage, hardly more than an emanation of darkness, perhaps this unique Kentucky gentleman, who insisted upon being no one at all, will establish his beaming face in the heavens of those ages as charioteer to the horses of the sun. The sole warrant for here disturbing his light repose under his patchwork of turf is that he had taken to his hearthstone and heart an orphan nephew whose destiny it was to be profoundly influenced by the environment of heart and hearthstone, by this breeding of horses, by the method of training them, by that serene outlook upon the world and that gaiety of nature which attracted happiness to it as naturally as the martin box in the yard drew the martins. Possibly even more influenced in the earlier years, around that fireside where there was no woman, no mother, no father either, nor parent out of doors save the motherhood of the near earth and the fatherhood of the distant sky. From the day when he arrived on that stock farm, its influences began their work upon him, and kept it up during years when he was not aware. But in his own memory the first event in a long series of events, the first scene of all scenes that made his progress, occurred when he was about 15 years old. As the middle-aged man, sitting in his library that morning with the book of the years before him, reviewed his life, his memory went straight back to that event and stopped there, as though it were the beginning. Of course it was not the beginning. Of course he could not himself have known where the beginning was, or what it was. But he did what we all do as we look back toward childhood, and try to open a road as far as memory will reach. We begin somewhere, and the doctor began with his 15th year, as the first scene of his progress. But let that scene be painted not as the doctor saw it, more nearly as it was. He was too young to know all that it contained. It was a balmy Saturday afternoon of early summer, and uncle and nephew were out in the yard of the white and lemon-colored manor house, enjoying the shade of some blossoming locust trees. The uncle was sitting in a yellow cane-bottomed chair, and he had on a yellow nankeen waistcoat and trousers, so that the chair looked like an overgrown architectural harmony attached to his dorsal raiment. And he had on a pleated bosom shirt which had been polished by his negro laundress with iron and paraffin until it looked like a cake of winter ice marked off to be cut in slices. In the top buttonhole was a cluster diamond pin which represented almost a star system, and about his throat was tied a magenta cravat. That was the day for solferinos and magentas and Madeira wine. But the neck of the wearer of the cravat was itself turning to a gouty magenta, so that the ribbon, while appropriately selected, was as a colour sign superfluous. On the grass beside him lay his black alpaca coat and Panama hat and gold-headed cane and red silk handkerchief, and a piece of dry wood admirable for whittling. He had been to a colt show that morning, several miles across the county, in a neighborhood where there was some turbulence. Not the turbulence of the colts, and he had reached home just before dinner, glad to get there without turbulence, and the dinner had been good, and now he was experiencing that comfortable expansion of girth which turns even a pessimist toward optimism. That streaming benevolence of his countenance never streamed to better advantage. He was reading his Saturday weekly newspaper, an entire page of which showed that this was a great thoroughbred breeding region of the world. At the distance of several yards you could have inferred as much by the character of the advertisements, each of which was headed by the little black woodcut of a stallion. The page was blackened by this woodcut as it repeated itself up and down, column after column. Whether the stallion were sorrel or roan or bay or chestnut or black, one woodcut stood for all. There was one other woodcut for jacks, all jacks. In the same way, one little woodcut in an earlier generation had been used to stand for runaway slaves, a negro with a stick swung across his shoulder and with a bundle dangling from the stick down his fugitive back. One woodcut for all slaves. If you saw between the legs of the figure, it was a man. If you did not, it was the other figure of man's fate in slavery. The turfman read every item of his newspaper, having first, with a due sense of proportion, cast his eye on the advertisement of his own stud. The nephew was lying on the grass near by, wearing a kind of dove-coloured suit, so that from a distance he might have been taken for a huge mound of vegetable mould. He, having just awakened from a nap, a heavy, rank, insolent, human cub, with his powers half pent up and half unfolded, except a fully developed insolence toward all things and people except his uncle, himself, and his friend Fred Ousley. He rolled drowsily about on the soft turf, waiting to take his turn at the newspaper. It was the only thing he read. Otherwise he was too busy reading the things of life on the farm. Once he stretched himself on his back, looking upward for anything and everything in sight. The light breeze swung the boughs of the locust, now heavily draped with blossoms, and soon his eyes began to follow what looked like a flame darting in and out amid the snowy cascades of bloom. A flame that was vocal and that dropped down upon his ear crimson petals of song. The Baltimore oriole. He liked all birds but three, and presently one of those that he disliked appeared in a fork of a locust and darted at the oriole, driving it away and then returning to the fork. The blue jay. His hatred of this bird dated from the time when one of the negroes had told him that no blue jays could be seen at 12 o'clock on Friday, all having gone to carry brimstone to the lower regions. After that he and Fred Ousley had made a point of trying to kill jays early Friday morning. A fatally shied stone would cut off to a dead certainty just so much of that supply of brimstone. He hated them even more on Saturday, when he thought of them as having returned. The one in the fork now was looking down at him with great mockery of bowing, calling out his fiddle, fiddle, fiddle. It was his way of saying, "You'll get there, and there will be brimstone, sonny." Of course he believed none of this legend, but suggestions live on in the mind even though they do not root themselves in faith, and memory also has its power to make us like and dislike. Presently, as he lay there stretched on the grass and near the edge of the shade, another ill-omened bird came sailing cloud-high across the blue firmament, and having taken notice of him, a motionless form on the earth below, it turned back and began to circle about him. That was another bird he hated. When a child, he asked about it, and had been told that it removed all disagreeable things from the farms. He thought it a very kind, very self-sacrificing, and industrious bird to do so, and he conceived the whole species of them as a profession of wheelbarrows operated across the sky by means of wings and tails. Afterwards, when his views grew less hazy on natural history, he lowered his opinion of the disinterested buzzard. The third bird on which had fallen his resentment was the rain crow. Earlier in his childhood it had been told him that when the clacking wail of this songster was heard on the stillness of a summer day, a storm was coming. And he had seen storms enough on that very farm, tornadoes that cut a path through the woods as a reaper cuts his way across the wheat field. But he saw no rain crow to-day. You look for them in August, when they haunt the cool shade trees of lawns. Altogether these three birds made with one another a rather formidable combination for a boy living on a farm. The one brought on storms that threatened life. The second gladly presided at your obsequies, if the opportunity were given. And the third was pleased to accompany you to the infernal regions with the necessary fuel. The arrangement seemed about perfect. Apparently they had overlooked nothing of value. Thus he had not escaped that vast romance of nature which brooded more thickly over Kentucky country life in those days than now. a romance of superstitions and legends about bird life and animal life and tree life that extended even to nature's chemicals. For was there not brimstone with its story? As far back as he could remember he had been made familiar with the idea, rather terrible in its way, that there was a variety of biblical horse which breathed brimstone. All alone one day he had made a somewhat cautious personal examination of the paddocks and stalls, and was relieved to discover that his uncle's horses breathed out only what they breathed in, Kentucky air. He felt glad that they were not of the breed of those biblical chargers. But then there was brimstone in reserve for a large portion of the human family, and with a perverse mocking deviltry he pushed his inquiry in this direction still further. Without the knowledge of any one, he had wasted at a drug store in town his brightest dime for a package of the avenging substance, and at home the following day he had scraped chips together at the woodpile and started a blaze and poured the brimstone in. Actually he had a sample of hellfire in operation there behind the woodpile. There was no question that brimstone knew how to burn. It seemed well adapted for its purpose. He did not take Fred Ousley into his confidence in this experiment. The possibilities were a little too personal even for friendship. All this reveals a trait in him which lay deeper than child's play, a susceptibility to suggestion. Even while he amused himself as a child with the shams and superstitions about nature, these lived on in his mind as part of its furnishings. Alas, that this should be true for all of us, that we cannot forget the things we do not believe in. To the end of our lives our thoughts have to move amid the obstructions and rubbish of the useless and the laughable. The salon of our inner dwelling is largely filled with old furniture which we decline to sit in, but are obliged to look at, and are powerless to remove, and which fills the favourite recesses where we should like to arrange the new. There they were then, that Saturday afternoon, the uncle with his newspaper, and the nephew at that moment with his group of evil birds. There was an interruption. Around the yard, with its velvet turf and blooming shrubs and vines and flowers that filled the air with fragrance, was a plank fence newly whitewashed. All the fences of the farm had been newly whitewashed, and they ran hither and thither across the emerald of the landscape like structures of white marble. Through the gate of the yard fence, which was heard to shut behind him, there now advanced toward uncle and nephew a neighbour of theirs, the minister of the country church, himself a bluegrass farmer. He was one of the many who liked to seek the company of the untroubled turfmen. The two were good neighbours and great friends. The minister came oftenest for a visit on Saturday afternoons, as if he wished to touch at this harbour of quiet life while passing from the earthly fields of the week to the Sabbath's holy land. At the sound of the latch the uncle lifted his eyes from his newspaper. "Bring a chair, Downs, will you?" he said in a cordial undertone, and soon there was a fine group of rural humanity under the blossoming locusts. The two men talking, and the boy, now that his turn had come at last, lying on the grass absorbed in the newspaper. The men were characters of broad, plain speech, much like English squires of 2 centuries earlier, not ladylike men. Chaucer might have been pleased to make one of their group and listen, and turn them afterward into fine old English tales. Hogarth might have craved the privilege to sit near and observe and paint, and a certain Sir John Falstaff might have been at home with them, in the absence of the merry wives. There was another interruption. Around the corner of the manor house a young servant advanced, bearing a waiter with 2 deep glasses well filled. At the bottom the drink was golden. It was green and snow white at the top, a little view of icebergs with pine trees growing on them. The servant smiled and approached with embarrassment, having discovered a guest, and in a lowered tone she offered to the master of the house apologies for not bringing 3. "This is yours, Aleck," said the host, holding out one glass to the minister. "This is for you, Downs. Now, Melissa, make me one, will you?" "None for me," said the minister. "Then never mind, Melissa. But wait, lemonade?" "Yes, lemonade. It is the very thing." "As it is, or as it might be?" "As it is. Lemonade without the decanter, Melissa." While the servant was in the house, the uncle and the nephew waited with their glasses untouched. The turfman was very happy, happy in his guest, in his nephew, in himself, in everything. His mind overflowed with his quaint playfulness, and when he talked you were loath to interrupt him. "Aleck," he said, rattling the ice in his julep, "don't you suppose that when we get to heaven nothing will make us happier there than remembering the good times we had in this world? So if you want to be happy there, be happy here. This is one of the pleasures that I expect to carry in memory if ever I am transformed into a male seraph. But I may not have to remember. If there is any provision made for the thirst of the Kentucky redeemed, Do you know what I think will be the reward of all Central Kentucky male angels? From under the great white throne there will trickle an ice-cold stream of this, ready-made, and I shouldn't wonder if there were a Kentuckian under the throne making it. The Kentucky delegation would be camped somewhere near, though there will be two delegations, of course, because they will divide on politics. And don't you fear that there will not be others hastening to the banks of that stream. It is too late to look for young Moses in the bulrushes, but I shouldn't wonder if the whole ransomed universe discovered old Moses in the mint." "Which mint?" said the minister, who kept his worldly wits about him. "Aleck," replied the turfman, "I leave it to you whether that is not too flippant a remark with which to close a gentleman's solemn discourse." The lemonade was served. "Is yours sour enough, Aleck?" The visitor found it to his taste. "Is yours sweet enough, Downs?" This hurt Downs' feelings. It implied that he was not old enough to like things sour. He replied surlily that his might have been stronger. The servant, watching from inside a window, judged by the angle at which the glasses were tilted that they were empty. She returned, and asked whether she should bring one more all around. "More lemonade, Aleck?" "Thank you, no more for me, but it was good, better than yours." "Another for you, Downs?" Downs thought that he would not have another just for the moment. The servant disappeared. The nephew returned to his paper. The turfman took from the turf a piece of whittling wood, split it, and handed the larger piece to the minister. The minister produced his penknife and began to whittle. In those days a countryman who did not carry his penknife with a big blade well sharpened for whittling as he talked with his neighbour stood outside the manners and customs of a simple, cheerful land. And now the two friends were ready to enjoy their afternoon, the vicar of souls and the vicar of stables. The minister began to speak of his troubles, with that strange leaning we all have to let our confidences fall upon people who are not too good. The vicar of the stables was not too good to be sympathetic. It was all summed up in one sentence: discouragement about his growing boys. From the beginning of their lives he had tried to teach them the things that they were not to do, and all their lives they had seemed bent on doing those things. He felt disheartened as the boys grew older and their waywardness increased. What not to do! Morning and night, what not to do! Yet they were always doing it. Out under the trees the peaceful, happy sounds of summer life in the yard came to the ears of the minister as nature's chorus of happiness and indifference. The breeder of thoroughbreds, as his friend grew silent, laughed with his peaceful nature, and remarked with respect and gentleness, "I never trained my colts in that way." "My sons are not colts," said the minister, laughing, "nor young jackasses." "Yes, I know they are not colts, but I doubt whether their difference makes any difference in the training of the two species of animal." After a pause which was filled with little sounds made by industrious penknives, the master of the stables went into the matter for the pleasure of it. "You tell me that you have tried a method of training, and that it is a failure. I don't wonder. Any training would be a failure that made it the chief business, in life of any creature, human or brute, to fix its mind upon what it is not to do. You say you are always warning your boys, that you fill their minds with cautions, that you arouse their imagination with pictures of forbidden things, make them look at life as a check, a halter, a blind bridle. So far as I can discover, you have prepared a list of the evil traits of humanity, and required your boys to memorize these, and then you tell them to beware. Is that it?" "That is exactly it." End of section 6. Section 7 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 7. The Book of the Years, Part 2. The youth lying on the grass laid aside his newspaper and began to listen. The two men welcomed his attention. The minister always found it difficult to speak without a congregation, part of which must be sinners. Here was an occasion for outdoor preaching. The turfman probably welcomed this chance to get before the youth in an indirect way certain suggestions which he relied upon for his. "Well, this is where your training and my training differ," he resumed. "I never assemble my colts at the barn door, that is, I would not if I could, and recite to them the vicious traits of the wild horses, and require them to memorize those traits and think about them unceasingly, but never to imitate them. Speaking of jacks, Aleck, you know our neighbour stands a jack, and he would not, if he could, compel his jack to make a study of the peculiarities of Balaam's ass. But you compel your boys to make a study of Balaam and his tribes. You teach them the failings of mankind as they revealed themselves in an age of primitive transgression. I say I never try to train a horse that way. On the contrary, I try to let all the ancestral memories slumber, and I take all the ancestral powers and develop them for modern uses. Why, listen. We know that a horse's teeth were once useful as a weapon to bite its enemies. Now I try to give it the notion that its teeth are only useful in feeding. You know that its hooves were used to strike its enemies. It stood on its forefeet and kicked in the rear. It stood on its hind feet and pawed in the front. You know that the horse is timid. It is born timid, dies timid. But had it not been timid, it would have been exterminated. Its speed was one of its means of survival. If it could not conquer, it had to flee, and the sentinel of its safety was its fear. It was the most valuable trait it had. This ancestral trait has not yet been outlived. Don't despise the horse for it. But now I try to teach a horse that feet and legs and speed are to serve another instinct, the instinct to win in the new maddened courage of the racecourse. And I never allow the horse to believe that it has such a thing as an enemy. He is not to fear life, but to trust life. I teach him that man is not his old hereditary enemy, but his friend and his master. I would not suggest to a horse any of its latent bad traits. I never prohibit its doing anything. I never try to teach it what not to do, but only what to do. And so I have good colts. And you have... But excuse me. The minister stood up and brushed the shavings from his lap and legs, and then, as he took his seat, he covered his side of the discussion with one breath. I hold to the old teaching, good from the foundation of the world, that the old must tell the young what not to do. Aleck, replied the vicar of the stables with his quaint sunniness, don't you know that no human being can teach any living thing, man or beast or bird or fish or flea, not to do a thing? You can only teach to do. If there is a God of this universe, he is a God of doing. You can no more teach a not than you can teach a nothing. Now try to teach one of your sons nothing. This world has never taught and will never teach a prohibition, because a prohibition is a nothing. It has never taught anything but the will and the desire to do. That is the root of the matter. Do you suppose I try to keep one of my cows from kicking over the bucket of milk by tying her hind legs? I go to the other end of the beast and do something for her brain, so that when she feels the instinct to kick, which is her right, what I have taught her will compel her to waive her right and to keep her feet on the ground. That is all there is of it. They were hearty and good-humored in their talk, and the minister did not budge, but the boy listened only to his uncle. Do you remember, Aleck, when you and I were in school over yonder one morning, old Bowles issued a new order that none of us boys was to ask for a drink between little recess and big recess? Now none of us drank at that hour, but the day after the order was issued, every boy wanted a drink, and demanded a drink, and got a drink. It was thirst for principle. Every boy knew it was his right to drink whenever he was thirsty, and even when he was not thirsty, and he disobeyed orders to assert that right. And if old Bowles had not lowered his authority before that advancing right, there would not have been any old Bowles. There is one thing greater than any man's authority, and that is any man's right. Isn't that the United States? Wasn't that Kentucky country schoolhouse the United States? And don't you know, Aleck, that as soon as a thing is forbidden, human nature investigates the command to see whether it puts forth an infringement of its liberties? Don't you know, Aleck, that the disobedience of children may be one of their natural rights? At this point the uncle turned unexpectedly toward his nephew. Does this bore you, Downs? Downs remarked pointedly that half of it bored him. He made it perfectly clear which was the objectionable half. The uncle did not notice the discourtesy to his guest, but continued his amiable observation. To me it all leads up to this, and now the road turns away from colts to the road you and I walk in as men. It leads up to this, the difference between failure and transgression. Command to do, and the worst result can only be a failure. Command not to do, and the worst result is a transgression. Now we all live on partial failure. It is the beginning of effort and the incentive to effort. We try and fail. With more will and strength and experience, we wipe out the failure and stand beyond it. Long afterward, men look back and laugh at their failures, love them because they are the measure of what they were and of what they have become. It is our life, the glory of more strength, the triumph of will and determination. It is the crowning victory of the world, and it is the road that leads upward. But transgression, no transgression ever develops life. It is so much death. You can't wrest victory out of transgression. It's a thing by itself, a final defeat. And what has been defeated is your last safeguard. Your will. Every transgression helps to kill the will. It weakens, discourages, humiliates, stings, poisons. The road of transgression is downward. He stood up, and his guest with him. As he lifted his alpaca coat from the grass and put it on, there was left lying his bowie knife, and he put that on. It was the bowie knife age. "Will you come with us, Downs?" Downs thought he would now read the newspaper. "Where is Fred Ousley?" asked the minister of him, knowing that the two boys were inseparable. "He has gone to a picnic." "Why didn't you go to the picnic?" "I wasn't invited. It's his cousins." "And haven't you any cousins who give picnics?" "I don't like my cousins." "I hate my cousins." "Fred hates his cousins. It's a girl that goes with his cousins." "And what about a girl with your cousins?" "Well, while you're talking, what about your sons and their cousins? We're running this farm very well, and we're all pleased. From what I've been hearing, it's more than can be said about yours." The minister laughed good naturedly at this rudeness as the two friends walked away, but the vicar of the stables observed mildly: "You gave him the wrong kind of suggestion, Aleck. It wasn't in your words exactly. I don't know where it was. But I felt it, and he felt it. Somehow you challenged him to employ his manly art of self-defense, and part of that art is to attack. But never mind about Downs. Now come to the stable. I'm going to show you a young thoroughbred there that has never had any disagreeable suggestion made to him. He thinks this farm paradise. And the 5 great things I tried to teach him are: to develop his will, to develop his speed, to develop his endurance and perseverance, to develop his pride, and to develop his affection. He is a masterpiece." In the green yard that summer afternoon, under the white locust blossoms, and with the fragrance of rose and honeysuckle and lilac all about him, the youth lay on the grass beside the newspaper, which he forgot. A new world of thinking had been disclosed to him, and he made one special discovery: that as far as memory could reach, his uncle had never told him not to do anything. Always it had been to do, never not to do. And he was a good deal impressed with the difference between failure and transgression. He did not at all like that idea of transgression, but he thought he should like to try failure for a while. Then he could call on more strength, tighten his will, develop more fighting power. He rather welcomed that combat with failure which would end in success. He wished Fred were there. It was Saturday. He came to stay all night, and the two were getting old enough to talk about their futures and at what ages each would marry. They described the desirable type of woman, and sometimes exchanged descriptions. And then suddenly he rolled over the grass, convulsed with laughter. His uncle was raising him as a thoroughbred colt. He approved of the training, but somehow he did not feel complimented by the classification. Fred would have to hear that he was being trained as for a race course. The next morning he was sitting in church, and the minister read the commandments. Hitherto he had always listened to them as the whole congregation apparently listened, as to a noise from the pulpit that drew near, lasted for a while, and then rumbled on, without being meant for any one. But this morning he scrutinized each commandment with new thoughtfulness, and with a new resentfulness also, and when a certain one was reached he made a discovery that it applied to men only. "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife." Why should not wives be commanded not to covet their neighbors' husbands? He wondered. Why was the other half of the commandment suppressed? Moses must have been a very polite man. Perhaps there was more involved than courtesy. Otherwise he might have found life more tolerable among the Egyptians. He might have been forced to make the return trip across the Red Sea when the waters were inconveniently deep. Those Jewesses of the wandering might have seen to it that he was not to have the pleasure of dying so mysteriously on Nebo's lonely mountain. His sepulchre would have been marked, and well marked. He sat there in the corner of the church and plied his insolent satire. Fred Ousley must hear about the second discovery also: the commandment for men only. Then 3 years passed, and he was 18. And from 15 to 18 is a long time in a youth's life. Things are much worse, or things are much better. It was one rainy September night after supper, and he and his uncle were sitting on opposite sides of the deep fireplace. Some logs blazed comfortably, and awoke in both man and youth the thoughtfulness which lays such a silence upon us with the kindling of the earliest autumn fires. Talk between them was never forced. It came, it went. They were at perfect ease with one another in their comradeship. The man's long thoughts went backward, the youth's long thoughts went forward. The man was smoking, at intervals serenely drawing his amber-hued meerschaum from under his thick mustache. The youth was not smoking. He was waiting to be a man. Once his uncle had remarked, "Tobacco is for men if they wish tobacco, and for pioneer old ladies if they must have their pipes. Begin to smoke after you are a man, Downs. Cigars for boys are as bad as cigars would be for old ladies." The way in which this had been put rather captured the youth's fancy. He was determined to have every inward and outward sign of being a man. Now he was waiting for the cigar. He had been hunting with Fred Ousley that afternoon, and just before dark had come in with a good bag of birds. A drizzle of rain had overtaken him in the fields and dampened his clothing. The truth is that he and Ousley had lingered over their good-bye. Fred was off for college. Supper was over when he reached the house, and he had merely washed his hands and gone in to supper as he was, eating alone. And now, as he sat gazing into the fire, his boots and his hunting trousers and his dark blue flannel shirt began to steam. He was too much a youth to mind wet garments. The man on the opposite side sent secret glances across at him. They were full of pride, of a man's idolatry of a scion of his own blood. He was thinking of the blood of that family, blood never to be forced or hurried, death rather than being commanded, rage at being ordered, mingled of Scotch and Irish and Anglo-Saxon, with the Kentucky wildness and insolence added. Blood that often wallowed in the old mires of humanity, then later in life, by a process of unfolding, began to set its course toward the virtues of the world, and ultimately stood where it filled lower men with awe. September was the month for the opening of schools and colleges. The boy's education had been difficult and desultory. First he had gone to the neighborhood school, then to a boys' select school, then to a military school, then to a college. Usually he quit and came home. Once he had joined his uncle in another state at the autumn meeting of a racing association, had merely walked up to him on the grounds, eating purple grapes out of a paper bag, and with his linen trousers pockets bulging with ripe peaches. "Well, Downs," his uncle observed by way of greeting him, as though he had reappeared around a corner. "Who won the last race?" inquired the boy, as though he had been absent 10 minutes. Now, out of the silence of the rainy September night, and out of the thoughtfulness of the fire, the imperious, splendid, dark, glowing young animal, steaming in his boots and flannel, suddenly looked across and spoke. "If I am ever going to do anything, it is about time I began." The philosopher on the other side of the fire grew wary. He had given the blood time, and now the blood was mounting to the brain. "It is time if you think it's time." "One thing I am not going to do," said the arbiter of his fate, as if he were drawing a surprise from the depths of his nature and were offering it to his uncle, if possible without discourtesy, but certainly without discussion. "One thing I am not going to do, I am not going to breed horses." The fire crackled, and no other sound disturbed the stillness. "Someone else will breed them," replied the vicar of the stables with quietness. The sun always seemed to remain on his face after it had gone down. "They will be bred by someone else. The breeding of horses in the world will not be stopped because someone does not wish to breed them. It will come to the same thing in the end. Even if it does not come to the same thing, it will come to something different. No matter either way." The young hunter had unbuttoned one of his shirt sleeves and bared his arm above the elbow, and now he stroked his forearm as he bent it backward over the biceps, and suddenly struck out at the air, as though he would knock the head off an idea. "My notion is this: I don't want to stand still and let my horse do the running. If I have a horse, I want it to stand still and let me do the running. If there's any excitement for either of us, I want the excitement. I don't care to own an animal that wins a race. I want to be the animal that wins a race." "Then be the animal that wins the race. The horse will win his races. He will take care of himself. Win your race." "I intend to win my race." There was silence for a while. "As it is not to be horses, then, I've been thinking of other things I might do." "Keep on thinking." "You might help me to think." "I'm ready to think with you. You can only think for yourself." "What about going into the army?" "You just said you wanted excitement. There is no excitement in the army unless there is war. We have just passed through one war, and I don't think either of us will live to see another. Still, if you wish, I can get you to West Point, or if you prefer the Navy, I can get you to Annapolis." "No Annapolis for me. I wouldn't live on anything that I couldn't walk about on and sit down and roll over on. No water for me. I'll take land all around me in every direction. I guess I'll leave the sea to the Apostle Peter. Life on land and death on land for me. Hard showers and streams and ponds and springs will do for water. No Annapolis, thank you." "West Point, then." "If I went into the army, wouldn't I have to leave the farm here?" "You'd have to leave the farm here unless the government would quarter some troops here for your accommodation. In case of war, you might arrange with the enemy to come to Kentucky and attack you where you would be comfortable." The future officer of his country did not smile at this. His manner seemed to indicate that such a concession might not be so absurd. He did not budge from his position. "I'd rather do something that would let me live here." You could live here and study law. Some of the greatest members of the Kentucky bar have been farmers. You could live here and practice law in the country seat. Suppose I studied law, and then some day I were called to the Supreme Bench. Wouldn't that take me away? It might take you away, unless the Supreme Court would get down from its bench and come and sit on your bench, always to accommodate you. I don't know about law. I'll have to think. Law does make you think. There is the pulpit. Some of the greatest Kentucky divines have been bluegrass farmers, though I've always wished that they wouldn't call themselves divines. It's more than Christ did. The pulpit! And then all my life I'd be thinking of other people's faults and failings. A fine time I'd have, trying to chase my friends to hell. The next suggestion followed in due order. There's oratory. Some of the great Kentucky orators have been bluegrass farmers. There is Southern oratory. Oratory! Where would I get my gas? Manufacture it. It has always been manufactured. The consumer always manufactures. If I went for oratory, you know I'd come out in Congress. You know they always do. Then no farm for me again. That is, unless, you know, Congress might adjoin and hold its sessions. That same idea, to accommodate you. I'd like to be a soldier and I'd like to be a farmer if I could get the two professions together. They went together regularly in pioneer Kentucky. The soldiers were farmers and the farmers were soldiers. And then if I could be a doctor, that's what I'd like best, to be a soldier and a farmer and a doctor. Men were all three in pioneer Kentucky. During the period of Indian wars, the Kentucky farmer and soldier, who was the border scout, was also sometimes the scout of Aesculapius. Aesculapius? Who was he? Trotter, runner, or pacer? He set the pace, so you might call him a pacer. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 8. The Book of the Years, Part 3. What a sense of deep peace and security and privacy there was in the two being thus free to talk together of life and the world, in that womanless house. No woman sitting beside the fire to interject herself and pull things her way, or to sit by without a sign, and pull things her way afterwards, without a sign. The physical comfort of the night, and the rain, and the snug hearth, awoke a desire for more confidences. Tell me about the medical schools when you were a student. Not about the professors. I don't want to hear anything about the professors. You wouldn't know anything about them anyhow. No student ever does. But what were the students up to among themselves at nights? The wild ones. I don't want to hear anything about the goody-goody ones. Tell me about the devils. The worst of the devils. The medical schools of those days, as members of the profession yet living can testify, if they would, had their stories of student life that make good stories when recited around the fireside with September rain on the roof. The former graduate and non-practitioner was not averse seemingly to reminiscence. Forthwith he entered upon some chronicles, and pursued them with that soft level voice of either betting with you or baptizing you, the voice of gambling in this world or of gambling for the next. As the recitals wound along their channels, the listener's enthusiasm became stirred. By degrees it took on a kindling that was like a wild leaping flame of joy. But there always has to be a leader, he said, as though forecasting for himself a place of such splendid prominence. There has to be a leader, a head. I was the head. The young hunter on the opposite side of the fireplace suddenly threw up his arms, and rolled out of his chair, and lay on the floor as though he had received a charge of buckshot in one ear. At last, gathering himself up on the floor, he gazed at the tranquil amber pipe and tranquil piper. You! There was a mild wave of the hand by the historian of the night, much as one puts aside a faded wreath, deprecating being crowned with it a second time. Another shock like that! And the searcher for a profession climbed with difficulty into his chair again. For a while there was satisfied silence, and now things took on a graver character. Somehow I feel, said the younger of the men, that there have been great men all about here. I don't see any now, but I have a feeling that they have been here, great men. I feel them behind me, all kinds of great men. It is like the licks where we now find the footprints and the bones of big game, larger animals that have vanished. There are the bones of greater men in Kentucky. I feel their lives behind me. They are behind you. The earth is rank with them. You need not look anywhere else for examples. I don't know how far you got in your Homer at school before you were tired of it, but there is the Iliad of Kentucky. I'm glad you've begun to read that. The rain on the shingles and the gutters began to sound like music. The two men alone there in their talk about life, not a woman near, a kind of ragged sublimity. "To be a soldier and to be a farmer, if I could get those two professions together," persisted the youth. "In times of peace there is only one profession that furnishes the active soldier, and that is the profession of medicine. It is the physician and the surgeon that the military virtues rest on, and the martial traits when there is no war. It is these men that bring those virtues and those traits undiminished from one war to the next war. There is no kind of manhood in the soldier, the fighting man, that is not in the fighting physician and the fighting surgeon, fighting against disease. There is nothing that has to be changed in these two when war breaks out or when peace comes. Their constant service fits them for either. In times of peace the only warlike type of man actively engaged in human life is the doctor and surgeon." "Did you ever think of that?" said the older man persuasively. The silence in the room grew deeper. "Tell me about the professions in the war. What did they do about it? How did they act?" "The professions divided, some going with North, some going with South, fighting on each side, fighting one another. The ministry dividing most bitterly and sending up their prayers on each side for the destruction of the other to the same God. All except one, the profession of medicine, remained indivisible. For that is the profession which has but a single ideal, a single duty, a single work, and but one patient, man." The silence had become too deep for words. The young hunter quietly got up and lit his candle, and squared himself in the middle of the floor, pale with the sacred fire of youth's ideal. "I'm going to be a Kentucky country doctor. Good night." He strode heavily out of the room, and his stride on the stairway sounded like an upward march toward future glory. The man at the fire listened. Usually when the youth had reached his room above and set his candle on his stand beside his bed, he undressed there, as with one double motion of shucking an ear of corn, half to right, half to left, and then the ear stood forth, bared in its glistening whiteness, and rounded out to perfect form with clean vitality. But now for a long time he heard a walking back and forth, a solemn tread. Life's march had begun in earnest. He arose from his chair and tapped the ash out of his meerschaum. Through force of habit and old association with the race course, he looked at his timepiece. "I win that race in good time," he said. "That colt was hard to manage, obstreperous and balky." It had always been his secret wish that his nephew would enter the profession that he himself had spurned. Perhaps no man ever ceases to have some fondness for the profession he has declined, as perhaps a woman will to the last send some kind thoughts toward the man she has rejected. After winning a race he always poured out a libation, and he went to his sideboard now and poured out a libation 16 years old. And he did not pour it on the ground. And now 8 years followed, during which the youth Downs Birney became young Dr. Birney, a very great stage of actual progress. 7 away from Kentucky, and 1 there since his return. Of those 7, 5 in New York for a degree, and 2 in Europe, in Berlin, in Vienna, for more lectures, more hospital work, another degree. At the end of the second he returned incredibly developed to Kentucky, to the manor house on the stock farm, and to the uncle to whom these years had furnished abundance of means whereby to get the best of all that was wisely to be gotten. An affectionate abundance, no overfond superabundance, no sentimentality, merely a quiet Kentucky sun throwing the energy of its rays along that young life track, hanging out a purse of gold at each quarter stretch, to be snatched as the thoroughbred passed. A return home then to a neighborhood of kinships and friendships, and to the uphill work which could so easily become downhill sliding, the practice of medicine among a people where during these absences he had been remembered, if remembered at all, as the wildest youth in the country. When it had been learned what profession he had chosen, the prediction had been made that within a year Downs would reduce the mortality of the neighborhood to normal, 1 to every inhabitant. But at the end of his first year of undertaking to convert ridicule into acceptance of himself as a stable health officer and confidential health guardian, he was able to say that he had made a good start. Neighbors have long memories about a budding physician's first cases when he fails. Young Dr. Birney had not failed, because none of his cases had been important. When there was danger, it was considered safe to avoid the doctor. The only way in which he could have lost a patient would have been to murder one. Thus he had entered auspiciously upon the long art and science of securing patients. But he had secured no wife. And he greatly preferred one impossible wife to all possible patients. That problem meantime had been pressing him sorely. The womanless house in which he had been reared, and his boyhood on a stock farm, had rendered him rather shy of girls, and kept him much apart from the society of the neighborhood. Nevertheless, even in Europe before his return, with the certainty of marriage before him, he had recalled 2 or 3 juvenile perturbations, and he had resolved upon arrival to follow these clues and ascertain what changes 7 years had wrought in them. There was no difficulty in following the clues. A few weeks after getting back to Kentucky, they led in each case to the door of a growing young family, and out of these households he thereupon began to receive calls for his services to sick children. All the perturbations had become volcanoes, and were now on their way to become extinct craters. So he was clueless. He must make his own clues, and then follow. Nor could there be any dallying, since he could not hope to succeed in his profession as a young unmarried physician. Thus pressure from without equalled pressure from within. Moreover, he was pleasantly conscious of a general commotion of part of the population toward him with reference to life's romance. The girls of that race and land were much too healthy and normally imaginative not to feel the impact of the arrival of a young doctor, who was going to ask one of them to marry him. As to those 7 years of his in New York and Europe, he could discover only one mind in them. They deplored his absence, not because they had missed him, but because he had missed them. It was no gain to have been in New York and Berlin and Vienna if you lost Kentucky. He gradually acquired the feeling that if, in addition to the misfortune of having been absent for several years, the calamity had been his of having been born abroad, it would not have been permitted him to plough corn. But while they could not abet him in the error of thinking that he had returned a cosmopolitan, bringing high prestige, instantly they showed general excitement that he, one of themselves, was at home again in search of a wife. He had arrived like a starving bee released in a ripe vineyard, and for a while he could only whirl about, distracted by indecision as to what cluster of grapes he should settle on. Not that the grapes did not have something to say as to the privilege of alighting. After the bee had selected a bunch, the bunch selected the bee. A vineyard ripe to be gathered and being gathered. Every month or so a vine disappeared, claimed for love's vintage, stored away in love's cellar. They were everywhere. As he drove widely about the country, the 2 most abundant characteristics seemed to be unequalled grass and marriageable girls. He met them on turnpikes and lanes, in leafy woods at picnics, at moonlight dances, on velvet lawns, amid the roses of old gardens, and he began humorously to count those who looked available. One passed him on the road one day, and lifting a corner of the buggy curtain, she peeped back at him. "She will do," he said. Another swept past him on horseback, and looked in the opposite direction. "She will do," he said. He met 2 on a shady street of a quiet town under their peach blow parasols. "They will do," he said. He saw 4 on a lawn playing tennis, and watched their vital abandon and tasted their cup. "They will do," he said. He swept his eyes over a ballroom one night. "They will all do," he said, and made an end of counting. Into this world of romance and bride-seeking the doctor launched himself formally under brilliant auspices of earth and sky and people, one beautiful afternoon of early summer. It was on the grounds of one of the finest old country places, at a lawn party with tennis matches. It was his first appearance as a candidate for life's greater game. A large gallery of onlookers, seated along a trellis of vines and roses, measured him critically as he stepped out on the court. He knew it, and he challenged the criticism. In his white flannels, his big bared head covered with curling black hair, his neck half bare in its virile strength, his big grayish blue eyes flashing with glorious health, full of good humor and of deeper warmth, his big half bared arms strong to hold in love or to lift in pain, the big stub nose of tenacity, the big red mouth that laughing revealed the big thick white teeth, good to tear and grind their way. His 26 years of native Kentucky insolence, capped with a consciousness of travel and knowledge of his own authority and power. Youthful white soldier of the clean. The neighborhood's evangelist of life and death. He looked like a good partner for the afternoon or for life. One girl, seeing all this and more, repeated to herself, she did not know why, Blake's poem on the tiger. His partner that afternoon was his hostess, a Kentucky girl just home from her Northern college as a graduate. She too had been away for several years, and they had this in common, as the first bond, that they had arrived as comparative strangers, and saw their home surroundings from the outside. They spoke of it, it introduced them. There was tension in the play for this reason, and for others. this first public appearance with so much going on in imagination and sympathy. Too great tension developed as the battle of the rackets went on, so that the doctor's partner, overreaching and twisting, sprained an ankle, and the games ended for them. She was assisted upstairs, and he applied his skill and his treatment. As he drove home he thought a good deal of his partner, of her proud reserve toward him out of the game, and of her inseparable blending of herself with him in the game, her devotion to their common cause, her will not that she should win, but that both should win, her unruffled ignoring of a bad play of his, or a bad play of her own, the freshened energy of her attack after a reverse, her matter-of-course pleasure when he played well or when she played well, the complete surrender of herself to him for the game, after which instantly there was nothing between them except the courtesy of a hostess. He thought of those traits, and then he recalled her fortitude during the acute suffering with that twisted ankle. How contemptuously she had borne pain! "That little foot," he said, moved to admiration, "that little foot makes the true footprint of the greater vanished people. She is of the blood of male and female heroes. She knows how to do, and she knows how to suffer. Now, if I fall in love with her—" and there surged through him the invitation to do so. But at the end of his first year the doctor felt that he had made only a general advance toward the long battle line of love. He had reconnoitred, but he had not attacked. He had a vast marital receptivity embracing many square miles. He had slid his hands along the nuptial rope, but he could not as yet discover who was waiting beside the bridal knot. On the other hand, there were 2 or 3 cases of wounded on the other side, and if one could have been privileged to stand near, it would have been possible to see love's ambulances, secretly and mournfully moving here and there to the rear. If as much as this could not be said for him, what right would he have had to be practising there, or to be alive anywhere? End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 9. Evergreen and Thorn Tree. 4 months had elapsed since that August afternoon of summer heat and passion. Not a lengthy period as reckoned on the mere unemotional calendar. But changes in our lives are not measurable by days. We may spend eventless years with no inner or outer sign of growth, and then some hour may bring a readjustment, an advancement of our whole being. The Oriental story of Saul of Tarsus, made a changed man by a voice or a vision of heavenly things, is human and natural, and for this reason, if for no other, has been credible to thousands of men, this reversal of direction on life's road. As Dr. Burney, now on the morning of this 24th of December, sat in his library trying to make out the bills of the year, and there lay disclosed before him the book of the years, the story of his life from boyhood up, he by and by abandoned the filling out of blanks against his professional neighbors, and began to cast up, as at the end of no previous year, his own human debt to the better ideals of his fellow beings, and to himself. And Nature, who was grievously in his debt, but had no notion of paying. Nature stood at his shoulder, and pressed him for settlement in that old formula of hers. You need not have opened this account with Nature, but since it has been opened, there is no closing it. It runs until you are declared bankrupt, and you are not bankrupt until you are dead. Then, of course, as a business firm, I shall lose what I have not already collected from you, but there are enough others to keep the concern prosperous and going. Meantime, make a partial payment now, payment in suffering, payment in expiation, payment in self-repudiation. If you have any funds invested in a habit of inferiority, they are acceptable. I levy on them. One particular fact this morning had riveted Dr. Burney's attention upon the slow, inexorable grinding of these mills of life. For years the unhappiness of his domestic affairs, the withdrawal of his wife from him under his roof, had by insensible stages travelled as a story to all other homesteads in that region. In his own house it had always remained a mute tragedy. Each of the two who bore the yoke of it made no willing sign. Each turned toward their world the unbetraying countenance. And it must be remembered that half a century ago and less, you might have journeyed inquisitively through the length and breadth of that land, and have found probably not one case of divorce, nor of separation without divorce. Among that people marriage was truly, for better or for worse, a great binding and unalterable sacrament of blended lives. If after marriage love's young dream ended, then you lived on where you were, wide awake. If all gorgeous colors left the clouds, and the clouds left the sky, you stood the blistering sun. If it turned out to be oil and water poured together, at least it was oil and water with the same priceless cruet, and the perpetuity of the cruet was considered of more value to society than the preservation of a little oil and water. No divorce, then, nor separation in this case, nor any voluntary vulgarization of the truth. And yet a widely diffused knowledge of this truth among neighbors, among his brother physicians, in county seats, and away down on that lower level of the domestic servants, the proudest experience of whose lives is perhaps the discovery of something to criticize in those far above them. Is it not a personal triumph to level a pocket telescope on the sun? And all this Dr. Burney had grown used to through nature's kind indurations. All of us have to grow used to so much, and perhaps there is no surer test for any of us than how much we can bear. But in one of life's directions only, in the direction of his children, his outlook had hitherto been as refreshing to him as sunlight on the young April verdure of the land. In that direction had still been left him complete peace, because there still dwelt spotlessness. But the father had long dreaded the arrival in his children of an age when they must commence to see things in their home which they could not understand, or in fairness judge. He carried that old dread felt by so many parents, that by and by the children will be forced to understand, and to misunderstand, the lack of something in the house. It was for this very reason that permission had the more gladly been granted them this year to celebrate their Christmas elsewhere. For this festival brings into relief, as nothing else, the domestic peace of a fireside, or the discords that mar the lives of those gathered in coldness about its warmth. And now the long expected had arrived. His conversation with his little boy that morning, before the two children had darted off for their Christmas away from home, had brought the announcement. The boy was at last mature enough to begin to put his own interpretation upon the estrangement of his parents. Moreover, the son now believed that he had found the father out, had penetrated to his secret, and the doctor recalled the words which had conveyed this youthful judgment to him. If I should get tired of Elizabeth, and wanted a little change, and fell in love with another man's wife. There was the snow-white annunciation. There the doctor got insight into the direction that a young life tended to take. There was the milestone already reached by the traveller. That is, his son, out of devotion to him, had already entered into a kind of partnership in his father's marital unfaithfulness. The boy had laughed in his father's eyes with elation at his own loyalty. These tidings of degeneracy it was that so arrested the doctor on this day. The influence of the house had at last reached the only remaining field thus far unreached, and now the seeds of suggestion had been dropped from one ripened life into new soil, sowing the world's harvest over again, that old harvest of tares and tears. Hitherto his tragedy had been communicated to his own generation. Now it had dropped into the next generation. It had been sown past his own life futureward. The shock of this discovery had befallen him just when Dr. Burney had begun to extricate himself from his whole past, when he had begun to hope that it might somehow begin to be effaced, sponged away. For although but 4 months had passed from that August afternoon to this December morning, a great change had been wrought in him. When on the day following that sad August 1, he, about the middle of the forenoon, had driven distractedly into Professor Owsley's yard, he saw that friend of his youth, the man he loved best of men, the most nearly perfect character he knew among men. He saw him sitting on a rustic bench under an old forest tree inside his front gate, waiting for him. Beside him on the bench lay papers over which he was working, not because he enjoyed work at that moment probably, but because it was impossible to sit there and wait with empty hands, with his mind tortured by one thought, the sorrow and shame of this meeting. As the doctor somehow got out of his buggy and started across the grass toward him, he did not look up, because he could not look up at once, and he did not rise and come to meet him. It was impossible for a moment. But then, with a high bracing of himself, he came, and coming he showed on his face only deep emotion, anxiety, distress, such as a true man might feel for another true man who had been caught in one of life's disasters. As a friend might walk toward a friend who from perfect health had by some accident of machinery tottered to him mangled, or as to a friend of wealth who, through some false investment, had by a turn of fortune's wheel been left penniless, or as to a friend of sound eyesight who had suddenly lost the power of right vision, or as to a friend who, traveling a straight road across a perilous country, had by some atrophy or lesion of the brain lost his bearings and was found wandering over a precipice. "How do you do, Downs?" he called out. using the old first name which for years now he had dropped, the boyish name of complete boyish friendship. "Come and sit down," he said, and he wound his arm through the doctor's, and all but supported him until they reached the seat under the tree. And then, without waiting or wavering, or looking at his friend's face, most of all without allowing him to utter a word, like a man aroused to the battle of a whole life which concentrated itself then and there, he turned to his papers and began to speak of the future, of the professorship with its new work, new duties, new services, to the going away from Kentucky. Not once did he turn the talk away from the new, the future, except that, when he finished, he covered the whole theme by saying that the old ties must hold fast, and become the dearer for the separation. He wanted the doctor's advice, insisted upon having it, forced him, too, on into this future. Not a word, not a look of the eye, not a note in the voice, about a thing so near, too near. "Now, this is the end of that," he said, putting the papers away. "But it all brings up something else. The farther we go forward, the longer we look backward. And the future, this new future, has turned my eyes all the more toward the past, Downs. Our past, yours and mine." And so he began to talk about his past. He went back to their boyhood together. He laughed over the time when he began to go to the Manor House every Saturday to stay all night. He declared that he had expected the first time to starve in a house where there were no women, but to his astonishment and relief he found that he had devoured things as never before. He had not been prepared to say, speaking for the boy he was then, that a woman at the table took away his appetite, but there was the fact, unquestionable and satisfying, that at the table with males only he had discovered bodily abysses within himself that had never been called into requisition. He was as frivolous as all this, winding quietly along through those happy years. He recalled another incident, that during one of their first rabbit hunts they had fired almost simultaneously at the same rabbit. As neither could claim the glory of killing, they had decided that at least they must share equally the glory of its pelt, and so, measuring to an equal distance from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail, they had there inserted a penknife and severed the skin, and then, propping their boots, soles against soles, like those resolved on a tug of war, each taking hold of his half of the skin, with one mighty jerk backward, each was in possession of his trophy. He was as frivolous as that, nor would he ever leave this theme of their friendship, weaving about it here and there remembered tricks and escapades as he traced it down, this bond in their lives. There were such friendships in those days. And so he poured out a man's tribute to a man's friendship. And then quickly, with a change of tone by which we all may intimate to a visitor that his visit is at an end, he bade the doctor take his leave. But he did one thing first, one little thing. "Josephine sent you these, and told me to pin them on you with her love," he said, with a tremor of the mouth, his eyes filling. And taking from the lapel of his coat a little freshly plucked bunch of heliotrope and rose geranium, he leaned affectionately over against the doctor's shoulder and pinned the flowers on his breast. Then he held out his hand as if to drag the doctor to his feet, walked with him to the buggy, pushed him in, put the reins in his palm, and gave a slap to the horse to start it. "Come to see us, Downs," he said. "We can't have you much longer." Truly, if the rest of us had nobility enough to treat one another's failings with sympathy and understanding, there would be few tragedies for us in our human lives, except the inevitable tragedies of nature. The way in which these two friends, instead of turning away from him, instantly turned toward him, sparing not themselves, that they might rescue him from what now might swiftly and easily be utter ruin, this most human touch, of most human nobleness, wrought in him a revelation and a revolution. On one day he had gone to the end of the long path of temptation. There was relief in that even. And on the next, what is finest in human nature had come to his rescue. And both of these things changed him. Every day since had been changing him. The unlifted shadow that had overlain the landscape of his life had begun to break up into moving shadows, traversed by rifts of light. A ravishing greenness began to reappear in the world. That old irremovable obstruction across his road had been withdrawn. Once again there was a clear path and single vision. But the sower may become a new character. The growth of what he has sowed must go on. And the doctor, with a vision clarified and corrected, now saw thriving everywhere around him young plants, the germs of which he had so long been scattering. A farmer might from a field, by dint of infinite patience and searching, recover every seed that he had thrown forth, but as well might he try to gather back a shower of raindrops from dry clods. And as the doctor sat in his library that morning, with this final announcement to him of how things sown were growing in the nature of his little boy, It seemed to him the moment to call upon Nature for a settlement. Nature, who never fails to collect a bill, but who never pays one. And sitting there with the whole subject before him, as a physician studying his own case, he asked of Nature whether, without any will of his own, she had not started him in life with too great susceptibility to the power of suggestion. Far back when his character was being moulded, had not Nature seen to it that wrong suggestions were sown in him? Had not all his trouble started there? Was not he harvesting what he had not scattered? This immeasurable power of suggestion, this new mystery which innumerable minds were now trying to fathom, to govern, to apply. This fresh field of research for his own science of medicine, this wounding and this healing, this waylaying and misleading by suggestion, this plan of Nature that no human being should escape it, that it should be the very ether which all must breathe. Meantime, out of doors, the face of Nature had rapidly changed. His forecast of early morning had been fulfilled. The wind had died down, clouds had overspread the sky, and it was snowing rapidly. On turnpike and lane and crossroads there was falling the dry snow of true winter when there is sleighing. He had given up work and had long been walking restlessly to and fro from one room to another, and now, as he stood at a window and looked out at the mantle of ermine being woven for all unsightly things, at the hiding away of the year's blots and stains under the one new spotlessness, his thoughts buried themselves with getting out his own sleigh, and with his trip across the country in the afternoon to the homes of the sick children. But more intimately he thought of the long drive homeward from the distant county seat late that night, with his memories of Christmas Eve. He turned from the window, and going to his office set about the work of mending the sleigh bells. For some reason he did this most quietly, lest they should send any sound through the stillness of the house. Once, as a bell tumbled out of its place, instinctively he put his hand over it, as though it were human, and he must silence its mouth of merriment. Sleigh bells seemed out of place in these rooms. They threw their music into old wounds. When he had finished, he put them just inside the door of the small room opening toward the stable, where his man could take them away without making any noise. And now another sound caught the doctor's ear as he was washing his hands. It was 12:30, and his wife had entered the dining room to begin some early preparations for dinner, and she was alone. She wished no maid to day, apparently, at least not yet, and as she moved familiarly about, there reached his ear, very low, sung wholly to herself, the melody of a ballad. The doctor knew it, words and music. It was the ballad of the trees and the master. In this the poet, a Southern poet, who himself alike through genius and suffering had entered, while on earth, into the divine, in this the poet had represented the Son of Man as going into the woods when his hour was near, into the woods for such strength as the forest only may sometimes give us, the same forest out of which humanity itself had emerged when it began its troubled history of search for the ideal. Thus her song was not of the Christmas tree and of the manger when divine love arrives, but of the tree of the crucifixion, and of love's betrayal and sacrifice ere it goes away. It was not the carol of the whole happy world at this hour for Bethlehem, but the hymn of Calvary, the music of the thorn tree and of the crown of thorns. And this from his wife on Christmas Eve, not for his ear, not for anyone's ear, but to herself alone. As he listened, with an overmastering impulse he walked to the corner of the library and stood before her picture. He noticed that in the careless haste of holiday house cleaning to day, the servant had left on the glass of the frame some fingerprints, some particles of dust. He brought a little moistened antiseptic sponge and a little Red Cross gauze, and softly cleaned it as though he were touching a wound. Then he returned to the window and watched the snow falling, and heard his wife's song through to the end. It was she to whom he owed everything. It was she who, a few years after their marriage, having discovered herself to be an unloved bride, had thrown her whole agonized nature into the one remaining chance of winning his love as young wife and young mother. Having seen that hope pass from her, she had withdrawn from one tragedy into a lesser one. She had withdrawn from him. And so withdrawing, she held the whole power of ruining him. Divorce, open separation, and his career as a physician in that land would have been ended. Instead, she too had come to his rescue. Slowly, out of that too swift and pitiless a fate for her own life, she had begun to work for the success of his. It was of too much value to many to be brought to nothingness for the disappointment of one. The doctor stood there looking out at the snowstorm, and thinking how all the people who could most have destroyed him had spared not themselves to make him happy and successful and useful. The dining room doors were thrown open. He went in to dinner. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 10. 2 other winter snowbirds at a window. Do you see them coming, Elizabeth? Not yet, except in my mind's eye. Your mind's eye, always that mind's eye. Till you see them with something better than your mind's eye, don't disturb me, Elizabeth. I have just come to the Battle of Hastings. I am going to fight as King Harold. Old William the Conqueror has just finished saying his hypocritical prayers. I am arming for him. Arm away, said Elizabeth, never interested in arming. She stood at the sunny window of the library. With one rosy fingernail she had scratched some frost off a window pane, and with her face close to the clear spot was peeping out. Her fingers tapped a contented ditty on the window sill. A few minutes later the other voice was heard again. It came from the direction of a sofa in the room, and seemed to rise out of half-smothering cushions. While the battle is going on, you might look round once more for the key, Elizabeth. Likely enough they have hid it somewhere in here. They got the tree into the house last night without our catching them, and after they think we are asleep to-night, they'll hang the presents on, and to-morrow they'll pretend they didn't. But we can't let them go on treating us like infants, or as if we're no better than immigrants. That's what little immigrants believe, and that's how we got the notion in this country. Old William was an immigrant, but I wouldn't loathe him as I do if he hadn't been one of the hypocritical praying immigrants. He could have prayed without being a hypocrite, Elizabeth, and he could have been a hypocrite without praying, but he wanted to be both, the old beast. But he stopped praying centuries ago, Harold, said Elizabeth, rubbing her long nose against the window pane, as though she had a mind to shorten it on a grindstone. Can't you find enough in the world to fight without going away back to fight William the Conqueror? What have we Kentucky children got to do with William the Conqueror on Christmas Eve? And suppose he was a hypocrite, then. He can't be a hypocrite now. If he went where it's nicest to go, it must have been taken out of him by this time. And if he went where they say it is not so nice, oh dear, of course, I don't know what became of it there. It may have exploded. It may have blown him up. Elizabeth had begun her earliest study of chemistry. She disliked explosive gases. A few minutes later the deliberate voice rose out of the sofa pillows. I wish it had been me to turn the heat on him. I'd have made him sizzle. If you find the key, lay it aside quietly, Elizabeth. By that time the moon may be shining down on the battlefield where I am dead among my common soldiers, all of us covered with gore. Let the king lie there with them as one of them. Doesn't that sound fine? Not to me, said Elizabeth. It sounds like nonsense. What's the matter with your mind's eye, I beg to inquire? Elizabeth was nondescript. Her hair was golden red and as soft as woven wind. Her skin had the fairness of peach bloom, when bees are coming and going in the sunlit air, and there is such sweetness. Under her eyes lay a deeper flush, like that sometimes seen on a child's face after a first day's sunburn by the waterside in springtime. Her own face might have been called the face of 4 crescents. 2 of the crescents you always saw, her eyebrows, twin down-curved bands of palest gold. In order to see the other 2 crescents, you had only to tell Elizabeth some story. As you finished, she who had been leaning over toward you slowly closed her eyes and drew in a breath, as though to drink the last delight of it. Her thin lips parted tightly across her pointed little teeth in a smile of thanks, and then in each cheek a curved dimple came out, shaped like what the farmers in Elizabeth's country call a dry moon, when it appears thus set up on end in the evening sky, the water for the month having all run out. Elizabeth's nose did not appear to have originated in the New World, but to be one of those steep Lombard noses, which, on the faces of northern Italians, seem to have started down the Alps in a landslide, to have gone a certain distance toward the Mediterranean, and then suddenly to have disappeared over the precipice of the chin. Across the Alpine nose was stretched a tiny spider-web golden bridge. Elizabeth wore spectacles. The frames were of the palest gold. She insisted they must be the exact color of her eyebrows. It was the glasses, perhaps, that gave her face its look of dreaminess, but there were times when her eyes pained. All the doctors had never been able to keep them from paining, and this often compelled her to sit with them closed and do nothing. Then her face became dreamier. But always the look bespoke an introspection of happiness. It drew your mind back to the work of those unknown artisans of Tanagra, who, centuries before our era, expressed in little terracotta figures the freedom and joy of Greek children in the old Greek life. Whatever the children are doing, they are happy about it. If they are doing nothing, they are happy about doing nothing. Thus, as long as Elizabeth's eyes were open on the world, they found the things that made her happy, neglecting the rest. No Psyche winging the wide plain ever went more surely to its needed blossom, disregarding otherwise the crowded acres. And when her tired eyes were closed, and the golden bridge was lifted off the Lombard nose, they were opened upon an inner world as enchanting. For with that gift which belongs to childhood, and to genius alone, as the real things of life which she had loved disappeared, she caught them alive and transferred them to another land. There also she kept all the other beautiful things that had never been real on the earth, but ought to have been real, as she insisted, and on these Elysian fields her spirit went to play. She was already old enough to realize that she was constantly outgrowing things, but as they were borne backward into the distance, she turned and laid her fingers on her lips in farewell to them. Little Niobe of unshed tears over life's changes. Her soul seemed to be this, and she could not turn against anything she had once loved, nor cease to be loyal to it after it was ruined or gone. As a swallow remembers the eaves, whether the skies be bright or dark, the nature of Elizabeth sheltered itself under the old world's roof of love. It was this intense fidelity of character that now kept her in her watch at the window, waiting for the two friends who were to make them 4 children on Christmas Eve. Once, indeed, as no figures were to be seen far or near out in the winter landscape, she turned softly into the room, and much against her will continued her search for the key that would unlock the doors connecting the library with the parlour, the dark and suddenly mysterious parlour, where the Christmas tree now stood. There was a mingling of 3 odours in the library that forenoon. Into one wall an old white marble mantelpiece was built, decorated on each side with huge branches of grapes, a votive offering by Bacchus, god of the inner fire, to Pluto, god of the outer fire. This mantle now held in its heart a crimson glow of anthracite coals, and the wintry smell of coal gas was comfortably pervasive. Making its summer-like way through the gas was the fragrance of rose geranium, some pots of which were blooming on a window-sill just inside the silvery landscapes of frost. A third and more powerful odour was that of a bruised evergreen, boughs of which had been crushed in handling, and the sap of which, oozing from the trunk, scattered far its wild balsam. The fragrance ever suggested the fir in the next room. Elizabeth went first to the mantel, and putting one little freckled hand on the Parian marble, and a little freckled, perhaps, foot on the brass fender, and pressing her side against the Bacchic grapes, which might well have become purpling at the moment, she opened the clock and looked in. The clock key was there, and Elizabeth was used to see her mother take it out for the winding of the hours. Always the winding of the hours, the winding of the years, the winding of life. Next she went to another window where the geraniums were blooming, and looked on the sill. These geraniums were her mother's especial care, as everything in the house was her especial care, and Elizabeth had often watched her pouring water on the budding green of the plants, as though the drops were bright tears. Once she believed the bright drops were tears. Then she passed on to the locked connecting doors between the library and the parlour, sniffing as she drew near the odour of the fir, sniffing it with sensitive nostril as a fawn on some wild mountain-side questions the breeze blowing from the beds of inaccessible herbage. Every spring, when the parlour was locked for cleaning, and when the children's feet and fingers must be kept from wet paint, she was used to seeing her mother lock these doors and lay the key along the edge of the carpet. It was not there now, however. Then Elizabeth looked in one more place. The library shelves along one wall, reaching from the floor well up toward the ceiling in the old Southern way. Filling the shelves at one end were the older books of the house, showing the good but narrow taste of a Southern household in former times. Midway, the modern books were massed, ranging through part of the world's classic literature, and through no little of the world's new science, and so marking a transition in culture to the present master and mistress. At the other end of the shelves there was a children's corner of the world's best fairy tales, some English, some German, some Scandinavian, most of them written for little people where winters are long and snows deep and pine forests boundless. She went to the shelf where the day before she had observed her mother put a book back into its place. The book was there, but no key. So she passed along the shelves back toward the window where she maintained her lookout, and she trailed her fingertips along the backs of the books as she passed the children's corner of fairy tales. It was a habit of hers to caress things she was fond of as long as they remained within reach. Once her hand almost touched the key where it lay hidden among those old-time Christmas stories. Half glad that her search had been in vain, she returned to her vigil at the window. "Did you find the key?" "No, and I'm not sorry I didn't." And then she suddenly cried, "They are coming, Harold! I see them away off on the hilltop yonder, running and jumping." The boy sat up on the edge of the sofa. He had on a suit of cassimere of a kind of blue limestone gray, as though the rock of the land had been used as a dye, and the brass buttons of his jacket marked him as a member of some military institute which had released him for the holidays. He laid aside his book of the world's great battles, and put the hair out of his eyes. They had the bold keenness of a hawk's, and his profile was as sharply cut as though it had been chipped along the edge of a white flint. Any historian of the main stock of our early American people would have fixed curious eyes on him. Merely to behold him was to think backward across oceans and ages to a race emerging into notice along the coast of the yellow surging North Sea, known already to their historians for straight blonde hair falling over bluish gray eyes, large bodies with shapely white limbs, braggart voices, arrogant tempers, play-loving and fight-loving dispositions, ingrained honor and valor, their animal natures rooted in attachment to their country, their spiritual natures soaring away toward an ideal of truth and strength set somewhere in a heaven. He was an offshoot of this old race, breeding stubbornly true in these late Kentucky fields. "They are coming at last!" cried Elizabeth, beckoning to him. The boy got up and strolled over to the window and stood beside his sister, most unlike her, he springing from the land as rank as its corn, she being without a country, a little winged soul wandering through the universe that merely by means of birth had alighted on Kentucky ground. At this moment, beside the grave, one-toned figure of her brother, the many-colored nature of Elizabeth had its counterpart in the picture she offered to the eye. For the sunlight out of doors, falling on the frost-jeweled window-panes, spun a silvery radiance about the golden red of the wind-woven hair, heightened the transparency of her skin, and stroked with the softest pencil her little frock of forget-me-not blue. Had she been lifted to the window-frame, she would have looked like some portrait of herself done in stained glass, all atmosphered with seraphic brilliancy. As to the forget-me-not frock, everything that Elizabeth wore seemed to cherish her. Her dresses bloomed about her thin, unbeautiful figure like flowers bent on hiding it, trained there by a mother's watchfulness. "Now I am perfectly happy," she murmured, pressing her face fondly against his. "I was afraid it would be too cold for them to come." The boy pushed her away and placed his eye at the small clear spot on the window-pane. "Elizabeth," he said, squinting critically, "if this is the best spy-glass you have, you have made very little headway with the enemy." "I don't have to make headway with the enemy," cried Elizabeth, rejecting his hostile utterance. "I merely wish to see my friends." The boy kept his eye at the lookout. "Elsie has on a red woolen helmet, and she looks as though she were dyed in gore. I wish it were old William's gore." The sight of those far-off figures dancing toward her had awakened in Elizabeth an ecstasy, and she began to weave light-footed measures of her own. "Now I am perfectly happy," she sang, but rather to herself as she whirled around the room. Her brother turned toward her and propped his back against the window and folded his arms. He looked like a dwarf who had been a major general and was conscious of it. "I'll not be happy until that key is found. I don't propose to be defeated." "Oh, Harold, why can't we leave everything as it has always been? If they want it, if papa and mamma wish to have one more old-fashioned Christmas, and you know it's the last, if they wish to have one more, so do I, and so do you." "I can't pretend, Elizabeth. They needn't ask me to pretend." Elizabeth began to dance toward him with fairy beautiful mockery. "You just pretended you were dead on the battlefield among your soldiers. You just pretended the moon was shining. You just pretended Elsie had on a red woolen helmet. You just pretended you were fighting William the Conqueror. Oh no, it is impossible for you to pretend, you poor deficient child." "That's different, Elizabeth. That's not pretending. That's imagining. You knew it wasn't true. There wasn't any secret about it. It didn't fool anybody. But this pretending about Christmas and about how things get on the tree, and that idiotic old buffoon, that's trying to make us believe it is true when it is not, and that it is real when it is not. That's the way fathers and mothers raise their little immigrants." Elizabeth danced before him more wildly, watching him with love and beautiful laughter. "So when papa says he is Santa Claus, he is pretending, and when you say you are King Harold, you're imagining. Why, what a bright child you are! How did you ever get to be a member of this dull family?" "I didn't expect you to understand the difference, because you girls are used to doing both. You girls! How could you know the difference between imagining and pretending? You girls! When you are always doing both. You girls!" "Why, what superior creatures we must be, to do so much more than boys!" sang Elizabeth. Her head was filled with fragments of nursery ditties, and the occasion seemed to warrant the production of one. With her eyes resting on him, she made a little dance in his honor, and at his expense, and she cadenced her footfalls to the rhythm of her words. "The innocent lambs, they have no shams, and they've nothing but wool to hide them. They cannot pretend, because at one end they've nothing but tails to guide them." She suddenly glided forward, step by step, airy sylph of unearthly joy, and threw her arms around his neck, and covered his face with kisses, and then darted away from him again, dancing. With his arms folded, he looked at her as a stone mile post might have looked at a ruby-throated humming-bird. "You promised," he said, "you promised that we'd find the key, and that all four of us would walk in on them to-night. But what do you know about keeping promises? You girls!" "I'll keep my promise, but I hope I won't find the key," said Elizabeth, as her dance grew wilder with the rising whirlwind of expectation. "But why shouldn't papa and mamma have one more Christmas as they wish it? Of course we can't care as much for old times as they do, but be reasonable, Harold." "I can't be reasonable that way. Haven't they always told us never to pretend? Haven't they always taught us not to have secrets? Haven't they always said that a house with a secret in it wasn't a good home for children? Why can't Christmas be as open as all out of doors? Isn't that what they call being American, to be as open as all out of doors? It's the little immigrants who have secrets in them." At that moment there was a sound of feet, muffled with yarn stockings, stamping triumphantly on the porch. "Oh, there they are!" cried Elizabeth, darting out of the room to receive her guests. More slowly the gray-toned little figure, with the white hair falling over his hawk eyes, and with the profile of white flint, followed her. And three great spirits there were that walked with the lad that day, as with thousands of other lads like him: the spirit of his race, the spirit of his land, and the spirit of his house. The real darkness of the Middle Ages was the spiritual night that settled upon children as they began to play about their homes, and to ask the meanings of them, why they were built as they were, and the meaning of other things they saw in them and around them. The architects of those centuries designed their noblest buildings, often with an eye to many of the worst passions of human nature. Toiling masons slowly put into mortar and stone exact arrangements for the violent and the vile. They built not for the good in human character, but against evil; not for a heaven on earth, but against a hell on earth. When the owners took possession, they had placed between themselves and the surrounding world the strongest possible proofs of a hostile and vicious attitude. Even within their homes they had fortified one intimate part against another intimate part, until it was as though the ventricles of the human heart had walled themselves in distrust away from the oracles. The mental and moral gloom of such homes hung destructively, appallingly over the children. The very architecture taught them their first bad lessons. Lifted in their nurses' or mothers' arms, they peered from parapet down upon drawbridge and moat at danger. At the entrances they saw massive doors built to shut out death, perhaps battle-hacked, blood-stained. From these they learned violence and the habit of killing. Trap-doors taught them treachery. Sliding panels in the walls taught them cunning, flight, and cowardice, eavesdropping. Underground dungeons taught them revenge, cruelty, persecution to the death. They might look down into one and see lying there some victim of slow starvation or slow torture. Nearly every leading vicious trait born in them seized upon the house itself for development, and began to clamber up its walls as naturally as castle ivy. Little children of the dark ages, does any one now ever try to enter into their terrors and troubles and warped souls? Can any one conceivably nowadays look out upon human life or up to the heavens through their vision? When the Anglo-Saxon, heaven's blue in his eyes, sunlight in his hair, the conquest of the future in his brain, the peopling of the future in his loins, breasted fresh waters and reached the distant shore, he had come to a great land where he could build for the best that was in him. The story of the black slave fleeing across a western river from a slave state into a free state, thrilling millions in this country, is as nothing to the story of the white slave of the ages who escaped across an ocean into a world where he became a free man. The cabins of this new world became the nurseries of a new kind of childhood on the earth. There is no possibility of measuring the effect upon a child and upon the man he is to be, even of a door that has no lock and of windows that have no shutters. It was while sleeping behind such undefended doors and windows that the gaunt mated lions and lionesses on the western frontiers of this republic bred in chaste passion their lean cubs. Out of such a cabin without a bolt, and with its mere latch string, there walked forth a new type of American man, the nation's man, who as a child had trusted the open door of his father's house, and as a man trusted the door of humanity. nor had within himself secret nor secrecy, nor trick nor guile, nor double dealing nor cruelty, nor vindictiveness nor revenge. The naked American, unpollutable iron of its strength and honor. Child of the new childhood, man of the new manhood, with the great silence in him that is the great. The birthplace of Harold and Elizabeth was one of the thousands and thousands of plain American homes in Kentucky and elsewhere that are the breeding grounds and fortresses of the Republic's impregnable virtue. The house had never taught them a bad lesson. It had never offered them an architectural trait to which their own coarser human traits could attach themselves. It had never uttered a suggestion that there is anything wrong in the human nature dwelling within it, or human nature approaching it from without. It was built against one enemy, the climate. And whenever the climate began war on the house, the children had a chance to see how well prepared for war it was. The climate always retreated, whipped in the end. Their land was like their birthplace. The earliest generations of little white Kentuckians had good reason to dread their country. No children anywhere ever had more. It was their dark ages. Death encompassed them. Torture snatched them from the breast. Terror cradled them. But all that was good and great in their parents fought on their side, and through the dark ages of the West shone the luster of a new chivalry. But all that was changed long ago, changed except to history, and to gratitude which is the memory of the heart. On these plains of Kentucky no wildness any more, nothing unknown lurking anywhere, a deep, strong land completely gentled but not weakened, over it drifting the lights and shadows of tranquil skies, and throbbing always in the heart of it a passion of tenderness that draws its wandering children back, across all distances and through all years. Aye, there were three great spirits that walked with the lad that day, and with the uncounted army of his peers. The spirit of their race, the old Anglo-Saxon race that has made its best share of the world's history by cutting away with its sword the rotting curtains that conceal sham and superstition. The spirit of his country, which moves with resistless strength toward the real and the strong, and the spirit of the plain American home, that fortress where the real and the ideal meet. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 11. 4 in a Cage. The four children early that afternoon were shut in the library with instructions from the mother of the household. It was too cold to go out of doors any more. This was given as gentle counsel to the visitors. Their father, here the head was shaken warningly at the other two. Their father was finishing some very important work in his library, and must not be disturbed by noises. She herself could not be with them longer because her eyes spoke volumes of delightful mysteries, a volume that suggested preparations for the coming night. So they must entertain themselves with whatever was within reach. There were games, there were books, especially wonderful old Christmas tales. They must not forget to read from these. Finally she summed up. They must remember in whatever they did and whatever they said that they were American children playing on Christmas Eve, the last of the Kentucky Christmas Eves in that house. The children thought, at least Elsie thought, that they would have a better time if they were allowed to be simply children instead of American children, and she said so. She was of the opinion that being American interfered a good deal with being natural. But the rejoinder, made with graciousness and responsive humor, was that the American back was fitted to the burden, and that no doubt the burden was fitted to the back. At least they could try it and see. And the door was softly closed. The children gathered almost immediately about a center table, on which were books and many magazines, very modern and very American magazines, which were pleasantly lighted of evenings by a reading lamp. The two children who were at home were much used to catching echoes from those magazines, as expounded and discussed by mature heads. What attracted them all now was neither lamp nor literature, but a silver tray bearing plates and knives and napkins. "It looks as though we're going to have something delicious," said Elizabeth daintily, and she peeped under a napkin, adding with disappointment, "Oh dear, I'm afraid it is going to be fruit." Even as she spoke there was a knock on the door, as though something had been delayed, and the door was reopened far enough to admit the maternal hand grasping the handle of a massive old fruit basket piled with apples. There was a rush to the door and another protest. "Only apples! And there are barrels of them in the cellar. Why not potatoes and be done with it? Entertain one's company on apples?" But the door was closed firmly, and thus the situation appeared to settle down for the rest of the afternoon. it soon having become a problem of whether the apples should go to the children or the children go to the apples. Elizabeth decided that it should be solved in the human way, and she led the group back to the table under guidance of Elsie's eyes, which more than once had turned in that direction with a delicate, not to say indelicate, suggestion. "I suppose it is better than starving," she remarked apologetically, adjusting her glasses in order to find the next best apple for Herbert after Harold had given the best to Elsie. And as she peeled her apple, she added with some instinct of regret that she was offering her guests refreshments so meagre, "How much better turkey and plum pudding sound in the old Christmas stories than they are when you have them!" Elsie did not agree with this view. "I think it is much better to have them," she said. "But in your mind's eye?" pleaded Elizabeth. "I don't know so well about that eye," said Elsie. "Oh, but Elsie," insisted Elizabeth, with a rising enthusiasm, "in Dickens' Christmas Carol, wouldn't you rather the big prize turkey were whirled away in the cab to Bob Cratchit's?" "I must say that I should not," contended Elsie. "But the plum pudding, Elsie!" cried Elizabeth, now in the full glow of a beautiful ardor. "When Mrs. Cratchit brings in the plum pudding, looking like a speckled cannon ball, hard and firm and blazing with brandy, and with the Christmas holly stuck in the top of it, wouldn't you rather the little Cratchits ate that?" "Indeed I would," said Elsie, "for I never cared for that pudding. They were welcome to it." Elizabeth dropped her head and was silent. Then she murmured, in wounded loyalty to the Cratchits, "It must have been good, because Dickens said they ate all of it and wanted more. But they tried to look as though they'd had quite sufficient, and I think they were very nice about it, Elsie, for children who had so little training. They behaved as very well bred indeed." "I don't doubt it," said Elsie. "I have nothing against their manners, and I suppose they thought it a good pudding. I merely remarked that I did not think it a good pudding. They had their opinion, and I have my opinion of that pudding." The subject was abandoned, but a moment later revived by Herbert sitting at Elizabeth's side. "Dickens had a great many more things in the carol than the turkey and the plum pudding," he observed, with his habit of taking in everything; and he began with a memorized list of the carol's Christmas luxuries in one heap, passing from geese to punch. "I always liked Dickens. He gives you plenty," he concluded. "Oh, bother!" said Harold, the Kentucky Saxon whose forefathers had been immigrants from Dickens' land. "We have everything in Kentucky that they had, and more besides. They can keep their Dickens." "Oh, but Harold," pleaded Elizabeth, "we haven't any Christmas stories. Not one old fairy tale, not one." "We don't want any old English fairy tales. American children don't want fairy tales. Couldn't we have them if we wanted them? I should say so. Can't we make anything in our country that we want?" "But the little Cratchits, Harold?" insisted Elizabeth. "We do want the little Cratchits." "We have plenty of American Cratchits just as good, and much worse." The eating of the apples now went on silently, Elizabeth having been worsted in her battle for the Cratchits. But soon, as hostess, she made another effort to be charming. "Mamma tells us that whenever we have anything very, very good, we must always remember to leave a little for Lazarus. Especially at Christmas, we must remember to share with Lazarus, to leave something on our plates for him." "Well," said Elsie, "Herbert and I have always been taught to leave something on our plates for good manners, but I never heard good manners called Lazarus. I don't suppose Lazarus had any manners." Elizabeth's face and neck was covered with a quick flame, and she bent her head over her plate until her hair covered her eyes. She undertook an explanation. "I think I know what mamma meant, Elsie. Mamma always means a great deal. It was this way. Long, long ages ago, all over the world, people had to divide with imaginary beings. Every year they had to give so much, part of everything they owned. Then by and by, I don't know the exact dates, Elsie dear, and I don't think it makes much difference, but by and by there weren't any more imaginary beings. Mamma said that they all disappeared, going down the road of the world." "But who got all the things?" asked Elsie. "The imaginary things didn't get them." "I suppose that is another story," said Elizabeth, who was determined this time not to be browbeaten. "Then just as they all disappeared down the road, from the opposite direction there came the figure of a man, Lazarus. Of course I can't tell it as mamma explains it to me, but this is what it comes to, that for ages and ages people were compelled to give up a share of what they had to imaginary beings, but now there aren't any imaginary beings, and we must divide with people we actually see." "I don't actually see Lazarus," said Elsie. "But with your mind's eye." "Oh, that eye!" "Mamma thought she would give us a good send-off for Christmas Eve," murmured Elizabeth, with another wound. She had been as unfortunate in her crusade for Lazarus as she had been with her tirade for the Cratchits. Elsie and Harold had pushed back their chairs and frolicked away to a distant part of the room to an unfinished game of backgammon. Elizabeth dipped her fingers into her finger bowl, and with admiration watched Elsie in her beauty and bouncing proportions, for she was a beautiful child, with the beauty of round, healthy vegetables displayed on market stalls, causing you to feel comfortable and human. As for Elizabeth, her thinness had been her pathos. From earliest childhood she had been made to realize on school playgrounds and in all juvenile companies that very thin children win no kind of leadership. With an instinct sure and no doubt wise, children uniformly give their suffrages to the fat and vote by the pound. Now she looked longingly at the bewitching vision of her opposite, at the heavy braids of chestnut hair hanging down the broad back and tied with a bit of blue-checked ribbon, a back that would have made 3 of her backs. One day, while being dressed by her mother, she had remarked regarding herself that she was glad she was no longer; she might be taken for a sea serpent. Elsie was dressed in a shade of brown that suggested a blend of the colors of good morning coffee with Durham cream in it, and Kentucky waffles, a kind of general breakfast brown. Then Elizabeth's glance came home to Herbert at her side. He was dressed in much the same shade of brown, but something in his nature transmuted this, and he rather seemed clad in a raiment that suggested spun oak leaves, as in autumn they lie at the bottom of still pools, when the blue of the sky falls on them, and chill winds pass low. Her tenderness suddenly enfolded him. It was the first time he had ever come to stay all night. It gave her an intimate sense of proprietorship in him. She settled down into her chair, the large, high-backed, parental chair, and began rather plaintively, but also not without stratagem, having first looked quickly to see that Elsie was at a safe distance. "Mamma says that if you have red hair and are born ugly, and grow uglier, and are very thin, and are named Elizabeth, and no one loves you, you may become a very dangerous person. She's positive that was the trouble with Queen Elizabeth. Some day it may be natural for me to want to cut off somebody's head. I don't know whose yet, but somebody's. Mamma and I are alike. If we were not loved, it would be the end of us. To think that even this innocent child should have had such guile!" A head of chestnut hair was unexpectedly moved around in front of Elizabeth's glasses, and a pair of eyes peeped in through those private windows. Peeped, disappeared. From the other chair a voice sounded, becoming confidential. "Some time before you're a grown, Elizabeth, someone is going to tell you something." "I wish I knew what it was now," murmured Elizabeth. "You will know when the time comes." "I don't see why the time doesn't come now. Before you are grown? It is the same thing. I feel grown for the moment." Elizabeth looked around again to see where Elsie was. "I'd like to ask you a question, Elizabeth." "I should be pleased to answer the question." "But father told me not to ask any questions. I was to wait till I got back home and ask him." "I think that is very strange. Aren't there questions a boy can't ask his father? A father wouldn't be the right one to answer. You must ask the one who can answer." There was no reply. "Well," urged Elizabeth, feeling the time was short, "there have been others. If you can't ask it, pop it. If you can't ask the question, pop the question." And then clandestinely down behind the backs of the chairs, and not on the cheek. Exact style of the respondent not accurately known, probably early Elizabethan. Toward the middle of the afternoon, as they played further about the room in search of whatever entertainment it afforded, they stopped before an old cabinet with shelves arranged behind glass doors. On one of the upper shelves stood some little oval frames of blue or rose-colored velvet, and in the frames were miniatures of women of old Southern days, with bare ivory necks and shoulders, and perhaps a big damask rose on the breast, or a pendant in a cataract of curls behind the ear. Women who made you think what must have been the physical and mental caliber of the men who had captured them and held them captured. Elizabeth's grandmothers and aunts on the mother's side. The two girls, each with an arm around the other's waist, and heads close together, peered through the glass doors at the vital dames. "Don't they look as though they liked to dance, and to eat, and to manage everything and everybody?" said Elsie, always practical. "Don't they look proud?" said Elizabeth, proudly, "and true, and don't they look alive?" But she linked her arm in Elsie's and drew her away to something else, adding in delicate confidence, "I think I am glad, though, Elsie, that mamma does not look like them. There is no one in the world like mamma. I'm a little like her, but I dwindled. Children do dwindle nowadays, don't they?" "Not I," said Elsie. "I didn't dwindle. Did you notice any dwindling anywhere about me? Please say where." On the middle and lower shelves of the cabinet were some long ago specimens of mounted wild duck, and on the moss-ragged boughs of an artificial oak some age-moulted passenger pigeons. The boys talked about these, and told stories of their grandfathers' hunting days, when pigeons in multitudes flecked the morning sky on frosty mornings, or had made blue feathery clouds about the oak trees in the vast Kentucky pastures. Following this lead, the boys went to the bookshelves, and taking down a volume of Audubon's great folio work on American birds, they spread it open on the carpet, and sprawling before it, found the picture of the vanished wild pigeon there, and began to read about them. Observing this, Elizabeth and Elsie took down a volume of the same great man's work on American animals, and with it open before them on the floor a few yards away, facing the boys, they began to turn the pages, looking indifferently for whatever beasts might appear. Elizabeth's peculiar interest in animal pictures had begun during the summer previous, when the family were having a vacation trip in Europe. Upon her visits to galleries of paintings, she had repeatedly encountered the same picture. The manger with the Divine Child as the center of the group, and about the child, half in shadow, the donkey and others of his lowly fellows of the stall, all turned in brute adoration. The memory of these Christmas pictures came vividly back to her now, especially the face of the donkey, who was always made to look as though he had long been expecting the event, and whereas reasonably gratified, could not definitely say that he was much surprised, his entire aspect being that of a creature too meek and lowly to think that anything foreseen by him could possibly be much of a miracle. Once also she had seen another animal picture that fascinated her. It represented a blonde-haired little girl of about her own age, with bare feet, hair hanging down, a palm branch in her hand. She was escorted by a troop of wild animals, each vying with the other in attempt to convince this exceptional little girl that nothing could induce them, just at present, to be carnivorous. The most dangerous beasts walked at the head of the line, the less powerful took their places in the rear, and the procession gradually tapered off in the distance, until only the smallest creatures were to be seen struggling resolutely along in the parade. The meaning of the picture seemed to be that nothing harmful could come from the animal kingdom on this particular day, providing the animals were allowed to arrange themselves as specified in the procession. What might have happened on the day preceding or the day following was not guaranteed, nor what might have befallen the little girl on this day if she had not been a blonde, nor what might overtake little boys, dark or fair, at any time. This picture also was in Elizabeth's memory as she turned Audubon's mighty pages, but somehow no American animals seemed to be represented in it, probably absenting themselves through the American desire, ranging through the whole animal kingdom, not to appear sentimental. All, no doubt, would have been glad to parade behind Elizabeth, but they must have agreed that only the sheep in the United States has the right to look sheepish. The boys, sitting behind the birds, and the girls, sitting behind the quadrupeds, turned the leaves and began to toss their comments and their fun back and forth. "The wild pigeon is gone," said Harold, whose ideas on this subject, and others related to it, showed that he had listened with a good purpose to a father who was a naturalist and a patriotic American. "The wild pigeon is gone, and the buffalo is gone, and the deer is going, and all the other big game is gone or is going, and the birds are going, and the forests are going, and the streams are going, and the Americans are going. Everything is going but the immigrants. They are coming." "Oh, but Harold, we were immigrants once," admitted Elizabeth. "We were Anglo-Saxon immigrants," said the son of his father, "and they're the only kind for this country. If all the rest of the country were like Kentucky, it wouldn't be so bad. And we American boys have got to get busy when we are men, or there won't be any real Americans left. I expect to stand for a big family, I do," he affirmed to Herbert, as though he somehow appropriated the privilege and the glory of it. "So do I intend to stand for a big family," replied Herbert quickly and jealously, now that matters seemed to be on a satisfactory basis with Elizabeth. "We boys are going to do our part," called out the Anglo-Saxon to the girls sitting opposite. "You American girls will have to do yours." "We shall be quite ready," Elizabeth sang back dreamily. "We shall be ready," echoed Elsie, "not to be excluded from her full share in future proceedings, and we shall be much pleased to be ready." The boys, turning the pages of the birds, had reached the picture of the American robin redbreast, and the girls, turning the pages of the quadrupeds, had reached the picture of the American rabbit. Elizabeth was softly stroking its ears and coat. "I think," said Herbert, looking across at Elizabeth, and also of that cordial, lusty household bird whose picture was before him, "I think that if a real American were to begin at 20 and keep on until he was, say, 90, he'd be able to down the immigrants with a family." "Why 90?" inquired Elizabeth, looking tenderly back at him, and apparently disturbed by the fixing of an arbitrary limit. "That's all the Bible allows. Then you take a rest." "Oh, then our family didn't want any rest," exclaimed Harold, "for grandfather had a child when he was 91. Isn't that so, Elizabeth?" "Oh, Harold, you've got that wrong. It wasn't grandmother, you dear lamb. Wasn't it a woman in the Old Testament, Sarah or Hagar, or maybe Rebecca? Anyhow, I'm right about grandfather. I'm positive he had one. Hurrah for grandfather! He was the right kind of American. When I'm a man, I'll be the right kind. I'll have the largest family in this neighborhood." "Don't say that. Take that back." "I will say it, and I do say it." "Then take that." The member of the Military Institute received a slap on the mouth from a masculine, overgrown hand, which caused him to measure the length of his spine backward on a large damask rose in the velvet carpet. They fought as two young males should, one of whom had recently imagined himself the last of the Saxon kings, and the other one of whom had realized himself as an accepted lover. They fought for a moment over the priceless folio of Audubon, and ruined those open pages where the robin, family bird of the yards, had innocently brought on the fray. They fought around the room, past furniture and over it, Elsie following with delight and wishing that each would be well punished, Elizabeth following in despair, broken hearted lest either should be worsted. "The idea of two brats fighting over which is going to have the largest family!" cried the former. "Oh, Harold, Harold!" implored Elizabeth, "to fight in your own house!" "Where could I fight if I didn't fight in my own house?" shouted the Saxon. "I couldn't fight in his." "Yes, you can fight in mine, whenever you've a mind," shouted his hospitable foe. Then something intervened, miraculously. The boys had reached the farther end of the library and the locked doors. There they had clinched again, and there they went down sideways with a heavy fall against those barriers. As they started to their feet to close in again, the miracle took place. A real miracle, and most appropriate to Christmas Eve. In the Middle Ages such a miracle would have given rise to a legend, a saint, a shrine, and relics. Elizabeth, who had hung upon the edge of battle, was the first to see it. As her brother rose, she threw herself upon him and whispered, "Oh, look, Harold! Now you'll stop!" Through the large empty keyhole of the locked doors an object was making its way. First one long green finger appeared, then a second, then a third. Those three sacred fingers, as old as Buddha. They made their way into the air of the library, followed by a foot or more of timber, and the fingers and arm taken together constituted a broken off bough of the Christmas tree, sign of peace and goodwill on earth on that eve, a true modern miracle. But the member of the Military Institute did not see it in that light. What it suggested to him was the memory of certain green twigs that in earlier years had played stingingly around a pair of bare, disobedient legs, wanton disturbers of common household peace. And as he stood there remembering, his recollection was further assisted by certain minatory movements of the sacred bough itself in the keyhole, a reminder that the same hand was now at the end of the switch. It was not the miraculous that persuaded him, it was the much too natural. But then, is not the natural in such a case miraculous enough? To take a small green cylinder of vegetable tissue and apply it to a larger unclad cylinder of animal tissue, with a spasmodic contraction of muscular tissue, and get a moral result from the grey matter of the distant brain, is not that miraculous enough? If people must hunt for miracles, and must have them, can they not find all they want in the natural? There was stillness in the library as that green bough slowly disappeared. The rabbit and the robin, the latter badly torn, got put back upon the shelves in their respective volumes, and presently there was nothing more to be seen but 4 laughing children. And now it was getting late. Outside and all over the land snow was falling, the longed for snow of Christmas Eve. And the last thing to chronicle regarding the afternoon was a reading. The little grey-toned lad with the mop of whitish hair and the profile of white flint had straggled back to the story which had absorbed him earlier that day, the book of the world's greatest battles, and he had read to his listeners, seated around him, the story of the sad battle of Hastings, when Saxon Harold fell, and green Saxon England with its mighty throne was lost to fair-haired Saxon men and women for a long sad time. This boy was living very close to the mind of a father who was watching the history of his country, and his own brain was full of small echoes which perhaps did not echo very fully and truly. "That is the kind of battle we are going to fight," he said. "England had to fight her immigrants, and we some day shall have to fight our immigrants, because they will bring into our country old things from their old countries, and we won't have those old things. They are the ones that brought in this silly old Santa Claus." "If there is a war," said the son of the doctor, "I'll be the surgeon, and I know of 2 salves already, one for wounds that are open, and one for wounds that might as well be. It is a salve that father got in France, and they may have used it at the Battle of Waterloo. That's why there were so many soldiers limping around afterwards." "Well, Herbert," said Elsie, "it couldn't have been such a wonderful salve if it set everybody to limping." "Well, It is either limp or be dead, so they limped. "What I like about the French," said Harold, remembering a summer spent in France, "is the big red breeches on the soldiers. Then you've got the gore on you all the time, whether you're fighting or not." Elizabeth's mild beam of humor saw a chance to shine. "Oh, but Harold," she exclaimed, "they are so dangerous. You know the towns were full of soldiers, but there wasn't one in the country. If a soldier is seen in the pastures, the French bulls get after them. Blue is better, then you aren't chased." It had come Elizabeth's time to read. She made preparations for it with the finest sense of how beautiful an occasion it was going to be. She hunted for the best chairs. She pushed them together near one of the windows where the last afternoon light from the snow darkened sky began to fall mystically, and then she went to the children's corner of fairy tales and softly peered along the shelf, and she drew out a well remembered volume. Then, seating herself before her auditors, she began in the sweetest, most faltering of voices to read a story that in earlier years had charmed them all. She had scarcely begun before she discovered that she no longer had an audience. Nobody listened. Saddest of all, Elizabeth found that she did not herself listen. She could no longer draw close, even to the boundaries of that once magical world. It was gone from her, and now she herself loved it only as she saw it in the dim distance on the Elysian fields of lost things. There may have been something of import to the future of this nation in the way in which these 4 country children, crowded as it were into a narrow headland looking toward the past, there said good-bye for the last time to faith in the whole literature of fairyland. The splendid, the terrible race of creatures which had once peopled the world of imagination for races and civilizations had now crumbled to dust at the touch of those little minds. For in the hard white light of our new world, backward, always backward toward the cradle, moves the retreating line of faith in the old superstitions. The shadows of the supernatural retire more and more toward the very curtains that cradle infancy, and it may be that the last miracle of fable will die where it was born, on the lips of the child. Elizabeth's face flamed red as she shut the book. It was dead to her, but her brain was musical with refrains about things that had gone to those inner fields of hers, and now, as though she felt herself just a little alone, even from Herbert, she walked away to the piano. "You wouldn't listen to the story, but you'll have to listen to a song. This is my song to a fairy, my slumber song. It is away off in the woods, and I go all by myself to where she is, and I sing this song to her." So Elizabeth sang: "Over thee bright dews be shaken, on thine eyelids violets blow, at thy hand white stars awaken, past thee sun and darkness go. In the world where thou art vanished, all dear things are ever young. I as thou will soon be vanished, I like thee from naught am sprung. Slumber, slumber, why awaken? No one now believes in thee. I shall sleep while worlds are shaken, no one will believe in me." It was the poorest, most faltering, yet most faithful voice, the mere note of a linnet long before the singing season has begun. As it died out, she descended from her premature perch and went with her repudiated book to the shelves where it must be put, not to be taken down again. In the shadow of the library, and with the uncertainty of her glasses, she fumbled as she sought the place, and the volumes on either side collapsed together, whereupon a large key slid from the top and fell to the floor. With a low cry of delight, but also of regret, she seized it and held it up. "Oh, Harold, the key! I have found it!" As the others hurried to her, she said to Elsie, as though boys were not fine enough to understand anything so fine, "It was like mamma to hide it there. She gave it to the old Christmas stories to keep and guard." Soon after this the children were not seen in the room. Some one came for them, and they were made ready for supper. After supper they were kept well guarded in another part of the house, and at an earlier hour than usual the little flock were herded upstairs, and at the top divided along masculine and feminine bypaths toward drowsy folds. No lights were brought into the room where they had been playing. The red embers of the anthracite sank lower under their ashes. All was darkness and silence for the mysteries of Christmas Eve. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 12. The Realm of Midnight. A quarter of a century ago or more, the German Christmas tree, the diffusion of which throughout the world was begun soon after the close of the Napoleonic Wars, had not made its way into general use throughout the rural districts of central Kentucky. The older Dutch and English festivals, which had blent their features into the American holiday, was the current form celebrated in bluegrass homes. The German forest idea had been adopted in the towns for churches and other public festivities, and in private houses also that were in the van of the world movement. But out in the country the evergreen had not yet enriched the great winter drama of nature with its fresh note of the immortal drawn from a dead world. The evergreen was to eyes there the evergreen still, as the primrose to other eyes had been the primrose and nothing more. Thus there was no Christmas tree, and Christmas Eve brought no joy to children, except that of waiting for Christmas morning. Not until they went to sleep or feigned slumber, not until fires died down in chimney corners, where socks and stockings hung from a mantelpiece or from the backs of maternal and paternal chairs, not till then did the sleigh of the white world draw near across the landscape of darkness. Out of its realm of silence and snow it was suddenly there, outside the house, laden with gifts, drawn by tireless reindeer, and driven by its indefatigable forest god. He was no longer young, the driver, as was shown in his case, quite as it is shown in the case of commoner men, by his white beard and round, ruddy, middle-aged face. But his twinkling eyes and fresh good humor showed that the core of him was still boyish, and apparently the one great lesson he had learned from half a lifetime was that the best service he could render the whole world consisted in giving it one night of innocent happiness and kindness. Not until well on toward midnight was he there at the house, without sound or signal, the sleigh perhaps halted at the front gate, or drawn up behind aged cedar trees in the yard, or for all that any one knew to the contrary, resting lightly on the roof of the house itself, or remaining poised up in the air. At least on the roof he was. He peeked down the chimney to see whether the fire were out, and he never by any mistake went to the wrong chimney. Then he scrambled hurriedly down. If any children were in bed in the room, he tickled the soles of their feet to prove if they were asleep, then crammed socks and stockings, dispersed other gifts around on the tops of furniture, left his smile on everything to last a year, the smile of old forgiveness and of new affection, and was up the chimney again, back in the sleigh, gone to the next house, then to the next, and on from house to house, over the neighborhood, over the nation, over the world. The first to operate without accidental breakdown the heavier-than-air machine, unless it were possibly a remote American kinswoman of his, the New England witch on her broomstick aeroplane, which however she was never able to travel on outside New England. In this belting of the globe with a sleigh in a single night, he must often have come to rivers and mountain ranges where passage was impossible, and then it is certain that the sleigh was driven up to the roadway of the clouds and traveled across the lonely stretches of the snow before it fell. Why should he come near midnight? Whoever asked such a question? Has not that hour always been the natural locality and resort for the supernatural? What things merry or sorry could ever have come to pass but for the stroke of midnight? How could Shakespeare have written certain dramas without the mere aid of 12 o'clock? What considerable part of English literature would drop out of existence but for the fact that Big Ben struck 12? The children stood at the head of the stairs, and the great night, which was to climb so high, began for them low down, with the furniture. Standing there, they listened for the sound of any movement in the house. There was none, and they began to descend. Stairways in homesteads built as solid as that did not give away with any creaking of timbers under the pressure of feet, and they were thickly carpeted. Halfway down the children leaned over the banisters and listened again. Here at the turning of the stairway, directly below, there lived in his pointed weather house the old time sentinel of the family, who with his one remaining arm saluted evermore backward and forward in front of his stiff form, and at every swing of this limb you could hear his muscle crack in his ancient shoulder joint. A metallic salute which the children had been accustomed to all their lives was one of the only two sounds that now reached them. The other sound came from near him, sitting on the hall carpet in a square rug of tin especially provided for her was the winter companion of the timepiece, a large round mica-plated anthracite stove, middle-aged, designing, and corpulent. This seeming stove, whose puffed flushed cheeks now reflected an unusual excitement, gave out little comfortable wooing sounds, all confidential and traveling in a soft volley toward the sentinel, backed gaunt and taciturn against the wall. The children of the house had long ago named this pair the cornered soldier and the marrying stove, and they explained the positions of the two as indicating that the stove had backed the veteran into the corner, and had sat largely down before him, with the determination to remain there until she had warmed him up to the proper response. The veteran, however, devoted his existence to moving his arm back and forth to ward off her infatuation, and meanwhile he persisted in muttering in his loudest possible monotone, "Go away, keep off, go away, keep off, go away, keep off." There were seasons, of course, when the stove became less ardent, for even with the fibre of iron, such pursuits must relax sometimes, but the veteran never permitted his arm to stop waving, trusting her least when she was cold, rightly enough. At the foot of the stairway they encountered a pair of objects that were genuinely alive. Two aged setters with gentle eyes and gentle ears and gentle dispositions rose from where they lay near the stove, came around, and, putting their feet on the lowest step, stretched themselves backward with a low bow, and then, leaning forward with softly wagging tails, they pushed their noses against the two children of the house, inquiring why they were out of bed at that unheard-of hour. They offered their services, but being shoved aside, they returned to their places and threw themselves down again, not curled inward with chilliness, but flat on the side with noses pointed outward. They were not wholly reassured, and the ear of one was thrown half back, leaving the auditory channel uncurtained. They had no fear, but they felt solicitude. The children made their way on tiptoe along the hall toward the door of the library. Having paused there and listened, they entered and groped their way to the far end, where the doors connected this room with the parlor. As they strained their ears against these barriers, low sounds reached them from the other side. Smothered laughter, the noise of things being taken out of papers, the sound of feet moving on a step-ladder, the sagging of a laden bough as it touched other laden boughs. Through the keyhole there streamed into the darkness of the library a little shaft of light. "They are in there! There is a light in the room! They're hanging the presents on! We've caught them!" The leader of the group was about to insert the key, when suddenly upon the intense stillness there broke a sound, and following upon that sound what a chorus of noises! For at that moment the old house sentinel struck 12, the Christmas night 12. The children had never heard such startling strokes, for the natural reason that never before had they been awake and alone at that hour. As those 12 loud, clear chimes rang out, the two other guardians of the house, drowsing by the clock, apprehensive after all regarding the children straying about in the darkness, these expressed their uneasiness by a few low gruff barks, and one followed with a long questioning howl, a real Christmas ululation. Then out in the hen house a superannuated rooster drew his long-barreled single-shooter out of its feather and leather case, cocked it, and fired a volley point-blank at the rafters. The sound seemed made up of drowsiness, a sore throat, general gallantry, and a notice that he kept an eye on the sun, even when he had no idea where it was. The early Christmas clarion. Further away in the barn a motherly cow, kept awake by the swayings and totterings of an infant calf, apparently intoxicated on new milk, stood up on her hind feet and then on her fore feet, and mooed, quite a Christmas moo. In a nearby stall an aged horse, who now seemed to recognize what was expected of him on the occasion, struggled to his fore feet and then to his hind feet, and squaring himself nickered, his best Christmas nicker. Under some straw in a shed, a litter of pigs, disposed with heads and tails as is the packing of sardines, except that for the sardines the oil is poured on the general outside, but for the pigs it still remained on the individual inside. These pigs slept on, the proper Christmas indifference. For there had never been any holy art for them, nor miracles of their manger. They had merely been good enough to be eaten, never good enough to be painted. They slept on while they could, mindful of the peril of ancestral boar's head, and of the modern peril of brains for breakfast and sausage for supper. Then on the hearthstone of the library itself, not far from where the children were huddled, the American mouse, which is always found there on Christmas Eve. This mouse, coming out and seeing the children, shrieked and scampered, a fine Christmas shriek, whereat on the opposite side of the hearth a cricket stopped chirping and dodged over the edge of the brick, a clever Christmas dodge. All these leaving, what a stillness! As noiselessly as possible the key was now inserted, the lock turned, and the door thrown quickly open, and there on the threshold of the forbidden room the children gasped, baffled, gazing into total darkness. The coals of mystery forever glow even under the ashes in the human soul, and these coals now sent up in faint wavering flashes of a burnt-out faith. They were like the strange, delicate wavering northern lights above a frozen horizon. After all, in the darkness, amid the hush of the house, at the hour of midnight, with the perfume of wonderful things wafted thickly to their senses, after all, was there not some truth in the legend? Then out of that perfumed darkness a voice sounded, "Come in if you wish to come in." And the voice was wonderful, big, deep, merry, kind, as though it had but one meaning, the love of the earth's children. It betokened almighty justice and impartiality to children, and it betrayed no surprise or resentment at being intruded upon. After a while it invited more persuasively, "Come in if you wish to come in." And this time it seemed not so much to proceed from near the tree as to emanate from the tree itself, to be the tree speaking. The children of the house at once understood that the nature of their irruption had shifted. Their father in that disguised voice was issuing instructions that they were not to dare question the ancient Christmas rites of the house, nor attack his sacred office in them. For this hour he was still to be the Santa Claus of childish faith. Since they did not believe, they must make believe. The scene had instantly been turned into a house miracle drama, and they were as in a theatre, and they were to witness a play. And the voice did not hesitate an instant in its exaction of obedience, but at once entered upon the role of a supernatural personage. Was I mistaken? Were not children heard whispering on the other side of a door? And was not the door unlocked and thrown open? They must be there. If they are gone, I am sorry. If they are still there, you children, I'm glad to see you, though of course I don't see you. We're glad to see you, though we don't see you. You came just in time. I was about going. What delayed me but strange things have happened tonight. As I drove up to this house, suddenly the life seemed to go out of me. It was never so before, and as I stepped out of the sleigh I felt weary and old, and the moment I left the reins on the dashboard, my reindeer, which were trembling with fright of a new kind, fled with the sleigh. And now I am left without knowing when and how I shall get away. But on a night like this wonderful things happen, and I may get some signal from them. A frightened horse will run away from its dismounted master, and then come back to him. And they may come for me. I may get a signal. I shall wait. But as I said, I feel strangely lifeless, and I think I shall sit down. Will you sit down, please? Where you are. since you cannot see any chairs," he said with the sweetest gaiety. In the darkness there were the sounds of laughing, delighted children, grouping themselves on the floor. "Now," said the voice, "I think I'll come around to your side of the tree, so that there'll be nothing between us." He was coming as the white-haired winter god, forest spirit of the earth's children. They heard him advance around from behind the tree, moving to the right, and one of them who possessed the most sensitive hearing felt sure that another personage advanced more softly around from behind the tree on the left side. However this may be, all heard him sit down, heard the boughs rustle about him as he worked his thick jolly figure back under them until they must have hung about his neck and down over his eyes. Then he laughed out as though he had taken his seat on his true forest throne. "When I am at home in my own country," he said, "I am accustomed to sleep with my back against an evergreen. I believe in your lands you prefer pine furniture. I like the whole tree." A tender voice put forth an unexpected question. "Are you sure that there is not someone with you?" "Is not that a strange question?" "Ah, yes. But in the old story when St. Nicholas arrived, an angel came with him. Are you right sure there's not an angel in the room with you now?" "I certainly see no angel, though I think I hear the voice of one. Do you see any angel?" "With my mind's eye." "That must be the very best eye with which to see an angel." "But if there were a light in the room—" "Pardon me. If there were a light, I might not be here myself. If you changed the world at all, you would change it altogether." A bolder voice broke in. "You're a very mysterious person, are you not?" "Not more mysterious than you, I should say. Is there anything more mysterious than one of you children?" "Oh, but that's a different kind of mysterious. We don't pretend to be mysterious. You do." "Oh, do I? You seem to know more about me than I know about myself. When you have lived longer, you may not feel so certain about understanding other people. But then I'm not people," he added joyously, and they heard him push his way further back under the boughs of the tree, withdrawing more deeply into its mystery. "Now then, while I wait, what shall we do?" End of section 12. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 13 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 13. Time Spirit and Eternal Spirit. A hurried whispering began among the children, and the result was quickly announced. "We should like to ask you some questions." Evidently the intention was that questions should riddle him, make reasonable daylight shine through his mysterious pretensions. On the stage of his own theatre he was to be stripped. "I treat all children alike," he replied with immediate insistence on his divine rights. "And if any could ask, all should ask. But suppose every living child asked me a question. That would be at least 1,000,000 to every hair on my head. Don't you think that would make any head a little heavy? Besides, I've always gotten along so well all over the world because I have done what I had to do and have never stopped to talk. As soon as you begin to talk, don't you get into trouble with somebody? Who has ever forced a word out of me?" How alert he was, nimble, brisk, alive! A marvelous kind of mental Arctic light from him began to spread through the pitchiness of the room as from a sun hidden below the horizon. "But everything seems going to pieces tonight," he continued, "and maybe I might let my silence go to pieces also. Your request is granted, but, remember, one question apiece. The first each thinks of, and not quarrelsome. This is no night for quarrelsome questions." The lot of asking the first fell naturally to Elsie, and her question had her history back of it. The question of each had life history. When Elsie first came to know about the mysterious gift bringer from the north, she promptly noticed in her sharp way that he was already old. Nor thereafter did he grow older. She found pictures of him taken generations before she was born, and there he was, just as old. She judged him to be about 55 years or 60, as compared with middle-aged Kentucky farmers, some of whom were heavy-set men like him, with florid complexions, and with snow on their beards and hair, and mischievous eyes, and the same high spirits. Only there was one who had no spirits at all except the very lowest. This was a deacon of the country church, who, instead of giving presents to the children once a year, pushed a long-handled box at them every Sunday, and tried to force them to make presents to him. One hot morning of early summer, he had so annoyed her, when the box again paused tantalizingly in front of her, she had shot out a plump little hand, and dropped into it a frantic, indignant June-bug, which presently raised a hymn for the whole congregation. She hated the deacon furthermore, because he resembled Santa Claus, and she disliked Santa Claus, because he resembled the deacon. She held them responsible for resembling each other. All this was long ago in her short life, but the ancient grudge was still lodged in her mind, and now it came out in her question. "Why did you wait to get old before you began to bring presents to children? Why didn't you bestir yourself earlier, and what were you doing all the years when you were young?" If you could have believed that trees laughed, you would have said that the Christmas fir was laughing now. That is a very good question, but it is not very simple, I am sorry to say, and by my word I am bound not to answer it. You were told that the question must be simple. However, I am willing to make you a promise. I do not know where I may be next year, but wherever you are, you will receive, I hope, a little book called Santa Claus in the Days of His Youth. I hope you will find your question answered there to your satisfaction. And now for the next. During the years of Elizabeth's belief in the great legend of the North, second to her delight in the coming of the gifts was sorrow at the going of them. Every year an avalanche of beautiful things flowed downward over the world, across mountain ranges, across valleys and rivers, and each house chimney received its share from the one vast avalanche. Every year. And for all she knew, these avalanches had been in motion thousands of years. But where were the gifts? Gone, melted away, so that there were now no more at the end of time than there had been at the beginning. The fate of the vanished lay tenderly over the landscape of the world for her. You say that one night of every winter you drive round the earth in your sleigh, carrying presents. Every summer don't you disguise yourself, and drive over the same track in an old cart and gather them up again? Many a summer day I have watched you without your knowing it. This time you could have believed that if evergreens are sensitive, the fir now stood with its boughs lowered a little pensively and very still. I am sorry. The question violates the same mischief-making rule, and by my word I am bound not to answer it. But it is as easy to give a promise to two as to one. Next year I hope you will receive a little book called Santa Claus with the Wounded and the Lost, and I wish you joy in that story. Now then. Father told me not to ask any questions while I was over here, to wait and ask him. The little theatre of make-believe almost crumbled to its foundations beneath that one touch of reality. The great personage of the drama lost control of his resources for a moment. Then the little miracle play was successfully resumed. Well then, I won't have to answer any questions for you. But I can tell you what I was going to ask. I was going to ask you if you are married, and if you are, why you travel always without your wife. I was wondering whether you didn't like your wife. The answer came like a blinding flash, like a flash meant to extinguish another flash. A book, another book. There will have to be another book. Look out for one next Christmas. Drop down the chimney especially for you. And I hope it won't fall into the fire or into the soot. Santa Claus and his wife. Now then, time flies. During the infantile years, when the heir of the house had been a believer in the figure beside the tree, there had always been one point he jealously weighed, whether children of white complexion were not entitled to a larger share of Christmas bounty than those of red or yellow or brown or black faces, and in particular whether among all white children those native to the United States ought not to receive highest consideration. The old question now rang out, "What do you think of the immigrants?" The tree did not exactly laugh aloud, but it certainly laughed all over, with hearty, wholesome, approving laughter. "That question is the worst offender of all. It is quarrelsome. It is the most quarrelsome question that could be asked. What are immigrants to me? But next year look out for a book called Santa Claus on Immigrants. Put plenty of gore in it. Gore? Gore on Christmas Eve? But if there was gore, since it is in a book, it would have to be dry gore. But wouldn't salve be better? Salve for old wounds? If you're going to put salve in, you might use my Waterloo salve. Don't be peculiar, Herbert, especially away from home." Certainly the tree was shaken with laughter this time. See what things grow to when once started. Here were 4 questions, and now they fill 4 books. But time flies. Now I must make haste, my reindeer. His ingenuity was evidently at work upon this pretext, as perhaps furnishing him later on a way through which he might effect his escape. In this little theatre of thin illusion there must be some rear exit, and through this he hoped to retire from the stage without losing his dignity in the illusion of his rôle. "My reindeer," he insisted, holding fast to that clue for whatsoever it might lead him to. "If they should rush by for me, I must be ready. A faint, distant signal, and I'm gone. So, before I go, in return for your questions, I am going to ask you one. But first there is a little story, my last story, and I beg you to listen to it." After a pause he began. "Listen, you children of this house, you children of the world. You love the snow, you play in it, you hunt in it. It brings the melody of sleigh bells. It gives white wings to the trees and new robes to the earth. Whenever it falls on the roof of this house, and in the yard, and upon the farm, sooner or later it vanishes. It is forever rising and falling, forming and melting, on and on through the ages. If you should start from your home tonight and travel northward, after a while you would find everything steadily changing, the atmosphere growing colder, living creatures beginning to be left behind, those that remain beginning to look white, the voices of the earth beginning to die out, color fading, song failing. As you journeyed on, always you would be traveling toward the silent, the white, the dead. And at last you would come to a land of no sun and of all silence except the noise of wind and ice. You would have entered the kingdom of eternal snow. If from your home you should start southward, as you crossed land after land in the same way, you would begin to see that life was failing, and the harmonies of the planet replaced by the discord of lifeless forces, storming, crushing, grinding, and at last you would reach the threshold of another world that you dared not enter, and that nothing alive ever faces, the home of perpetual frost. If you should rise straight into the air from your housetop as though you were climbing the side of a mountain, you would find at last that you had ascended to a height where the mountain would be capped forever with snow. For all round the earth, wherever its mountains are high enough, their summits are capped with the one same snow. Above us all, everywhere, lies the upper land of eternal cold. Sometime in the future, we do not know when, the spirit of cold at the north will move southward. The spirit of cold at the south will move northward. The spirit of cold in the upper air will move downward, and the 3 will meet, and for the earth there will be one whiteness and silence, rest. Little children, the earth is burning out like a bedroom candle. The great sun is but a longer candle that burns out also. All the stars are but candles that one by one go out in the darkness of the universe. Now tell me, you children of this house, you children of the earth, for I make no difference among you, and ask each the same question. When the earth and the sun and the stars are burnt out like your bedroom candles, where in that darkness will you be? Where will all the children of the earth be then? And now at last the great solemn night drew apart its curtains of mystery and revealed its spiritual summit. Out of these ordinary American children had all but died the last vestiges of the superstitions of their time and of earlier ages. They were new children of a new land in a new time, and they were the voices of fresh millions, voices that rose and floated far and wide as a revelation of the spirit of man stripped of worn-out rags and standing forth in its divine nakedness, winged and immortal. "I know where I shall be," said the lad whose ideal of this life turned towards strength that would not fail, and truth that could not waver. "I know where I shall be," said the little soul whose earthly ideal was selfishness, who had within herself humanity's ideal that hereafter, somewhere in the universe, all desires will be gratified. "I know where I shall be," said the little soul whose earthly ideal was the quieting of the world's pain, who had vague notions of a land where none would be sick and none suffer. "I know where I shall be," said the little soul whose ideal of life was the gathering and keeping of all beautiful things, that none should be lost and that none should change. Then in the same spirit in which the group of them had carried on their drama of the night they now asked him, "Where will you be?" For a while there was no answer, and when at length the answer came, it was low indeed. "Wherever the earth's children are, may I be there with them." As the vast modern cathedral organ can be traced back through centuries to the throat of a dry reed shaken with its fellows by the wind on the banks of some ancient river, so out of the throats of these children began once more the chant of ages, that deep, majestical organ roll of humanity. The darkened parlor of the Kentucky farmhouse became the plain where shepherds watched their flocks. It became the Mount of Transfiguration. It became Calvary. It became the Apocalypse. It became the chorus out of all lands, out of all ages. And there were shepherds. "The Lord is my shepherd. Unto us a child is born. I know that my Redeemer liveth. I know in whom I have believed. In my Father's house are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you. Where I am, you may be also. The earth shall pass away, but my word will not pass away." Now is Christ risen from the dead. Trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Thou wilt not leave us in the dust. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. In the room was the spiritual hymn of the whole earth from the beginning until now, that somewhere in the universe there is a Father and a Fatherland, that on a dying planet, under a dying sun, amid myriads of dying stars, there is something that does not die, the youth of man. In that youth all that had been best in him will come to fullest life, all that was worst will have dropped away. The room was very still a while. Then upon its intense stillness there broke a sound, faint, far away through the snow-thickened air, a melody of coming sleigh bells. All heard, all listened. "Hark! Hark! Do you hear? Listen! They are coming for me! They're coming!" The tree shook as he who was sitting under its branches rose to his feet with these words. "That is Father's sleigh. I know those bells. Those are our sleigh bells. That is Father," said a grave boy excitedly. "Ah, is that what you think I hear? Then indeed it is time for me to be going." There was a rustling of the boughs of the Christmas tree, as though the guests were leaving. Nearer, 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 along the turnpike came the sound of the bells. At the front gate the sound suddenly ceased. "They're waiting for me," said a voice from behind the tree, as it moved away in the direction of the chimney. Then all heard something more startling still. The sleigh was approaching the house. Out of the silence and the darkness of Christmas Eve there was traveling toward the house another story, the drama of a man's life. At the distance of a few hundred yards, the sound of the sleigh bells, borne softly into the room and to the rapt listeners, showed that the driver had turned out of the main drive and begun to encircle the house by that path which enclosed it as within a ring, within the symbol of the eternal. Under old trees now snow-laden, past the flower-beds of summer, past the long branches of flowering shrubs and of roses that no longer scattered their petals, but now dropped the flowers of the sky, past thoughts and memories, it made its way, as for one who doubles back upon the track of experience with a new purpose and revisits the past as he turns away from it toward another future. Through the darkness, across the fresh snow, on this night of the anniversary of home life, there, and on this final Christmas Eve, after which all would soon vanish, he drew his band, binding together all the lives there grouped, putting about them the ring of oneness. That mournful melody of secrecy and darkness began to die out. Fainter and fainter it pulsed through the air. At the gate it was barely heard, and then it was not heard. Was it gone, or was it waiting there? By the chimney side there were faint noises. "He is gone," whispered Elizabeth with one intense breath. End of Section 13. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 14 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 14. When a Father Finds Out About a Son. Christmas had passed, bringing up the train of its predecessors, the merry and sad parade of the years. It departed a little changed, and it left the whole world a little changed by the new work of new children, by that innumerable army of the young who are ever usurping the earth from the old, who successively refashion it in their own image, and in turn, growing old themselves, leave it to the young again to refashion still further, leaving it always to the child, the destroyer and savior of the race. And yet it is the child that amid all changes believes that it will escape all change. Christmas had passed, and human nature had settled once more to routine and commonplace, starting to travel across another restful desert of ordinary days before it should reach another exhausting oasis of the unusual. The young broke or threw away or forgot their toys. The old lifted once more to their backs familiar burdens with a kind of fretful or patient liking for them. The sun began to return with his fresh and ancient smiling. For a while after Christmas, snows were deeper and drier, but then began to fall more rarely and melt more swiftly. February turned its unfinished work over to March, and March received it, and among other things brought to its service winds and daffodils. The last flakes of snow, as they sank through the sod, passed the snowdrop pushing upward, the passing of the snowdrops of winter and of spring. In the woods, wherever there was mistletoe, that undying pledge of verdure into which naturalists of old believed that the whole spirit of the tree had retreated for safety from the storm, wherever there was mistletoe, it began to withdraw from sight and hide itself amid young leaves bursting forth everywhere. Universal annunciation that what had seemed dead yet lived. Out of the ground things sprouted and rose that had never lived before, but on old stalks also, as on the tops of old trees about the doctor's house. Equally there was spring. For while there is life, there is youth, and as long as there is youth, there is growth. Life is youth, holy youth, and death is not the end of age nor of old age, but only the ending of youth, of briefer youth or extended youth, but always of youth. Plowing began in the Kentucky fields, and after the plow the sower went forth to sow. Dr. Burney, as he drove along turnpikes and lanes, looked out of his buggy and saw him. Beside him was his son, and the doctor was busy sowing also, sowing the seeds of right suggestion. Sometimes they met child patients whom the doctor had brought through the epidemic. They stopped and chatted triumphantly. Altogether it was springtime for the doctor for more reasons than one. There was a change in him. He looked younger, and he was younger. The weight as of a glacier had melted away from him. A new verdure of joy started forth. The beauty and happiness of the country about him found counterpart and response in his own nature. One day, as the two were driving across a fine, growing landscape, the doctor was trying to impart a larger idea of service, and so he was saying that there were three fathers. He was the first father, to be looked to for counsel and guidance and protection. This father was to be served loyally. He must be fought for, if there were need, died for. But by and by the first father would step aside, and the second take his place, much greater, more powerful, the fatherland. For this second father also, his listener, must be ready to fight, to die. He must look to it for guidance and safety. Then again in time, the second father would disappear, and the third father would take him in hand, the father of all things. And then I'll have to fight and die for the third father. I am not so sure about the fighting and the dying, said the doctor with a quick, happy laugh. And after the third father, who gets me next? When he is done with me, then what? I am not so sure about that either, admitted the doctor. The third father will keep you a long time, and as all the troops are his, there may be nobody to fight, but he'll make you a good soldier. Thus during these days, each in his own way was putting forth new growth, and now there arrived a morning when the sun was to show how well grown he was, and how faithfully things sown in him were maturing. At breakfast, for some lack of fine manners, he received instructions from his mother. By way of grateful acknowledgment, he laid down his knife and fork and stiffened his back against his chair and looked at her steadily. "I don't see what you have to do with my manners," he said, as though the opportunity had come at last for him to speak his mind on the family situation. "You've spoiled everything for us. You ought never to have been my mother. Mrs. Ousley ought to have been my mother." And then he looked at his father for approval that he had brought the truth out at last. The doctor, at the beginning of that utterance, had started toward him with the quick movement of one who tries to shut a door through which a hurricane has begun to rush. Now without a word he rose from the table, and grasping the boy by the wrist, led him from the room. As the door closed behind them, a loud ringing laugh was heard, as though the two were going off to enjoy something together. Then another door was closed, and then there resounded through the silence of all the rooms a loud, startled scream, not so much of pain, but of bewilderment, of amazement, of grief of mind, of a puzzle in the brain. Then there were other sounds, other sounds, other sounds, and then one long, continued sound, low, piteous, inconsolable. The spring advanced. Tide of new life overflowed the land. Dr. Burney and his boy were seen driving on all bright days, not toward the sick necessarily. Sometimes they were on their way to a creek or pond to fish. There was a tragic change in the doctor, and there was a grave change in his son. The father's face began to show the responsibility of handling a case that was becoming more difficult. On a landscape of growing things, growing with the irresistible force of nature, how was he to arrest the growth of things in the nature of a child? And the boy was beginning in his way to consider the danger of too much devotion to a father, too blind an imitation of him. In his way he was trying to get clear hold of this problem of how to imitate and how not to imitate. Something was gone between them, not affection, but peace. Each was puzzled by the other, and each knew the other was puzzled. How completely they jerked shining fish out of the lucent water! But as each dropped his hook into the sea of character, neither felt assured what he might draw up. At times in the doctor's eyes there was an expression too sad to be seen in any father's, and in the boy's was the look of the first deterioration of life, the defeat of being punished for what he thought was right. Late one cold rainy afternoon in April there were several buggies in Dr. Burney's yard, 3 of them belonging to physicians, called into consultation from adjoining county seats. One of the phenomena which baffled the science of medicine had appeared on the doctor's threshold, the sporadic case. Long after an epidemic is over, by an untraceable path infection arrives. It is quite as if a bird that cannot migrate should be found unearned on the opposite coast of a sea. There was little need of the consultation. The disease was well known. The treatment was that agreed upon by the profession. Dr. Burney himself was the most successful practitioner. A well-known disease, an agreed-upon treatment, but a rate of mortality. Others came, not called. Friends, neighbors, members of his Masonic order. During all these years he had slowly won the heart of the whole people, and now it turned to him. The doctor watched the progress of the case like one who must now bring to bear the resources of a lifetime and of a life, who must cast the total of skill and of influence on the side of the vital forces. As the disease ran on its course, to him it became more and more a question of how the issue would turn upon so-called little things, as the recovery of a patient is probably sometimes secured by merely turning him from side to side, from back to stomach. It was his problem how to drop into one scale or the other scale of the childish balances some almost imponderable weight, as when good tidings arriving save a life, as when bad news held back saves a life, as when the removal of an injustice from a sensitive spirit saves a life, as when the healing of a wound of the mind in the very extremity saves a life. He felt that before him now were oscillating those delicate balances, never quite in equilibrium. A joy dropped into one, a sorrow dropped into the other, some pennyweight of new peace, some grain of additional worry. The shadows collected on one side, sunbeams gathered on the other. Now then, he thought within himself, now then is the hour when I must be sunlight to him, not shadow. He watched the look in his little boy's eyes. He noted the presence of things weighing heavily. There was a tangle, a perplexity, a tossing of the head from side to side on the pillow, as if to turn quickly away from things seen. Do I cast a light on him? Do I cast a shadow? Does my presence here by him bring tranquillity, rest, sound sleep? As he sees into me, does what he sees strengthen? Was his chastisement that morning a sunbeam? It had not struck him like a sunbeam. It had not fallen in that way. The chill in the house all these years, had that been vital warmth to him? There now came out the meaning of all that exaggeratedly careful training, the exercise, the outdoor life, everything. It was the attempt to develop robust health on a foundation not robust. Everything went back to the poor start. Each child had been born delicate. At intervals during the illness there were bits of talk. One night the doctor rose from the bedside and brought a glass of pure fresh water and administered a spoonful and watched the swallowing and the expression. "Does it taste bitter?" "Pretty bitter. You can't say that I didn't take your nasty old doses, can you?" "Don't talk. You mustn't talk." "I'd feel better if I did talk, if I could get it out of me." "Then talk. What is it? Out with it." But the face was jerked quickly away with that motion of wishing to look in another direction. Some nights there was delirium. Through the brain rolled clouds of fantasies. "If I knew how it comes out between you and Mrs. Ousley." On these dark, rolling clouds the father tried to throw a beam of peace, and it was no moment to hold back any of the truth. "It is all over. There is nothing of it. I wish I had known it sooner. It bothered me." At another time, more fantasies. "Not on the cheek. You're no father of mine if it's on the cheek." At another time, Suppose I never grow up and Elizabeth does. How is that? I wouldn't like that. How do you straighten that out?" "I can't straighten that out." "Then I can't straighten it out either." "So young, so young," muttered the doctor. "I was pretty old." One warm night the doctor walked out of doors. The south wind blew softly in his face, lifting his hair. All round the house and yard and garden, and farther away in the woods and fields, everything was growing. It was a night when the earth seemed given up to the festival of youth. It was the hour of youth, of its triumph in nature. Little aware of where his feet carried him, he was now in the garden and now in the yard. And in the garden, low down, how sturdy little things were growing, the little radishes, the young beets, the beans, those children of the earth. Flawless in their descent and environment, with unarrestable force they were growing. Afterwards in the yard he passed some beds of lilies of the valley. Most delicate breath of all flowers, how fragile but how strong, how safe in their unsullied parentage, in their ample wedlock. All about the house the steady rush of the young, and within it, as a mausoleum, the youth of all youth for him, stopped. Most obedient and well-trained and irresponsible death, thou hast no grudge against us, nor bearest toward any of us malice nor ill will. Thou stayest away as long as thou canst, and never comest till thou must. Thou visitant without will of thine own, quickening death, that also givest to the will of another, not the shock of death, but the shock of new life. There loomed in the darkness before the doctor, as he wandered about a true picture, an ancient people in an ancient land, weighed upon by their transgressions, which they could neither transfer to one another nor lay upon Mother Earth. So once a year one of them in behalf of himself, and the rest chose an exemplar of their faithful flocks and herds, and folding his hands upon its head, lay upon it the burden of guilt and shame, and then had it led out of the camp, to wild waste places where no one dwelt, to a land not inhabited. And now he had sent away his son into the eternal with his own life faults and failings on him. He turned back into the house, passed through the sick room, passed through his library, past the portrait of his wife in her bridal veil, passed down the hall, knocked at her door and opened it wide, and stood in the opening. "My wife, I have come to you. Will you come to him?" End of section 14. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 15 of The Doctor's Christmas Eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen. Section 15. Living Out the Years. An afternoon of early summer at the edge of a quiet Kentucky town, on the slope of a grassy hillside, within one of those dreamy enclosures where our earthly dreams are ended, the sunlight began to descend slantingly for the first time, as on white silvery wings, upon a newly placed memorial for a child. Across the top of the memorial was carved a single legend hoary with the guilt and shame of men and women of centuries long since gone. Beside the memorial stood a young evergreen, as the living forest substitute of him sleeping below. It was of about his age and height. The ancient stone with its legend of atonement, and the young tree thus brought together, stood there as if the offending and the innocent had come to one of their meeting places, and in life they meet so often. Tree and mound and marble stood within an open enclosure of turf, encircled at a score of yards by old evergreens touching one another. Early in the afternoon, two of these evergreens had some of their lower interlapping boughs softly pushed apart, and into this open space there stepped excitedly a frail little figure in a frock of forget-me-not blue. Just inside the boughs, which folded behind her like living doors, so that she was screened from view, she hesitated for a moment, and looked about her for the dreaded spot, which she knew she was doomed to find. Having located it, she advanced with uncertain footsteps, as though there could be no straight path for her to the scene of such a loss. When she reached it, she sat hurriedly down, dropped her bouquet on the grass beside herself, jerked off her spectacles, and pressing her hands to her eyes, burst into an agony of weeping. Long she sat there, helpless in her anguish. Once holding her hand before her eyes, she drew from her pocket a fresh handkerchief. She had brought two. She knew her tears would be many. At last she dried her red, swollen eyes, and brushed back from her temples the long, sunny strands of wind-woven hair. She put on her glasses and picked up her little round, brilliant country picnic bouquet, and with quivering lips and quivering nostrils looked where she must place it. With tear-wet forefinger and thumb she forced the flowers apart on one side, and peeped at the card pushed deep within. From Elizabeth. She got up then and went slowly away, fading out behind the pines like a little wandering strip of heaven's remembering blue. Later in the afternoon the sound of slowly approaching wheels sounded on the gravel of the drive that wound near. Then the carriage stopped. A minute afterwards there appeared within the open enclosure a woman in black, thickly veiled, bringing an armful of flowers. Some yards behind her a man followed in deep mourning also, bareheaded, his hat in his hand at his side, the soldierly figure of a man squaring himself against adversity, but stricken and bowed at his post. They did not advance side by side, as those who walk most in unison when they are most bereaved, and draw closer together as fate draws nearer. When she reached the mound, she turned toward him and waited, and when he came up, without a word she held the flowers out to him. She held them out to him with silence, and with what a face under her veil, with what a look out of the wife's and mother's eyes, there was none to see. He gently pushed the flowers back toward her, mutely asking of her some charity for the sake of all, so that, consenting, she turned to arrange them. As she did so, she became conscious at last of what hitherto she had perceived with her eyes only, the happy little bouquet of a child left on the sod. And suddenly there fell upon her veil and hung enmeshed in it some heavy tears, of which, however, she took no notice. But she disposed the flowers so that they would not interfere with, not quite reach to, that token of a child's love which had never known and now would never know time's disillusion or earth's disenchantment. When she had finished, she remained standing looking at it all. He moved around to her side, and they both with final impulse let their eyes meet upon the ancient line chiseled across the marble. Unto a land not inhabited. He broke the silence. I chose that for him. It is the truth. He has been sent away, bearing more than was his. She looked at it a long time, and then bowed as if to set the seal of her judgment upon the seal of his judgment, and, moved by some pitiless instinct to look at things as they were, the discipline of her years, with a quiet resolute hand, she lifted her veil away from her face. It was a face of that proud and self-ennobled beauty that anywhere in the world gives to the beholder of it a lesson in the sublimer elements of human character. There was no feature of reproach, nor line nor shadow of bitterness, but the chastened peace of a nature that has learned to live upon itself, and after having first cast itself passionately upon others, and that indestructible strength which rests not upon what life can give, but upon what life cannot take away, she stood revealed there as what in truth she was, heroic daughter of the greater vanished people. She dropped her veil and turned away toward the carriage. He drew to her side, and once, hesitatingly, desolately, he put his arm around her. She did not yield, she did not decline. She walked with him as though she walked alone. During all the barren, bitter years she had not been upheld by his arm. Her staff and her support had been her ideal of herself and of her people. After she had faced the ruined ideal of their lives together, and her lost ideal of him. It was yet too soon for his arm, or it was too late altogether. He withdrew it, and he continued to walk beside her, as a man who was lost among women, both her whom he had most wished to have, and her whom he might most have had. And so they passed from the scene. But throughout that long obscurity, amid which we are appointed to pass our allotted years, it is not the order of nature that all stars within us should rise at once. There are some that are seen early, that move rapidly across our sky, and are beheld no more, youth's flaming planets, the influence of which upon us often leaves us doubting whether they were baneful or benign. There are other lights which come out to shine upon our paths, and guide us later, and, thanks be to nature, until the very last new stars appear. Those who early have left them they love can never know what late radiance may illumine the end of their road. And only those who remain together to the end can greet the last splendid beacons that sometimes rise above the horizon before the dawn, the true morning stars of many a dark and troubled life. They had half their lives before them. They were growing, unfolding characters. Perhaps they were yet to find happiness together. She had loved him with a love too single and complete, and she loved him yet too well to accept anything from him a second time less than everything. Happiness was in store for them perhaps, and more children. The working out of this lay with them in their remaining days. But for the doctor one thing had been worked out to the end, that year by year he was to drive along turnpikes and lanes alone, that every spring he was to see the sower go forth in the fields, that with his whitening hair he was to watch beside the beds of sick children, and often at night under his lamp to fall asleep with his eyes fixed upon the world's path of lessening pain. When the two were gone, it was a still spot that afternoon, with the sunlight on the grass. As the sun began to descend, its rays gradually left the earth and passed upward toward the pinnacles of the pines, and lingering on those summits a while, it finally took its flight back to the infinite. Twilight fell gray, darkness began to brood, objects lost their outlines. The trees of the enclosure became shadows. These shadows in time became as other realities. The sturdy young evergreen planted beside the boy as his forest counterpart, having his shape and size, now stood there as the lad himself wrapped in his overcoat, the crimson-tipped madcap little fellow who had gambled across the frozen fields at windy morning toward his Christmas festival. In this valley of earth he stood there, holding upright for all to see the slab on which was to be read his brief ended tale, Unto a Land Not Inhabited. End of section 15. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. End of The Doctor's Christmas Eve by James Lane Allen.